First you grab it, then you gotta feel it. I just want banana. It's 8 in the AM. I need to get my day in. Taste a banana. Where do I begin? First you grab it, then you peel it. It's full of nutrients to keep you fit and thin. You got potassium, but 0% calcium. A little fiber and protein, so you know I got a bag of them. Give a banana, squeeze a banana, pull that peel, and eat the banana. Eat the banana, squeeze a banana, eat a banana, taste a banana. Yum, yum, squeeze a banana. Squeeze a banana. All night. All night. All night. All night. Squeeze the banana. All night. I just want bananas. A bundle of bananas. I need bananas. Let me peel bananas. I just want bananas. Oh yeah. I just want bananas. I just want bananas. I just want bananas. I just want bananas.
Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna find out who the fuck you are. You motherfucker. You are fucked. Clip this one, bitches. Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you. You are fucked. And you are done. I'm coming for you. Coming for you. I'm coming for you.
Sound good?
Coming for you.
Fair enough.
Coming for you.
All right.
You need Jesus. Please talk about boys. I'm looking. Please talk about punk ass bitches. I'm looking. We come from the bottom, and he cleans us off, and he raises us up. Raises us up. A man can lay with a man, but it's reached a point of, I believe, sexual attraction for Philip.
Enough with the being completely unfair to me and trying to make it out like I'm a villain. Go fuck yourselves. Literally, lick the shit in my asshole. I don't care about any of you. You're all insignificant humans. None of you will ever do anything with your lives. Get fucked.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you.
Bloodshed and bullets.
You are fucked. And you are done. I'm coming for you.
On diarrhea day, dog.
Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you.
Doodle flip the trickle.
You are fucked. And you are done. I'm coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for you.
Sound good?
Coming for you. Coming for you. Burn on the ovens. Coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for you.
Whoa, what's going on, guys? I'm here. I'm finally off of work. I might even get tomorrow off. It's gonna be super cool. Man, today was a day and a half. Iviga, I missed the Baconator last night. I guess I'll have to catch the VOD because I was hyped for it and then I had to go to sleep early because I'm a bozo. Do I accept Argentinian donos? No. All foreign countries are banned now. I'm following the DSP train. Sorry. No foreign currencies allowed. Banned. Sorry I'm late. I tried to get back sooner, but a different team lead did not show up for snow removal, so we had to pick up a couple extra spots, but me and the team banged it out, and we got it done as fast as possible, and now we're here. I should have been here like an hour and a half ago, but it is what it is. Glad to make it all the same. So today we're looking at the DSP Game of the Year Awards thing style content. It's very meaningful and robust, and by that I mean I haven't actually seen it yet. I'm just assuming, because all of the guy is always meaningful and robust, of course. So, there's new chat. It kind of looks okay, I think. I might not keep it forever. I don't like that it doesn't show the emotes. That's kind of lame. But that's how we're rocking for today. What I do have though, is I have this little thing where I can throw your names up. I can do that. I can put it on screen when I respond to it. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? I'm going to try and remember to do that. It's new. It's not in my muscle memory, dude. It's my first stream. So we'll see how that goes. I'm happy you like my content. I'm happy I'm your favorite detractor. I see people say that and I find it impossible to believe because I have so many favorite detractors that it's crazy that people are putting me above them, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna stop dilly and or dallying, and we're going to get into the actual content now. What is... Oh, I messed up the audio. All of the audio is new. Sorry, I messed with my audio, and this is the first time I've used VLC since. So we're gonna go ahead and have to put that on a track. Listen to this track, bitch. Good. Got it. Great. Awesome. It is time. When did I... Whoops. Oh, see, it moves. This is gonna be a thing. When did I start detracting? In like 2015 originally, is when I found the guy, and then I started this channel just this past August, and that's when I started doing my videos, if that answers your question. No disaster stream. Stop it. Can't hear the video. Are we serious? We still can't hear the video? The audio is not coming through on YouTube. It does. Video is muted. What? No. It's showing up on the thing. What? No. I hate it on this planet. Okay, give me... I'm gonna play a song while I figure this out. I'm so sorry. Disaster stream. This is what happens when I don't have time to actually figure anything out during the week. Listen to 5 bands. Yo, shout out Meerkat. For real.
You don't just get to say and do whatever the fuck you want on this
I'm so sorry.
without consequence. You know, consequences have actions, pimp. So, it's this simple. Stop being a bitch. Let's do it.
Pussy face goatee. You can't
Can't speak to me.
Transplant hairline trim. You can't speak to me. My services cost. My band.
Band.
My band.
All right, tell me if you can hear this.
Tried to guess. I pride myself on, you know, being honest and truthful and transparent, and hopefully you feel that that'll come through in my Game of the Year awards this year.
Okay, we can hear it. All right, cool. I'll run it back. My bad. I think I didn't have it on the right track. So now we can listen to this track, bitch. You thought I wasn't streaming. I was not going to. I did not intend on. I didn't know when I was going to be back. It was all dependent on the weather, how much snow we got, how many times I had to do my route. Luckily, we didn't get as much as they said that we were going to, and I only had to do my route once instead of twice. If I had to do it twice, I probably wouldn't have been back till like 3 p.m. or something, and at that point, I'm not even going to bother streaming. The guy is going to be streaming, other restreamers are going, and I don't want to take their shine away. Not that I have some sort of clout or anything, but just, you know, I don't want to divide the audience anymore, and I like to watch their content as well, so I don't want to miss it myself. But I got off early, so we're here, and we're doing it.
Hello, everyone out there. It is now officially time for my annual Game of the Year Awards countdown here on DSP Gaming. You know, for over 15 years, I have been someone who has absolutely strove to give you honesty, transparency.
Wait a minute, he strove? Is that?
You know, for over 15 years, I have been someone who has absolutely strove to give you honesty.
Strove? Is it not stroved? As in past of stride? Yo, thank you, bro side Phil. Shout out the boy. Yeah, it's strived, striven. I have never in my life heard strove. I don't know what's up with that. Just another you know, Phil goof, little blunder.
Transparency and fun in all of my playthroughs. You know that when I play a game, I can be totally honest.
Yeah,
about
I would
what
even take
you're
strode,
watching,
but
I don't
strove
hold
no.
to anyone, right? I'm not going to lose a sponsor. I'm not going to get in trouble because I kiss a game's butt or I say a game sucks. And that's really why I really try to do my absolute best at the end of the year to pick the games that I feel were the best of the year. I don't even review games anymore like I used to. So to a lot of people, these game rankings that I do are actually a mystery, although people tried to guess. I pride myself on, you know, being honest and truthful and transparent, and hopefully you feel that that'll come through in my Game of the Year awards this year. And
Dude, how does he have the exact same speech for all of his content? Like, I watch the guy every day, and I cannot tell you how many times strove is a word. It's the past tense of strive. I'm gonna have to believe you because I don't want to set everybody else's Googles off, but I guess I'll believe you. Strived isn't a word? Damn. Wow, we're learning today. Look at us go. But I watch the guy every day, and I have no idea how he manages to sell the exact same shtick every single day about how he's honest, and hopefully that comes through. Like, I just would think that at some point you would be tired of doing it yourself, right? If you said the same thing on stream every single day, like a script, I would be tired of it, man. I really don't get it.
let me tell you, 2023 was a great year for games. It was also a disappointing year for games. If you want to see my
Just stroves to collect sweaty JPEGs. Exactly.
Channel for that countdown. I hope you'll check it out. But now it is time to truly recognize the greats, the games that stood
Thank
out
you,
among the
Stroyer,
Let me tell you,
for
this
subbing.
year
Appreciate
was
it.
a year where certain games were so good that they made their competition look like dirt. And on a normal year, maybe that wouldn't have been the case. But a lot of the games that we're about to talk about in this countdown actually stood apart from the others in such a great way that they just trounced their competition and made them look like amateur night. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to go through this countdown for sure.
I'm
I hope
also
you guys will
excited.
enjoy
I hope
it.
it's
The
I hope
way
it's
it
super
works is
cool.
I'm gonna name a number in the countdown. I'm gonna explain why that's in my countdown, and I'm gonna play a video clip to show you footage of that game during this countdown. After each number, I'm going to go to the chat and see what they have to say, if they agree or disagree, or what their comments are. If any contributions happen to come in during this countdown, I am going to shout them out because this is an interactive live stream as well as an on-demand video. By all means, leave comments on this video if you're watching it after the fact on demand, and let me know, do you agree with my picks? Do you disagree? What's your take? I would love to hear it, okay?
All right, hang on. Before we get started, he's doing his top 10 live because it is an interactive live stream or whatever. My real question is, why did he not make the video like the top 10, right? Make the actual video and then do this live stream? Yo, thank you, that PlayStation Gamer, for the 2. Here are some snortbucks for my pain. I appreciate it, brother. A lot of pain. Why did he not make the video, right? Watch the video with his audience on stream and then release the video as a secondary thing? Why it was that not something that happened? That way you don't have to listen to all the chat shit if you didn't want to. For his on-demand viewers that he loves to cater towards, because that's why he doesn't read out contributions except for in between parts. But I guess the on-demand viewers are going to get screwed here because they're going to have to listen to him chatting the whole time. I just don't get it, man. He's every time he does content, he does it in the weirdest way possible that'll just never make sense to me.
Without further ado, it is now time to get into my top 10 best games of 2023. But
Yo, big ups everybody who showed up. I appreciate it. It was supposed to be a canceled stream, so thank you for all showing up.
If I did not do one honorable mention, and that honorable mention this year is Baldur's Gate 3. Okay?
Wow.
Some people thought that I might have counted Baldur's Gate 3 in my countdown for Game of the Year 2023. However, I feel like that would not be fair. And the reason for that is very simple.
Okay? I didn't beat it yet. Go ahead.
I started playing it in December. I'm only around 40 hours into a 120-hour, arguably long game. So if I ranked this in my Game of the Year awards, I feel like that would be unfair. Right now, I don't want to rank it. I like it. You guys know that. You know that I'm really enjoying this playthrough, correct? But I don't want to formally rank it when I don't know what the rest of the game is. What if this game is really strong in the first third and fizzles out in the last third, like a couple other games that happened to this year? Then maybe I wouldn't think of it as great, right?
Yo, Cody H with the 10 membership bomb again, brother. You're going crazy with these every week. God damn. Wow. I appreciate it all the same, and I'm sure everybody else does that's getting them. So, big ups. Malo, I seen the fish earlier. Thank you for the fish, brother. And I don't think the alerts are coming through, like the audio for them. I'd never figured that out. God damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. It really is a disaster stream. Okay. I'll figure it out after the stream. I promise. The next stream will have alert sounds. I swear.
So I'm not going to rank this at all in my top 10 games of the year, but I will say this. I'm going to
silent style.
Game in 2023. Excuse me, 2024. And when I finish it in 2024, I will consider it for my Game of the Year awards for next year. That's right. Even though technically it's not from 2024, I'm going to consider it for next year's countdown. And you may very well see it, at least if it stays at the good pacing and the good quality that it's in right now for Act 1, perhaps you will see this in my Game of the Year awards next year. Okay? So now that we've got that out of the way, and I can actually focus on the games that I did play fully in 2023, let's get started. All right. And
Quit clapping into the mic. I know every once in a while I might, and other people also might clap into the microphone, you know, as an actual let's get started or whatever. But DSP claps into the mic at least once or twice a day. And every single time I just think about how if you've been streaming for so long, you would have realized that sounds like ass when you watch it back. Hey, Broside Phil, legit question. Why does he wear a Stetson? I don't know what a Stetson even is. Okay, Google. What is a Stetson?
According to Wikipedia, Stetson is an American brand of hat manufactured by the John B. Stetson Company. Stetson is also used as a generic trademark to refer to any campaign hat, particularly in scouting. John B. Stetson gained inspiration for his most famous hats when he headed west from his native New Jersey for health reasons.
Thanks, Derek. Yo, where'd it go? It was in there. Wesley H for the 1 month. I believe that's a re-up. Big ups. Loving the surprise style stream. Disaster stream. It's a hat. I'm seeing that it's a hat. Okay, I already asked Google. It told me.
There goes half my viewership. They're out. They're gone. They're like, nah, we wanted to see Baldur's Gate. Oh, well. Tune in tomorrow. I'm playing it on stream. All right. So, the number 10 best game of 2023 is going to shock you all. Because the truth is that some people just see things as black and white. And so if I criticize a game, a lot of people, a lot of the time, say things like, I can't believe he would criticize the game but then like it. So they just think I hate it. But that's not the truth. There's games out there that I criticize strongly because I wish they were better, but that doesn't mean that they're not great games. And in fact, when I was narrowing it down to like my top games of the year, this one shocked me, but I wanted it in the countdown. I was like, I totally want this game to get recognition because you know what? Everyone forgot it. Ladies and gentlemen, the game we're about to talk about,
it's Baldur's Gate 3.
I put the wrong clip. Let's try that again.
DSP had his own disaster stream. LOL.
Oops. All right. The game I wanted to talk about. Where is it? Hold on. That was totally the wrong clip.
Yeah, he did act though.
Oh crap! I don't have it. Oh, you got to be kidding me! I don't have it. Oh well, guys, I don't have the clip. This really sucks. I have the wrong clip for you. I put an honorable mention clip twice because what I wanted to do when I did honorable mention, I wanted to talk about this and say Baldur's Gate 3, but I accidentally didn't put the Star Wars clip in. Ladies and gentlemen, the game I wanted to talk about was Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and I don't have a clip of it for you tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, hang on. Look, I know I'm having my own disaster stream right now. We're watching it. He's doing the thing, right? But I also don't do this for a living. This is not my full-time job, dude. This is a hobby, and I literally just got off of work about a half hour ago. I didn't have time to prep what I wanted to prep, which I apologize for, of course. I did not mean to come unprepared like this. But DSP's full job is doing this and streaming, and he hyped this up for how long? Oh, get your submissions in. Oh, I'm tallying up the votes, and yet he couldn't make sure that anything was ready? I don't know how you come unprepared to your own stream when it's your only job. And it's in your house. That's kind of like I said, having my own disaster stream, I guess I'm living in a glass house right now. But man, just a little more professional. This is the man who prides himself on being a professional, on a guaranteed schedule that you can absolutely set your clock to. He's going to be there every single day, but yet he can't have the clips for his year-end series that he does every year? Come on, man.
Okay. So Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Yo, Soda Chip with the 5. I'm going with euros. That might be pounds. I don't know, dude. I said no foreign currency banned. New to the Detractor community. Any recommendations where to start? Big ups, dude. Me personally, I would send you to, it depends on what you want. If you want real deep dive, back in the day lore, you want to go to the Dent Sea Scrolls, you could see Phil before YouTube. If you want to see some classic DSP from like 2018 or whatever, I would recommend like old Tevin streams, like the old Halloween ones. I think those are all great. Brand Dude makes fantastic videos covering different subjects. I'm obviously leaving out a bunch of people. There's channels like mine who cover the day-to-day happenings. Shout out Iviga. If you're just looking for clips, Snort Hogan, Duty Streams. I'm going to stop there because we could go all day. So many detractors. But yeah, any of those, I'd recommend all of them. Yeah, shout out Theo. Responsible for the Theo theory. All of them. All of the Theo theories are Theo's theory. Yeah, Memeology does the clips with the memes. Snort Burnell, Dick Stroking Phil vlogs. Ludwig, of course, Ludwig is great. Like I said, I'm leaving out a bunch of people. Oh, Ex Mortis for the history? Hell yeah, dude. He's got like a 30-part series. What is it? Like History of an E-Beggar? Journey of an E-Beggar. That's what it is. Yeah. Like I said, a billion detractors. All of them are great. It's all about finding who you like and who you don't.
Maybe I can do it really fast. Hold on. Maybe I can grab a clip really fast, but it's probably going to play the audio, and then I'm going to have to mute it. Let's see. I might have one.
Yeah, Theo's mic is an acquired taste, that's for sure. I think it adds charm.
Under Jedi Survivor, I think it is. Jedi Survivor. Okay. This is going to be real bootleg, and it's going to be loud. Hold on, I got to mute it. Once I play it, I got to mute it. Oh, it's muted. Oh, cool. All right. I pulled it off.
Star Wars got
Jedi
it.
Survivor.
He was prepared. I gave him shit.
10 best game of 2023. And you're going to say, what? You're like, what? No way. Phil, you slammed this game. Just last night, it was actually featured in my most disappointing games of the year countdown. So some people are like, I don't understand. Why would Star Wars Jedi Survivor be in your top 10 best games of the year? Because the game is great. This game is leaps and bounds better than Jedi Fallen Order from a few years ago. The combat's better. Having multiple lightsaber stances is incredibly fun. The platforming and parkour is improved. The sneaking abilities and Jedi abilities are better. The graphics are better. The story is way better, right? This game, no lie, if it didn't have the problems that it does have, likely would have been in my top 5 games of 2023. I'm not kidding you. That's how much I liked it. I thought this playthrough was absolutely outstanding. The problem was, when this game came out, all right, both on PC and Xbox, the game ran absolutely horribly. It had game bugs, game crashes, save file corruption, tons of frame rate dips that made the game completely unenjoyable and unplayable in certain parts. And as they say, first impressions are everything. I was loving the game till I got to this part. I couldn't get by it because it was chopping up. It was like 10 frames per second. I can't beat it because the game runs like crap. So
I know a lot of people. I thought I mentioned Sly. I did. I thought I mentioned Sly Nugs. Might be. I know a lot of people play on console. Like, you know, it's all about preference, really. But when somebody's gonna talk about graphics, or they're gonna talk about chopping up FPS, like I agree, all games should be optimized for all of the systems. You know, the devs should make sure that all of the games are smooth and that they run the way that they're supposed to. That's the way it should be. Absolutely 100%. But what I will say is that if you care that much about graphics and FPS, I don't think the console is the best option for you. Now, that might just be my own bias speaking, but I have a hard time listening to DSP talk about FPS and constantly asking for 60 FPS at all times and expecting, you know, these high quality graphics like these newer games are having without being on PC. And I know this game ran bad on PC as well. I absolutely Invisible Mute, 100%, that is fair. I had friends who played on PC and said it ran like ass. But I'm just bringing this up now because he's talking about graphics and it's on my mind. He does this with pretty much every game if it chops up at all. And it's kind of similar to the to Street Fighter 6. If you're gonna complain because the game's chopping up or it's got more input lag on this system, or like, you should just be doing whatever you need to do to make sure that you are getting the experience that you want out of your video games, and therefore the quality of your stream would improve, if that makes any sense. That's just how I feel about it. It's kind of obnoxious to hear this guy constantly complaining about frame rates in games. And like I said, this is probably not a great example because this game ran like ass everywhere. But just, like I said, he does it to every game. Any game that chops up on a console, I just think you really can't complain about it chopping up, really, until you've done everything in your own power to make sure it doesn't. That might be bigoted and bias, I'm sorry. Biatry is not a word.
Waiting. That's something I almost never do. I almost would never delay a playthrough. So I delayed the playthrough about 2 weeks. I went back to it.
Good morning, Seven.
Still hadn't fixed it. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to tough through it. I'm happy I did. But then the game continued to have issues. Open a chest, look at loot, game crashes. Now you have to replay 15 minutes of gameplay. It's kind of ridiculous in that regard. If this game had more polish, it would be so well received. But the problem was, as I said, first impressions are everything. And when this game came out,
oh, 100, yo, like I said, Invisible Mute, 100% that it is unacceptable. You should demand better. I just hate people complaining about shit that, like, they could go out of their way to make a little better, right? Like I said, 100% should be better. Nobody should be experiencing that. They should make the game so that it is playable because you paid for it. But like I said, I'm not gonna do this all day.
Experience the issue.
I'll drop it. My bad.
Talking about it in any kind of a positive light at all. And what ended up happening was people didn't talk about it for the rest of the year, forgot about it. Game Awards came and went. Only the person who even got nominated was the main actor who played the main character. That was it. Like, no one remembered the gameplay mechanics or anything because they're like, that's that buggy game, right? And that's a shame. This game was so much better than this first one. And now I'm worried maybe they won't make any more, but the story is unfinished. The story is continuing, and I'm like, man, I want a third game. I hope the third game, they take their time.
Man, this gameplay looks terrible.
So frustrated with how the game performed, and that held it back. So, you might disagree with me, and that's okay. But if you actually watch my playthrough of the game...
What is going on? I've never played this.
For this, you know? You're going to see that and be like, wow, I get it. But it's a shame that the game kind of fell apart, right?
What is happening?
It is what it is. If you disagree, that's fine. But for me... Star Wars Jedi Survivor is my number 10 pick for the best games of 2023. Okay.
Yeah, I got that it's a platforming segment.
Survivor on PS5, I only had one glitch. Other than that, I never had a major bug or problem. That's what I heard. I did hear that on PS5 the game performed well, but you shouldn't have to only buy it on one of 3 platforms to get the real game, and that's the problem. Maybe if I played it on PS5, it literally would be a top 5 game for me.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Golden Nobles did a super chat. He says, a 2023 game can be a Game of the Year contender for 2024. Yes, because it's my countdown. I could do whatever I want. I could say that Gonzo the Great Goes to Walmart to shop for kumquats is a game contender for this year. I could literally say that, you know, a 1972 Pinto could be a Game of the Year contender too, because it's my countdown. You see? That's how it works. Okay.
My God, shut up.
Thank you, Golden Nobles, for that very insightful super chat.
Shout out Gonzo.
All right.
Yeah, and why is he mad immediately? Where did that come from? I'm gonna run it back. Because where did that...
Contender for 2020 game, and that's the problem. Maybe if I played it on PS5, it literally would be a top 5 game for me.
Yeah, maybe it would have. Let me...
Golden Nobles did a super chat. He says, a 2023 game can be a Game of the Year contender for 2024. Yes, because...
Oh, yeah, because the game didn't come out in the year, and DSP is literally just making shit up. Okay, I understand what we're doing here. Nah, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Golden Nobles is absolutely right. It's kind of stupid that you're putting a game that came out last year on your year-end series Game of the Year list. Yeah, eat shit.
For this year.
That is stupid. It's as stupid as I watched Brand Dude stream not that long ago about some of his older game of the years that were more recent than the ones that I was watching. And he was putting shit like DLCs that didn't even come out that year on his game of the years. So I really shouldn't be surprised. But it's so stupid. That's so dumb and defeats the purpose of the entire event, right? Why? You could have just talked about these games when you wanted to talk about them. You didn't have to put them in your Game of the Year awards.
Thank you, Golden Nobles, for that very insightful super chat. I really appreciate that. All right.
Yes, Soda Chip, exactly.
Again,
BG3 next year's countdown. I can't do the Halloween stream late.
Best game of the year, I should say, is going to be a game where, again, a lot of people are going to be like, I can't believe it. Because so many people, again, think that it's black and white if a game is good or bad, and that's not true. All right? It's many shades of gray. That's scary when I say that because you know what it makes me think of. But anyway, I can see both sides of a game, and ultimately there was a game this year that I raged at a lot, but when I finally got to the good parts of it and I beat it, I actually really enjoyed it, and that game is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And again, people...
What? This dude hated this game! How? What? Dude, I tuned into these streams. Every single time I watched one of these streams, he was angry. He was pissed off. He never had a nice thing to say about this game. He went viral on TikTok for being absolutely regarded. He said it was nothing but fluff, a waste of time. Nobody wants to sit there and be creative and design the stupid machines or whatever. No one wants to do these puzzles, dude. It's the same map, dude. He had nothing to say that was kind about this game, and it's making the list. I am also convinced of that. He is doing this to appeal to his dents and get more money. Absolutely. He's only doing this because people are going to shit on him if he actually speaks his mind properly about this game. Mr. Honest is kowtowing to people who, wanted this game to not be shit on like he did. That's all he's doing.
But you crapped on that game, and you said the frame rate was bad.
Yes.
The elements of it, and blah, 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 right? And listen, okay, I get what you're saying, because I was kind of very critical of the game. That doesn't mean the game is bad, and I can't recognize it for being good, nor does it mean that I dislike the game. In fact, I really liked the game.
All right, look, okay, by this logic, guys, I'm actually DSP's biggest fan. I could be very critical of the guy, and I could pick out all of his flaws all day long and shit on him till the end of time, but I'm actually secretly his biggest fan possible, right?
I did.
God.
I just felt it was too bloated.
I think you're too bloated, you fat. Never mind.
And it takes too long to beat because you're kind of wasting time figuring out what was important to do. But I liked the dungeons. I liked the boss fights. I liked going around and exploring the story and the glyphs. No, you didn't. You're a liar. Oh, I liked the dungeons. I liked going into the ruins. No, you didn't. That's why you only did half of them, if that, because every time you went into one, you were like, oh, this is stupid. There's no real reward. Why would I do this? It's all bloat. I don't want to do this shitty side content. I just want to beat the main game, dude. I got other games to play. I hate this guy. He's such a liar. Dude. Just be honest. If you don't like the game, you don't like the goddamn game. Whatever. I liked solving some of the unique puzzles
and
aspects of it. I really liked the actual building and physics mechanics that were new to the game. I didn't think I would. Remember early on I said, I want to play Zelda. I don't want to play Minecraft or Fortnite. Why they're putting building elements in this game I don't get, because it seems like they're trying to wedge in parts of another game. When I finally got around to doing it, I don't think they did. I think they did actually innovate with the building. Problem was, that was pretty much the only thing they innovated in this game. Everything else was kind of a copy-paste of Breath of the Wild, except for that. But it was still a damn good game. But I'm not going to...
And this is, so he's like, oh, it's just a copy and paste of Breath of the Wild. This is Mr. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, isn't it? He's been doing the same shit-ass content for how many years in a row now, making no improvements before recently, Mr. Oh, I'm gonna fix my thumbnails and my titles via my chat only because I can't come up with anything by myself. How are you going to complain about a game that everybody loved getting a sequel that is pretty much just the game that everybody loved? Come on, man. That is exactly what you ask for in sequels all of the time. How many times has DSP played a sequel to a game and been like, oh, I don't know why they changed this feature because it was just fine in the last game. They should have just did that again.
To give it like a top 5 ranking when it was too similar to its previous iteration. Still a great game. Still a must play if you own a Switch.
He's not playing Persona 3 Reloaded. He already confirmed.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's like my favorite game of the year, but it definitely is a top one, and I really did enjoy the playthrough. If you didn't see it, I recommend it. You're going to see some rage in there at the things that I feel are disappointments of the game, but I did overall really like it. Okay. And of course, people are now using the tomato emote or emoji in the chat, citing that they need to tomato the stage that I'm on. The good thing is I'm over across the internet, and they haven't invented a digital tomato that can come out of my webcam and splatter me in the face yet. But I did have the cowboy hat on to dick my head just in case something came at me. But I guess we're safe for another year. So there you go. Thank you very much. Let's continue on. I wish I could read people's responses.
I agree.
But no one's
Tomato.
just saying boo and throwing tomatoes, digital tomatoes, in the chat. Gabriel says, "I told you I thought this would go longer than you thought." What are you talking about? We're on good time right now. We are exactly on pace for the time that I allotted for this, so we're good. Okay, continuing on. We're now on to number 8. My number 8 pick for one of the best games of 2023. This game.
I'm stopping it. Do we have the guess for number 8? Only if you haven't seen the video. If you've seen this, no spoilers, please. But do we have the guess? I'll take any the first 3 MK1. Yeah, my ass, dude. You know, if we're gonna sit here and lie about how much we loved Tears of the Kingdom, we might actually pretend we like MK1 at this rate. So stupid. Did I see the top of his head during the cat stream when he looked down? Holy moly. No. But I'm fairly familiar with how bald he is. So, you know, Hogwarts. It's not Baldur's Gate 3. That's going to be on next year's, dude. Chrono Trigger. We're going to go. Is it RE? All right. Well, I guess is RE4. Let's go.
Shocked me. This is a game I almost missed.
I don't think it's RE4.
Attribute all of the credit to my amazing viewers and community, because you guys told me about it, convinced me to play it, and I am so
Robocop.
happy
It's Robocop. Robocop.
Ladies and gentlemen, my number 8 pick for best game of the year is Robocop.
Let's go, baby.
City.
Yeah.
It's a game that I didn't even know existed till you guys told me about it. As a fan of action movies and 1980s stuff, this game resonates with anyone who's an 80s kid. Seriously. As a fan
Oh my
of
God,
RoboCop,
Grandpa, we get it. The 80s were cool. Shut up.
Like, this should have been RoboCop 3. Because RoboCop 3, the movie, sucks ass. So this is much better than what actually ended up being RoboCop 3, in my opinion. They've got Peter Weller, the actual voice actor and physical actor of RoboCop, to play the voice acting for RoboCop in this game.
I agree, Seven. He did make this game so boring. Because DSP is not good at first-person shooters, so a bunch of the gameplay was him walking into the middle of a room that was an active firefight and just slowly ADSing onto people's heads and pulling the trigger and then moving on. He was, yes, Chud Goo. He was literally tanking. It was awful. It was the worst FPS gameplay I've seen in ages. It was so abysmal. I was watching those over on the Tevin stream, and I really could not believe anyone could play an FPS so boring.
Follows the plot line of RoboCop 2. So if you saw Robocop 1 and 2, you will absolutely love this game. It's kind of like when they made that Ghostbusters game that felt like Ghostbusters 3. That's exactly what this is. It's got elements from games like Deus Ex, other fun first-person shooter style
He was role-playing.
combines them all. If anything, all right, there's only a couple critiques that I really have of the game. Number one, this game is a AA game. This is not made by a giant big budget studio, and they didn't have the means to really make it a super high production value game. Because of that, the character models outside of Robocop, who looks very, very good, most of the character models look like crap. They do, okay? They look like they're early PS3, Xbox 360 era, maybe even late PS2 era character models. And that sucks. When you're making a game like this that has an epic story and all this content, you want your characters to look good. They don't. They just didn't have the budget for it. But outside of that, the gunplay is fun. And it evolves over the course of the game as you find upgrades for your amazing automated police issue handgun. Okay?
Amazing.
You would think a game like this is just a first-person shooter. It's not. It literally is a first-person action RPG, again, similar to, say, like Deus Ex, where Robocop will change how he plays over the course of the game.
Bro, what are you talking about? Akin to Deus Ex? I don't even like that game, and I can tell you it's not like that at all. What are you talking about? You're just making shit up at this point. Well, he like read that blurb online somewhere and just ran with it.
Right choices to make in dialogue. Think about that. That's like a Fallout choice, right? That's pretty darn neat. But you can increase gunplay, you can increase damage, different
Robocop is the Deus Ex of Robocop games.
Bullets off the environment to hit people from behind. It is pretty darn epic, the amount of upgrading choices you get playing the Robocop game. You would never expect... I thought this was just a first-person shooter that was just action-based. It couldn't be further from the truth. The game's around 20 hours long, roughly. It's got cool story twists, awesome choices. The choices you make can actually affect things that happen in the end game of the game. It's got an epic final stage. It's got a cool, awesome twist at the end and an awesome final boss that's right in line with the movies. Like, again...
Can I tell you how not helpful it is when you describe parts of the game during your year-end series as cool and awesome? You might as well have called it meaningful and robust, because it means about the same thing. I have no idea what any of those words mean at this point. Cool, awesome, meaningful, robust, curated Robocop style gameplay. Like, sure, I guess. Yeah, all of those words. Yeah, it's robust and factual. Yeah, I don't know. It's tangy. It's flavorful. I don't know, man. It just doesn't help anybody. You don't actually get any depiction of what the game is, other than this shit-ass gameplay where he literally spent half of it looking at a map and the other half looking at the floor. This is the ideal game, looking at the floor.
That's worth a crap.
Hell yeah.
True to the character, right?
Look at that floor.
It's not for everyone. If you're someone who's such a stickler.
Here we go. Looking at the floor. Nope, map time. Floor time. Hell yeah, dude.
I'm looking for the epitome of modernizations. Well, this game definitely plays a little bit outdated. Like I said, it plays like maybe a...
Why does he not pick his cursor up? I'm actually bothered now. I made the joke. Oh, he's looking at the floor. He has literally only looked at the floor and the map. He knows that the people are not gonna be on the floor, right? Like when you go to shoot them, they're gonna be like standing like mid-screen probably if you were to like just look flat.
Deus Ex or something, and if you don't like that style of game, you're probably not gonna like Robocop. But for me,
nothing but floor, baby.
It played well. It had so many fun elements that I didn't expect to be in it. It was a wild ride. I love the plot of Robocop. It was absolutely a great playthrough. I recommend it. It's cheap. Right now it's on sale for like $25 or something like that. Give it a look. If you're just looking for like a 15 to 20 hour game and you don't care about it being a giant AAA level release, this is right up your alley. And again, if you're a fan of the 1980s and Robocop like I am, you're going to love this game. Give it a look. Robocop Rogue City at number 8.
Wow.
And now people are really upset with me. But every year people are upset with me, so I'm good with that.
Yo, Slime Privilege. Thank you for subbing to the channel. Shout out the haters who disagree with his number 8.
They really can't believe it. They're like, oh my god, they're freaking out here in the chat. Spidey 5000 says, me and my father watched all
Life PhD Winter just subbed to the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't like this bit we're doing in between every single yeah, shout out the king. shout out for hate. Yeah, also King of Hate, absolutely. I don't like this bit that we're doing in between every single number where we talk about how everybody in chat is hating on him and disagreeing. That's why I think that there should have been a raw, uncut style, or rather, I guess it would be cut. Yeah, it would be not raw, it would be edited style content. But the edited style content of just the year-end series countdown with like a voiceover or something. And then he could have watched it on the stream and then just paused it in between parts and talked about it. Oh, what'd you guys think about that, huh? Oh, you don't like it? Tomato? Potato. Okay, moving on. And he could have just went, and we could have watched the actual video instead of this shit. But no, now we're stuck here doing this. Is very robust.
the Robocop movies, and this is great for us. Thumbs up. Cool. Knows Real Vibe says, I think the game should have been top 5. It was a hidden gem, hardly any negative impact. I don't think it had enough refinement or enough content to be a top 5 game. You'll see what I mean. But anyway, let's continue on, ladies and gents. The countdown rolls on. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 7 best game of the year for me is a game that I kind of thought was going to be good. I kind of expected it to be, but that's because it's a sequel. And when you play a sequel, you expect that it should be at least as good as its predecessor. And in this case, I feel this sequel was better than its predecessor. It had improved graphics. It had better gameplay.
What is this soy voice that we've got going on here? Why are we doing that? I will never understand the decisions that we've decided to make. He's doing like the half Bob Ross style voice. Shut up. Just... I thought we had an audience of adults. I thought that they were 30 to 40 and that we had more 60-year-olds watching us than teenagers. And yet we're doing the fake half Bob Ross, half baby voice.
It had refinedness that the first one didn't have. It actually solved a lot of the problems of the first game that felt very kind of repetitive and grindy. And overall, it actually showed that every once in a while, there can actually still be a good console exclusive in the modern era, because the game I'm talking about is Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was an exceptionally good outing in the superhero genre. People kept asking me the entire time I played Spider-Man 2, is this better than the Arkham trilogy? To which I answered, you know, for the modern day it is, but you have to kind of compare apples to apples. I don't think it's fair to compare the Batman Arkham series from almost a decade ago to a modern superhero game. But this game had so many improvements over the first. First of all, right off the get-go, you've got all of your abilities and combat powers from the first game, but you get to play as 2 Spider-Man. So one plays a little different than the other, which gives the amount of variety that you want so that the playthrough doesn't feel stale. And that was the problem with Spider-Man 1, is that once you played through halfway through Spider-Man 1, you pretty much saw everything Spider-Man could do. And even though it was fun to swing through New York City, it got kind of boring just doing the same things over and over with the same guy. In this case, each Spider-Man, both Peter and Miles, have their own plot lines, their own...
Sorry, I really don't have anything to say. I didn't play this one. It looks like just... I don't know, it looked like the other Spider-Man games that he already played. It didn't look like it played all that different. Just Spider-Man again. Yeah, there's only one Spider-Man. The other one is just not, he's not Spider-Man. He's Miles Morales or something. I don't know. Does it look like I watched Spider-Man? Come on now. I'm literally a dead librarian. Oh. Whatever.
Individual...
Also, yes, this is how he shows off Spider-Man. Just like he shows off every game, it's only going to be menu all the time. It's either this or we can go look at the floor, which makes less sense in a Spider-Man game. Because you're supposed to be web swinging and beating dudes up and all of the fun things that come with being Spider-Man and that. But instead, we're going to look at the menus and abilities and stuff. It's very cool. This is what the people come for, dude.
Lives going on, but then they also have these team-ups they need to do for certain story-based missions. They throw in some really cool plot lines here with the Venom symbiote, right? Which everyone knew was in the game. I kind of wish they didn't spoil that, but they did spoil it early to say Venom was in the game. But that was a neat plot line. You had good kind of supporting characters like Norman and Harry Osborn. Some of the classic rogues gallery of Spider-Man are in the game, like Mysterio, Kraven the Hunter, etc. Sandman's in there. I like that a lot. I did. And the graphics were outstanding on the PS2 as well. Or, excuse me, the PS5 as well. Going along with how good the Miles Morales expansion looked, the game looks just as good, if not better. I will just say this, absolute best open world.
Yeah, he absolutely said symbiote wrong, because that's what we're smoking on. We're smoking symbiotes. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bathtub. I'm him.
In any kind of a city environment or any kind of a superhero game, for sure. Like this, I will be honest, yeah, I do like this city better than the Arkham games. But again, that's really not a fair comparison. There's a 10-year difference there. So to say in 10 years, if Rocksteady made Arkham now, it probably would be better. You know what I'm saying? But for the time, it was amazing, and I think that this also is good. The writing, Haseo just reminded me, a few times during the playthrough, I actually, like, teared up and felt so emotional, because the writing was great. It was that good.
Y'all remember the cringe crying scenes that he did in this game? Y'all remember those? I kept seeing them clips. I watched both of them. Usually I don't laugh at grown men when they cry, but it was DSP, so you know I had to do it to him. Yeah, he was literally crying about nothing. And I don't know how he had to be reminded in chat about this, because it was a whole thing on 2 separate occasions. You would think that if you're writing a half-assed review for a game at the end of the year that you literally cried to, that you would bring that up in the review. If you're really that moved by a game that you were crying, you would think that it would be memorable enough that you would put it into the half-assed review you're writing. But instead, no, we totally forgot that and had to be reminded. Of course. Of course. Yes, I believe the guy's name was Howard that, like, died or something in the game is part of the story. Something like that. Then there was, like, one with a grandma and a grandpa, and one of them died or died. I don't know. I don't know. It's been longer than yesterday, and that's about as far back as I can remember most of the time.
It wasn't like, oh, we're trying to make you feel cheap or cheesy. There was, like, emotional plots. Characters, sadly, from the first game who passed away. People coming to realizations about themselves.
Sorry, I just hit the microphone, grabbed my water.
When you can learn something about the human condition by playing a freaking superhero video game, who expected that, right? And by the way, the game has tons of content. Now, I will admit, by the time you get to the
big
end,
ups, Tevin's in the chat. Big ups.
I actually did not platinum Spider-Man 2. I did platinum
Thank God.
Spider-Man 1. I think that a little bit of the side content at the end is too grindy and too time-consuming, but you don't have to do all of it to enjoy the game at all. But there's enough meaningful side missions, great content, always something to do in the new New York City that's fully expanded. Now, instead of just the mainland island of Manhattan, you've got the other boroughs that are represented across the river, which is great. Again, having the 2 Spider-Men and their own plots is really great. And now we kind of see...
Yeah, did he say too grindy? I remember when he was playing the game and he was like, oh, wow, I don't know if I'm going to get the platinum and 100% this game because I really don't want to do the challenges or whatever side content it was. But, like, I don't even know why he entertained doing it in the first place. He very clearly has not enjoyed doing side content in video games in a long time. So I don't even know why that was really on the table. It was kind of like, oh yeah, dude, this gameplay, these hot menus you're looking at, you love it. You love it.
It's kind of the passing of the torch that Peter probably is going to be either.
Hey, 2 men grindy? Let's go.
Next one. Miles will, and that's cool. So I really, really enjoyed it. I hope that you guys did too. One of my favorite games of the year by far.
Okay, real quick. While we're talking about how shit ass his gameplay is, I was looking into something recently. And I, out of curiosity, sat through my favorite game, Fallout New Vegas, DSP's part 1 of his Fallout New Vegas playthrough of 2021. I have no idea how a person spends 45 minutes on the main menu and creating a name for a character. Didn't even create the character, just on the main menu, and creating a name. That's it. I have to give a huge shout out to The Outsider because I have no idea how he can sit through that shit and make This Is How You Don't plays. I was actively falling asleep. I didn't even make it through part 1. Granted, I was very tired. But, dude, there's no way. And there's 97 parts of that shit. No, he didn't call him DSP Gaming. We could have been in and out in like 30 seconds if he would have just called him DSP or DSP Gaming. We sat there and read chat for like 5 minutes. And then he was just like, oh, I'm just going to name him Jasper. And then he did. It's so stupid. And you couldn't even see it because his stupid camera was blocking it. You want to talk about a waste of time.
All right, let's just get this next one out of the way at turbo speed. Number 6 is Hogwarts Legacy, and everyone's going to get up in arms about this, but I really liked this game earlier.
I kind of figured this would be on the list.
I felt like it was such a cool atmosphere. The art design, the world design was
Hogwarts Legacy, as they call it.
Interactive Harry Potter game.
Because I hear it's friggin' mid, dude.
With the politics, I just wanted to enjoy the game for what it was. And for the first 2/3 of the ride, I thought that this game was absolutely outstanding. And I'll tell you this, I actually feel like if the final third of the game was as good as the first 2/3, this would have been top 4 for me this year, at least. The only reason that it's number 6 for me,
didn't have Quidditch, bro.
The game actually
okay.
It's boring, repetitive, and and that's a shame.
Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy.
The game was good.
Just do both jokes in one.
It was an amazing first outing. And if they're to make a sequel to it, which it sounds like they're going to, did you know, I got to say this in my Game of the Year awards. It doesn't matter how many of you hate on this game, Hogwarts Legacy is the best-selling video game of 2023. It sold over 20...
Oh my god, shut up. I'm interrupting you because I don't even want to hear you no more. Yeah, I was going to point this out. You beat me to it. I was going to let him go on his little thing. Where did it go? I'll find it. I swear to God, I'll find it. Where did it go? I just saw it. Oh. What? It's gone. Banned. Gone. Yeah, whatever. He didn't beat the game. He didn't beat the game. That's what I want to... No, not Disaster. Stop it. He didn't beat the friggin' game, dude. He's not gonna put Baldur's Gate 3 on his list this year because he is only a third through the game and he's only played Act 1. Well, if it's a good game, right, you could probably have put it on the list because it did come out this year. Hogwarts Legacy, you didn't even like enough to beat. And that's saying something for DSP because he always beats games. Yes, he did literally rage quit. It's not even that he didn't beat it, it's that he rage quit it because it's... I guess Hogwarts Legacy is the Dark Souls of Hogwarts games. Sure. Didn't beat the game. Didn't like it enough to actually power through and finish. So I don't understand how he could put this on the list justifiably, but it is his list. I guess he can do whatever he wants. At the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. I just think it's stupid, and he's dumb for it. Because his one criteria for putting all of these games on the list is that he has to beat them. And this is a game he didn't even like enough to beat. Not that he couldn't, the game wouldn't let him, or it was bugged, or he didn't have time. It's literally he didn't want to. But it's on his Game of the Year list. What about the games that you did beat? How many games did he beat this year that could have been on the list? He liked them enough to finish them. That's not a very high bar to set. I mean, granted, I don't finish games. I never finish games, but that's just kind of the thing that I do. I play a lot of games that don't have endings instead, like RimWorld or Kenshi or like Project Zomboid. I don't ever, I really don't beat games. So, me living in the glass house, I guess.
Copies. That's more than Call of Duty. That's more than any Grand Theft Auto. It sold more than anything. It doesn't matter what the games media says. It doesn't matter what the leftist mob says. It doesn't matter at all. This
we're
game
talking
is a
politics.
dynamo,
Shut
and
up.
more people played this game this year than any other game that was purchased. Okay? The numbers speak for themselves. Potter is alive and well. All right? So, I really liked the representation of Hogwarts Academy in this game. I really liked all the little mystery things, the attentions to detail, the polish that the game had. I liked having the magic actually be fun to use in combat. I loved learning new spells. I loved flying around on my broom, open world, and exploring. I loved the amount of puzzles, story, side quests, and content that were in the game. Again, my one negative, I mean, hell, I bought a scarf and a hat to wear during my days when I was playing this playthrough. The problem was...
What does that have to do with anything? That's so stupid. What a waste of breath, DSP. Shut up.
When you get there, you're bored. It's the same puzzles, the same stuff again. You're like, oh man, really? They're not going to add anything new for the whole final 10, 15 hours? No, they're not. So in that regard, it does sputter. And it does.
Yeah, no one calls Hogwarts an academy. Yeah.
The funny part is, because it was an early year game, most people aren't talking about it anymore. It just sold another 2 million copies in December on the Switch, by the way. It's still selling. People are still playing it and liking it. Even almost a year later, it's still a game that's hot and people are enjoying. So, doesn't matter how much the media want to spin something. This game exists. It's good. I loved it. You'll probably...
Dude, nobody cares about media or even gaming media as much as DSP, the guy who claims to not give a single shit about gaming media. He's the only person I know who is going on and on about the gaming media's bias against Hogwarts Legacy, as if he has some sort of personal stake in the game. It's just a game, dude. If you like it, play it. Tell other people you liked it, and maybe they'll play it. Maybe they'll enjoy it, but that's really all you can do. Other than that, you're wasting everybody's time talking about shit that they don't care about. God damn it.
Like it if you're a fan of the Potterverse.
The Potterverse. Shut up.
J.K. Rowling. Well, the game is literally anti-politics of J.K. Rowling. There's a trans character in this game that is represented very, very fairly. Very positive character. They actually run an establishment in the Hogsmeade town. They're part of the plot for multiple missions.
Yeah, Spicy Trash Can, probably.
In any bad way whatsoever.
Probably.
So how you can say this game supports her politics when actually it's directly in opposition to them, it just shows that you're an idiot. I'm sorry. Anyone who said that didn't play the game, didn't care, just wanted to stand on some kind of a soapbox because they really don't like J.K. Rowling, which is fine, but stop rubbing your politics off on things that don't involve them. This is a great game. Please give it a look. All right. I just wanted to get through that before people started getting their pitchforks and torches ready. Okay.
Dude. I feel like I spend most of these streams with my face in my hands, which I don't like to do. But I don't really know what to say half of the time, because if you know people are going to be up in arms about it, oh, I want to get that done before the pitchforks come out, then why did you do this segment to begin with? Why? If you knew, why did you go out of your way to be an idiot? Again, I'll never understand the decisions that he's decided to make on his channel and his content. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Top 5, ladies and gentlemen. The top 5 best games of 2023, in my opinion, and you can disagree. And by the way, now's a good time to say to everyone, hey, I want to hear your opinions. I know I'm seeing the opinions of those in chat, okay? But
I'm seeing them, but shut the hell up talking to me. I'm not listening to you. VLX with the VLX 1138.7 with the $2. Phil doesn't even know what J.K. Rowling's politics is. No, probably not. He doesn't know shit unless he read a headline on Twitter, and that's about all he knows, so he doesn't know anything.
I'm not seeing the opinions of those who are watching on demand, because I can't go through the internet and read your minds. Leave comments on the video and let me know.
Yeah, claps on the mic, big ups.
Do you like my picks? Do you not like my picks? I'd like to hear your thoughts, so please share. Your thoughts are important to me, okay?
Your thoughts are so important.
Right, let's continue. My number 5 favorite game of this year is, I hate to say it, it's sadly one of those games that I loved, but it did not really resonate with most of my audience. And I think it's honestly because I do come from a different gaming generation. I do. And because I come from a different gaming generation, I tend to like things that my more modern viewers don't. I also think it's because of my age.
Yes, he's still manually reviewing comments on his videos.
If you're not aware, most of my viewers are in their 20s or 30s or 40s. I don't have a teen audience or a young children's audience, right?
But yet you pig-splained the simplest concepts. What the hell was he pig-splaining the other day? What an exploit was? That's really what we were talking about. We were talking about the Argentinian heist, and he's sitting there explaining what an exploit is, what a VPN is, as if people that are 20 to 40 don't know what a VPN is. If you're hanging out on the internet in the modern age and you watch any content, pretty much other than DSPs, that person has probably had a VPN sponsor at some point. You know what it is. You can't go anywhere without knowing what a VPN is at this point. Come on.
And so, this game...
But they're adults.
I loved every moment that I played it. I felt that it innovated. I felt that it performed very well. And, unlike its direct competitor, it provided a ton of content. It was a good value for the dollar, okay? The game that I'm talking about at number 5 is Super Mario Bros. Wonder on the Switch. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. The first 2D Mario game in many, many years. At one point, they were pumping these out like one a year or even more. Okay, but after having get kind of burn out on these games for a while, they put them on hiatus. They put them on the shelf. They started focusing on like Mario Odyssey, all different other games. Finally, they
Waifu King, the second NordVPN wants to hit me up. I'll shill for them. I use their product. Who cares?
Had so much effort.
Who cares?
So much creativity. Every stage has a unique aspect to it.
Yo, Jackie's in chat. Big ups, Jackie. What up?
This game implemented power-ups we hadn't seen in Mario games for ages, but also introduced a slew of new ones, like the elephant suit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He rage quit this one too. Literally 2 games back-to-back made his top 10 list here, games of the year, and neither of these he bothered to finish. Now, I will cut him some slack on this one, right? He did rage quit, absolutely 100%. But it was like the bonus final stage or something like that, right? Like it was kind of not real like it was real content, but it was extra content. You know what I'm saying, right? He did beat the main game, I guess. Unless it was the super secret final world with the ending. Yeah, it was optional. We'll just leave it. It was optional, right? So sure, I'll cut him slack for that. But the reality is 2 rage quits, and that's what we're putting on the top 10.
Okay? The game had multiple characters. Now, the characters pretty much all play very similar.
But he was trying to 100% the game and was advertising it as such when he was playing it. So by him not doing it, he lied essentially the whole time.
Character that you like or maybe relate to a little bit more. Outstanding soundtrack, my God. You know, some really good tunes, but at the same time, I will be honest with you, I don't think that it's as good as previous Mario games in that regard. There was only maybe a few tunes that I really remember at the end of the day, while I could tell you...
Yo, he put it in high regard. Big ups, all my regards.
This one. But, really great, unique world. You know what this game reminded me of? A hybrid of Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. For those who don't know, Super Mario World is my favorite platformer of all time, and Super Mario Bros. 3 is my second favorite platformer of all time. So to combine those two into one really was a hit for me. You know, an open world map with exploration and hidden...
Yeah, he did hate the game's music. You're right. I remember that. He specifically had several rants when talking about this game while he was playing it, about how the music wasn't memorable and how, I just can't remember a single... That's the same thing twice. That he couldn't remember a single track, and he could remember all of the other tracks from all the other games. And he even went out of his way to start humming them into the microphone to prove that he knew them. But this game's music is great. It's very cool and robust.
Secrets and fun. Tons of replayability because you want to get every single coin. You want to get every single flagpole at the end of a stage, right? Here's one of the hidden things right there. See those hidden flower coins. Secret worlds. Like I said,
yes, Hoskew. I got off way earlier than I thought I was going to.
By doing every hidden part of every stage, you could then actually have it be that you can unlock secret content, hidden content, and stuff like that, okay?
Secret content, hidden content,
I love
super secret,
Super
robust
Mario
style
Brothers
content.
Wonder. I thought it was an exceptional return to 2D Mario that was needed. You know, this game had polish, attention to detail, tons of content. This game is 17 hours long. 17. You want to know what its direct competitor was this year? Sonic Superstars. Do you want to know how long that game was? 5 hours. It more than tripled the length of its direct competitor. You know, and it shows. When Nintendo comes out with an outstanding game that's a first-party game, you're like, wow, you're always blown away, right? And you know, Tears of the Kingdom was good, but it felt way too much to me like Breath of the Wild. This game felt like they really wanted to try to make it different and better than all the previous 2D iterations, and it showed. It absolutely did. There was not a single stage.
But okay, wait a minute though. We're gonna say, oh, Mario is, you know, X amount of hours and Sonic was only 5. How much of that X amount of hours that Mario was though was him begging? Was him crying and whining on the transition screen about how he got 0 tips that day? Because that was the 0 tip stream. The Mario ones. That they did so bad. Are we including that in the game length? I feel like we are, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't count like that.
I played in this game where I was like, this is just one of those filler stages. It's kind of boring. There's nothing interesting going on. It was the complete and utter opposite, and I loved it. The sad fact is, though, there's so many people in the modern day that don't get it. They think that because it's a 2D platformer, it's outdated and it's not good. Or they'll say, oh, that's a kiddie game because it's a Mario game. It's like, are we all not gamers and we're out for great gameplay experiences? And even if...
Are we all not gamers, guys? Come on. Other people's opinions? No. We're all gamers. We should all unite as gamers. Truly the world's most oppressed class of people. Gamers. Never mind. I'm not doing that joke. I've decided to quit this joke and I'm moving on.
Like 2D platforming isn't for you. Can you not understand why these kind of games from a bygone era would still resonate with a certain audience? These are the games I grew up with, man. And to see that Nintendo is still in the modern day pumping out games that are innovative and different in this genre is amazing. How many other things from my childhood in the 1980s get modern versions that are good? Not much. A lot of the times they're trying to rehash the stuff from the 80s and it sucks. This is a case where they're not.
And I'm not here to bash on Mario. If you like Mario games, cool, you like Mario games. I haven't played one in a long time. I got no beef with Mario. I do like playing them, right? But I'm looking at the gameplay, and I watched him play it at the time. I genuinely have to ask, what is seriously innovative and fresh about this new Mario game? Because it looks like just another Mario game. It's got a couple of different power-ups. Very robust, I guess, right? It's got, you can pick the different characters and they have different abilities. Honestly, sounds like a downside to me. That's not something that would appeal to me in a Mario game. I don't want different characters that do different things. I want to beat the stages the default style. I don't know. I just don't see anything innovative or robust. I didn't mean to make Mario cry downstairs right now. That was not the intent. Like I said, no beef with Mario. Elephant power-up. Very robust. I need to stop saying robust. I'm off that now. I don't know, man. It just didn't seem...
Not rehashing. They're actually doing new things and innovating. That's amazing to me. That Nintendo can do that and pull it off in a modern environment. You understand? So, yeah, I am kind of irked that sadly with my audience, I can't get it so that people really like all the stuff that I like. I wish more people had liked this playthrough and wanted to see it. Honestly, this was actually one of my less received playthroughs.
Hoskew, with the $5, big ups, Atlas, ignoring the snow tractor. DSP want to say we're all gamers for Mario. Wonder why he doesn't feel that way for Fortnite, etc. That he hates. That's how I feel, dude. Shout out all my Fortnite gamers, all my League of Legends gamers, all my Roblox gamers. Because we're all gamers at the end of the day, right? So big ups. None of you have incorrect taste. It's all great.
Low attendance, people saying, I wish he would play something else. That's sad because the game was so darn good. This kind of happened with Super Mario Odyssey as well. I thought Super Mario Odyssey was Game of the Year 2017, and people gave me crap for it. Maybe I'm just, at heart, perhaps, I really am a fanboy of Mario. Okay? I don't know. But I really enjoyed this game. I hope that if you didn't give it a shot because you heard from me, oh, it's a Mario game, that's a kid's game. Everyone of every age will enjoy this game. Seriously, it's got that challenge. If you actually make it into like a challenge run like I did, trying to find every coin, do every secret, you know, flag, see the secret exit.
Challenge run that you rage quit? Yeah, super fun.
Even if you play it and you don't enjoy it, at least you judge for yourself. There's too many people in the modern day that don't judge for themselves. And I feel like, sadly, a lot of my viewers are like that. That's not an adult game. That's a game for little kids. Why do I care that Phil played it? Because it's good. I wouldn't tell you it was good. I wouldn't lie to you. Why would I lie? I want you to play good games. I'm not a jerk. I also people think I'm a jerk. I'm not a jerk. I want you to enjoy the games that you put your time into. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed Super Mario Brothers Wonder, and I certainly hope that you'll check out the game if you
We didn't.
All right? Fair
And
enough.
they won't. That gameplay was
Honestly,
ass
thank you for being
cheeks,
addict
bro.
For a $20 super chat. However, you probably came to the possibly worst stream that you ever could to try to propose anything to me, because this is my Game of the Year awards, and I can't be distracted tonight. I have to get through the list. So I appreciate that. If you're interested, you want to email me, darksidefil@hotmail.com, please do. And I thank you for the super chat, but there's no way that I can respond to that right now. I am amidst something very important, okay?
We are amidst something important. We are amidst something important. No? Is that not what he just said? I'm running it back.
Game of the Year awards, and I can't be distracted tonight. I have to get through the list. So I appreciate that. If you're interested, you want to email me, darksidefil@hotmail.com, please do. And I thank you for the super chat, but there's no way that I can respond to that right now. I am amidst something very important.
We are, in fact, amidst something very important indeed. I agree. Sound good? Sounds good to me. Yes, the Hotmail. My mom made my Hotmail account in 2005. LOL. Yes, I totally blanked out the Hotmail drop right there, because at this point, I know DSP's email is at hotmail.com. It's lost its charm for me, but when you point it out, it is kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. And by the way, Cat agrees.
Okay? Thank you, Gaming Addict, for the super chat. Okay, let's continue. So, now, we're really getting down to it, guys. We're getting down to the big ones. The ones that are my absolute fave games of the year. And so, ultimately, no matter what I now pick for the top 4, people will be upset. Because everyone has an idea in their mind of what they think was the best game of the year, correct? You can't get around that. The number 4 pick for my favorite game of the year, I was very pleased because, honestly, I wasn't sold on this one at all. All right? I was actually a skeptic. I believed that maybe this game didn't need to be made. All right? I thought maybe it was too early.
I thought this stream didn't need to be made.
That there were better candidates, that there were better games, and that things needed to go in a different direction. But when I finally got my hands on the game and I played it, even having played a different version of this game only about a year prior, I was delighted with how it went. Okay?
Oh, it's not Balding Gate. That's, dude.
Tell you what it is.
Balding Gate is gonna be on next year's video. How many? Rewind the stream. I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. Okay, appearing offline. I mean, Balding Gate 3 is gonna be on next year's list. It's that simple.
And explain my rationale, ladies and gentlemen. My number 4 best game of the year: Resident Evil 4 Remake. A few years ago, there was a game called Resident Evil 2 Remake. And what it did is it reimagined the original Resident Evil 2 for the PlayStation 1 from the ground up for a modern audience. It redesigned the Raccoon City police station, the surrounding city around it, and all the underground lab and all of that. And it made it feel like a more modern game. I loved it. In fact, to this day, I still think that's like the poster child as the best version of a remake you can get.
Onion Hat, is he gonna do a most disappointing list? I don't remember if he did or didn't. I will look right now because I think that's far more interesting than the games he actually liked. I didn't see it when I looked for it, but that doesn't mean that he didn't do it. So I'll go look.
Resident Evil 4 Remake was announced. All right? I said, why? Unlike the
Why?
original Resident Evil games, this one's not
Why?
that outdated. I mean, yeah, it's from GameCube era, PS2 era, but it was the first Resident Evil.
Oh, he did do a
that had
disappointing Games of
modernized
the Year.
controls,
Hell
over the
yeah.
shoulder camera, better
We're
graphics,
geeked.
right?
What time
You
is
could
it?
argue that a lot of
12:30.
the
How much
things in
longer we
Resident
got?
Evil 4 were a
Damn.
more modern take on Resident Evil and changed it from its old tank controls and outdated mechanics to a modern situation, right? So, when they said Resident Evil 4 Remake, I said, does it need a remake? I'm not sure it does. All right? But let me tell you, this game won me over. It did. With its very, very, very improved graphics. With the new gameplay elements they added.
Yeah,
I
Red Bird,
selected this
absolutely.
video right now, 'cause I wanted
GameCube
to
got the
show
best
you.
version.
They
Facts.
added all of this content to the game. The lake now is a fully traversable lake.
You know,
with
that's a
all
good
this
idea.
optional content around it that you can now explore. They redid certain parts of the game that previously were annoyances. Okay, they made the El Gigante boss fights more interesting and fun.
El
rather than
Gigante.
tedious or annoying.
Never
They
heard anybody
retooled
pronounce
certain
it like
parts of
that.
the game, like the mansion, to be more in line with a modern game and not as annoying. But the challenge still remains. This is by no means an easy game. This is quite a hard game, and I played it on hard, and I still had fun with it. It still has those things, for example, the infamous crank scene, right? Where you're turning a crank and you're trying to save the president's daughter, and she has to basically be defeated, snipe that guy's coming after her when they're saying,
All right, okay, all right. Hang on, wait a minute. Hang on. Well, I seen this idea in chat. I don't disagree. I don't want to. Not that I don't want to be here all day, but I don't want to step on nobody's toes doing their stuff. So we'll start a poll. Sorry. Dead air. I know. Play this. Why am I pausing?
It's very annoying. Well, that's still in here. So all those classic moments, those memeable moments from the original game are still in here, and you can still enjoy them. But there's a lot of new content and modernizations and new areas and side content that's added. So here's the direct comparison that I can make, okay? Here you go. Resident Evil 4 Remake versus the other major horror remake of the year, Dead Space Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake put in an insane amount of effort to make it feel like a brand new game. You can play the original Resident Evil 4, then you can play the remake and say, wow, those are two different games. When I played Dead Space and then Dead Space Remake, it felt like I was playing the same game. And that's the major difference here. Okay? So that's what I really like the most about this game. Amazing graphics, great responsive controls that were greatly improved. A lot of the annoying parts of the original game improved upon. Better new areas, open world traversal in certain parts that was really, really cool.
Damn.
And, of course...
Why the options got to be so
I
short?
love
This is
survival horror.
stupid.
You guys know that survival horror are always some of my favorite playthroughs of the year, no matter what.
I hate
and this one
polls.
really resonated with me. A lot of
Yeah,
people
very
love it. Actually,
resonating.
earlier on in the year,
That's
people
why they
loved
call it
this
Resident Evil,
playthrough.
dude.
Actually, if you actually look at views, it might actually be my most viewed playthrough of 2023. Don't quote me on that, but I'm almost positive it ended up being the one that brought more butts to seats, as they say, than anything else. So,
Dude, I've never heard anybody say
right?
butts to
So,
seats
Resident
except
Evil
for
4
DSP.
used
He's
those
the
elements
only
to
guy who's
create the
actively
Evil
saying
Horror
that.
remake and what it should be, rather than just using the same game and making it look better, actually adding in enough to make it feel like a different game from the original experience, and that's exactly what this one did. Now, what about Resident Evil 5? Here we go again, because Resident Evil 5, I'm going to tell you, I think doesn't need to be remade. Resident Evil 5 is a game that I played at the beginning of my YouTube career, and so it doesn't feel like an outdated game to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just like with Resident Evil 4 Remake, I'll be proven wrong.
What? So just because he played it at the beginning of his YouTube career, it doesn't need to be remade? How does that make sense? Why is that the criteria? If DSP played a game at the beginning of his career, it doesn't need to be remade. Hey guys, Heavy Rain, don't bother remaking it. DSP played it on YouTube. We don't need a remake. What are other DSP games? I literally only said the two and I've forgotten all of them now. You guys remember when he played... I literally cannot think of one other game. Yeah, you guys remember when he played Bully? Yo, shout out. I know I can't catch it. Stop. You guys remember when he played Bully? Yeah, we don't need that. Don't do a remake of that. We don't need it. Yeah, thanks for the support line. I could not think of a game to save my life.
What I really hope is that Resident Evil 5 Remake is more like 2 or 4 and not 3. Because Resident Evil 3 Remake, they really cut corners. They rushed it. It didn't feel like a complete game. It felt like a ripoff. So I hope we don't get that again. Okay. And now we've done it. Now we're in the top 3, and this is where everyone gets upset.
Okay, I know we're speaking of bully. I'm seeing it in the chat, the European map style quiz. I know, but they pointed this out when I believe Snood and ALT watched a This Is How You Don't Play of it on WPIG 1651. Big shout out. I'm going to be on there tonight for another stream. But there was a point where it was like, which one of these is the slowest? And it's like a 3 different animals and a bridge. And DSP like got it wrong because he didn't say that the bridge is faster than the bird. That's what it was. Exactly, Chody Tane. Exactly. There it is. Yes, exactly. That's so much dumber than not being able to name or place countries in on a continent that you don't live in, right? I think that's so much worse. So big ups to both them guys, Snood and ALT, for that super, super robust find.
Because no matter what, as they say, you can please all of the people some of the time. You can please some of the people all of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. So it doesn't matter what games I pick for the top 3, there's going to be very annoyed people, all right?
Yo, did he bicycle faster than Semi as well?
Right there. I just want to shout that out, and I appreciate that. All right, so now, top 3 games of the year. I don't think that anyone at all will be surprised that this game is in my top 3, but I think people may be surprised at the placing. Because when I have a game that is my most played of the year, you might think that it is my game of the year, but ladies and gentlemen, it is not. My number 3 pick for 2023 is Street Fighter 6. It reinvigorated my passion for fighting games. After so many years, I had just wrote them off and said I didn't want to play them anymore. After having played Street Fighter,
I wish we didn't play them. And I haven't pointed this out the whole time. I'm just gonna drown him out.
I stopped playing most fighting games.
I'm gonna just turn it down. Shut up.
Shut
up. Okay, so I haven't pointed this out the whole time, but he's got 2 cameras on screen like the whole time in every single clip, and it bothers the shit out of me. I hate that he couldn't be bothered to place his current webcam in front of his old webcam. That's ridiculous. Like, you know that looks like shit. You know that looks miserable. Nobody wants to see this on their screen. It's bad enough you get 1 DSP, let alone 2 of them. Double DSP is like every detractor's worst nightmare.
Colorful, beautiful,
awful,
and awesome, robust, complex game engine.
Yeah, he just said robust. Running it back so we can hear how robust it is.
And content that's meaningful. A crazy 20+ hour gameplay experience.
Meaningful.
All right, very good visuals, as you can see now that the frame rate is stabilizing in this video. Very good 60 frames per second, colorful, beautiful fighting game visuals. An awesome, robust, complex game engine that's way better than the engine of Street Fighter V. Absolutely.
Just a bunch of buzzwords. It's meaningful. It's colorful. It's robust. It's complicated and complex. It's simple to learn, difficult to master. It is the creme de la creme, top of the mountain, supreme, top shelf, fighting game gameplay of all time. That's basically what we got.
And a really awesome.
Yeah, stop saying robust. No, I can't now. I'm in too deep. It's my vocabulary is destroyed. I've got brain rot. It's DSP's fault.
Exactly the same. If you knew the patterns or whatever, it was incredibly simplistic. But with Street Fighter 6, there's so many different characters that you can play as.
I forgot to say style. I did. I also forgot tangy and flavorful.
And that's what I like. I like oddball characters. I don't want to necessarily just use a top-tier rush-down character who uses the same pattern. Maybe I want to do a keep-away character like Dalsim. Maybe I want to do an oddball character here like my Blanca, who happens to be my best character in the game. Because I like this game so much, and by the way, absolutely needs to be called out, at least for the first many months of this game, it had the absolute best netcode of any fighting game ever. The best connections, very few dropped inputs, very few issues with lag or delay.
Yo, 10 likes till bubbles. I see it in the chat. I'm giving it a shout out.
Anything like that. I think that the ranking system was done well at launch. Like literally, it's hard for me to say that there were things that were annoying about this game at launch. It was done completely well, all right? And
yeah, he did hate the netcode, but I guess he wasn't lying when he said that at the beginning it had some of the best netcode or whatever, because he did say that for like the first 2 days or something. Jesus Christ, we just hit 105. It was at 90. What the hell happened? He did hate the netcode. He only hated the netcode after the first like week or whatever. At the beginning, he was praising it up and down, saying it was the best thing on the planet, and he loved it. So yeah, it's like a half truth. It's a nugget of truth, as he would say.
How much I like the game. It's my most played game of 2023. This game got me
Bubbles.
back into competitive fighters, and I didn't think I ever would be, quite frankly, at my age, being 41 years old, and having been out of the competitive fighting game scene for 7+ years, to be able to play this game and get not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 characters to the master ranking online, never of which I didn't even play Street Fighter 4 that much online, and I like Street Fighter 4, and I didn't do that. This game I absolutely did. I went crazy playing this game, essentially, and got really
went
good at it.
crazy.
I
went
ape
apeshit.
right now and dropping, but then I end up winning the match anyway. Right? So here's the thing. A lot of people would say to me, well, I don't get it.
Shout out a lot of people. That's what they would say to him.
The most amount of rage. Well, you could say that too, but that's because of my passion for fighting games, right? I love them. I want to be able to perform at a level that's entertaining to you, and to know that I can hang with some of the better players online. And the fact is that over the months that this game has been out, the experience has deteriorated for sure. For sure. What happened is there's less players. When I first started playing, there was a humongous body of players.
And I talked about this in a video, but I'll re-say it. Don't worry. I'll repeat my own content. You guys love that, right? That's what DSP says. He has the problem with this game that every game has, where it comes out, people play it, they check it out, and then eventually the casuals leave because they're on to the next thing, right? Yo, Naysayer has joined the gang. Big ups. I appreciate it. Sorry, I still hear the alerts, so it's very distracting. But the casuals leave the game, and then you only have the people who genuinely are like enjoy the game. And when you enjoy a game enough that you're sticking around past the casuals leaving, they're gonna be a higher competition caliber. Yo, Vaporware 336. Thank you for the 1 month membership re-up. Appreciate it. DSP is not good at video games, and I would not donate to his streams to see his content continue. Hashtag the Clum Zone. Exactly. Big ups. Can't support anybody becoming a dent and even troll tipping. Don't do it to him. But yeah, that's DSP's problem with Street Fighter 6 is that all the casuals left, so we can't stomp on him anymore. That's really it. That's what he's upset about. When he complains about the netcode being bad and constantly getting bad matchups, it's literally because he refuses to get as good as he needs to be to roll with the people that are still playing the game. That's it. And it's that light's like that in every game.
So no matter who you were playing, almost every single time you're getting a good connection because it's picking from the best. But as you rank up and you get better, now you want to play people that are of your rank, and that's a smaller player pool. As the game gets older, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, the player pool is just smaller and smaller anyways. People fall off and stop playing the game. So ultimately, it's always going to get worse over time, and that's what happened. My overall experience with this game started off incredibly strong and then ended up being very, very disappointing. Now in the modern day, when I try to play it, it's harder to get good connections and fair matches. A lot of the times what's happened is people have found ways around being fair and kind of abusing the lag and stuff. And so your experience is going to degrade. And there's nothing much you can really do about that. That always happens when it comes to fighting games in the long term. All right? But again, a cool story mode for those who don't care about the game being competitive. That's 20+ hours long. The ability to create your own avatar and have an online social experience. That's really cool in an online lobby system. Online lobbies that work, that have proper moderation, invites. It all works functionally at launch. A great initial online experience, the best netcode I've ever experienced.
Did he ever even use those lobbies, though?
It's still the best that's available out there.
Like, he's praising a mechanic of the game that he never even used.
That game performed, and you're going to see that even though this game isn't perfect, it's still the best option that you have, okay? A unique cast of characters, great combat mechanics that are very, very complex, but also rewarding and fun to learn. Just trust me, because when I started the game, I didn't understand.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think he used it. So how are you going to sit here and talk about a mechanic of a game that you don't even have any experience with?
On and on about the good things about Street Fighter 6. It is right now the best fighting game out there. Now, will something else beat it? Maybe. You got Tekken 8 right around the corner. There's going to be other games coming out. You never know what happens because you know this is going to have expansions that are going to change the way the game plays online, and maybe it'll end up being better or worse. Who knows?
Welcome to the stream, Krauser Zero. Big ups. Glad you could finally make one.
Straight. I really enjoyed it. I was excited to get back into competitive fighting games. I had a great time with it. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I mean, I know you did. You were along for the ride. The views were outstanding. The support was grand. It was a very awesome experience to play Street Fighter 6 with all of you. I don't want you to think that this means this is the end of me playing it. It isn't. But at the same time,
he did use the lobbies. I'll have to take your word for it. I guess I was wrong. I couldn't recall him doing it, but I remember he did the I remember that he did the viewer lobbies, but I didn't know if those were those like social experience style lobbies or if there was a alternate one that was just the menus like he likes.
Maybe one day, maybe we'll go back and watch some of these matches and see my progress over the months, how I got better and better with certain characters and stuff like that. It's kind of a fun thing to do, right? Anyway, Street Fighter 6, number 3, favorite game of 2023. There you go. Some people are upset. I know they are. No Super Real Vibe says, don't remember, there's still 2 DLC characters on the way. Right, and I did buy the Season Pass, and I will be checking out those characters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the top 2. And much like I just did with my disappointing games of the year countdown, what I would like to do now is compare the top.
Do I have a favorite fighting game currently? Not really, no. I have had favorite fighting games in the past. I really enjoyed MK9 when it came out, and I like Tekken 7. I genuinely do like most fighting games. I just don't really like Street Fighter. Street Fighter is one of the only ones I've played that I did not ever enjoy.
2 games head to head, let you know exactly what I liked about each one, and then announce my pick for game of the year. So in no particular order, please allow me to announce the top 2 games. These are not number 2 and number 1. These are the top 2. Then I'm going to tell you what my real pick for game of the year is, okay? So the first game making the finals of my game of the year awards for 2023 is
Yo, Fear Monarch Armageddon was fun. I played that all the time when I was younger.
That I want to be delighted when I'm playing a video game. Outstanding graphical performance on the Xbox Series X. Responsive, fun controls, and gameplay elements that change depending on what weapon you're using and that are constantly evolving over the course of the game. A story that was absolutely riveting. Riveting. The lore of Lies of P was exceptionally good. It got me hooked on this universe and made me buy in. I didn't think I would. I thought, it's kind of a Bloodborne knockoff, right? But once you get into the plot, why are these androids revolting? Why do they have independence all of a sudden and they're not obeying the humans? What are these weird mutations in the environment and where did they come from? And do they have some factor into the malfunctioning androids? What is going on behind the scenes with this mysterious alchemist who seems to be pulling the strings, no pun intended, of all the robots and the main character, right? So all this going on and tying into the story of Pinocchio is just an added bonus because if you know the story of Pinocchio or you've seen maybe the Disney movie, you're trying to figure out who are the characters, how does it tie in and stuff like that.
Super riveting. It was great. Yo, Pib, welcome to the gang, brother. Appreciate it. Big ups. So many names going in the intro on the next video. Big ups. I watched a lot of his Lies of P gameplay just because I was watching Tevin at the time. It's boring. Absolutely boring, just as all DSP gameplay is. I never had any idea what was actually going on because listening to this dude read item descriptions is it's like it's an instant insomnia cure. It is NyQuil in a bottle, rather ZQuil in a bottle, that is being force-fed down your throat when he starts reading, and it is incomprehensible every single time. It never makes sense when he reads anything because he doesn't know how to read. It's great, and he sucked at the game. So that's my take on DSP's Bloodborne experience. It sucked, dude.
The game starts off good, but just gets better and better. First, you start off just fighting androids. Then you're fighting mutations and freaks. Then you're fighting mutated monsters, bugs, all kinds of stuff. The bosses are just as varied as any FromSoft game and have unique fun elements to them. The game is very challenging, but never at any point during the game did I feel like it was unfair. I felt like it was right on par with what you would expect from a FromSoft game. And the funny part about that is, how many years have we all been asking for Bloodborne 2? And we keep asking, but we don't get it. Well,
is that what you're asking for, DSP? Are you secretly the biggest Bloodborne fan?
And really, this game feels to me like the spiritual successor to Bloodborne. It's not exactly the same, okay? You know, there are different things. There's a parry system instead of a gun to fire to parry. You're doing timed blocks and things like that. But definitely.
Yeah, he did get bodied in Bloodborne, another game he rage quit.
Is apparent. The gothic style.
Well, he rage quit the DLC.
Very, very apparent. And The music is well done. The story, the atmosphere, it's all well done. It's like if you wanted another Bloodborne, but you knew you could never get one, this is the best thing.
Yo, that's what I'm saying, Die Hard Jagged. He could literally solve the problem of double fill by just moving his camera and border every single time he goes to a different clip. And it would take all of like 5 seconds to do. He's on a live stream. People are going to understand you're doing it, right? Just so it doesn't look stupid as shit. But he couldn't be bothered to do it. And I know for a fact that I don't know that this is the reason why, but I know he would make it more difficult than it needs to be because he doesn't have his camera and border in a group on his OBS. He would have to move them separately. Yo, shout out Wolfie. Not only subbed to the channel, but became a member. Big ups. Appreciate it. Didn't mean to block your name with the chat highlight. But yeah, he doesn't have his shit grouped on OBS like an intelligent person would. So if he moved it, he'd have to move it separately. And that's probably why he couldn't be bothered. Because not only would he have to move one thing, but two, and he'd have to make them realign. It's so stupid.
That you're going to get. All right. Oh, by the way, it's lengthy. It's a great value for the dollar.
Oh, it's lengthy.
An hour experience. It's very lengthy. Just again, as lengthy as Bloodborne or any other game in that franchise. So they did it right. And I apologize because I feel like I picked a crappy video. I thought that... I really thought that I had picked a better video than this.
He picked a shitty video for every single game, and he's pointing it out now.
I'll play a different video. I thought I had I definitely picked the wrong video here because this is all story elements. So you know what? Hold on. What number was it? It was number 4. Hold on a second here. Is this it here? There you go. So now you can actually see some action. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. Totally my fault. Yeah, exactly. Like, did you play Lies of P or Hotel Simulator? Oops. So here's actual Lies of P here. So anyway, yeah.
He said lengthy 3 times in the same sentence. Yeah, that's...
I really wish that it was...
Sometimes he gets stuck on things like that.
I really do. Because it's sad that FromSoft kind of gave up on Bloodborne. I don't know if it was because of that. The rumors are that that game was made in conjunction with Sony and there were rights issues or something like that. I don't know. I wish that this was Bloodborne 2. But I think we kind of accept it now. We're never
a la Bloodborne.
So to see another company actually put in the effort to make a game that's just as good as Bloodborne is well appreciated. And in a year that did have other FromSoft knockoffs like Wolong Fallen Dynasty and Lords of the Fallen and these other games that did not live up to the expectation, this game far exceeded it. When I started playing Lies of P, I didn't expect it was going to be this good at all. Like, I thought it would be maybe decent, but I'm always skeptical when I go to play one of these kind of FromSoft knockoff games. So for me, I was like, maybe I'll check it out, maybe I won't. Then they announced it's on Game Pass.
Oh, it's the boy, Inked Blessing in the chat. Big ups. What up, dog?
Back to the hotel. I definitely picked the wrong clips. But anyway, I loved it. I really did. And you guys did too. I know earlier...
This should be an indicator, right? You would think if you're consistently picking, twice in a row now, you've consistently picked bad clips for your, game of the year awards or whatever, maybe your gameplay is too much of bad clips, which just means that it's the majority of it is bad, right? That would be an indicator to me. If I was trying to show somebody like my content and I pulled up 2 separate videos and in both of them, my takeaway was, oh, sorry, this is actually a bad one. That's too frequently. That shouldn't be happening. That you should have taken care of that like at the source. You should have made a better content to begin with. But it is DSP we're talking about. So, of course, he couldn't be bothered, and all of his gameplay is going to be trash, not only because he's bad at the games, but he's also the least interesting video game player I have ever seen. It's all menus. It's all walking around in the same areas talking to NPCs for way too long. It's reading item descriptions that nobody gives a shit about because you don't know how to read or make it interesting, right? It's hand-holding in the chat where he is literally just staring off camera to get handheld. It's bottom of the barrel every time. Belden Otaku, thank you for subbing to the channel, brother. I appreciate it.
That probably Resident Evil 4 was the most viewed playthrough of the year. This was probably a close second. You guys always showed up for these streams in droves. You supported them. You engaged with them. You love when I'm playing difficult games. I know that. You love the enjoyment. I'm in the hotel and I'm buying things again. You love the enjoyment when I'm challenged, but I overcome that challenge, right? You know, first I'm getting hammered, but then I come back and I learn the elements and I
Oh, he's getting hammered. All right.
that I can put out there. And this
Him
game
and Cat,
was that. Like,
dude.
this was the best.
They got a meeting with
example of
Tyrone on
that.
their day
I'm
off.
glad that you guys enjoyed it as much. You know, the thing is, a lot of people don't really like to see me go back and do second runs. I would consider maybe doing a second run with a different build at some point. But they've already announced, get this game sold so well, they are absolutely making other games. They're going to make a direct sequel to this, and they're even talking about making other games as well that aren't Lies of P, because this game did so well. So that's great news, and I cannot wait for the next one. But that is not the only game in contention for Game of the Year, because, ladies and gentlemen, there was another game that I was unsure of. A game so long desired, so long, you know, to be developed, and then finally when it was announced it was being made, it was like, man, I don't know if this is going to be good or not. The original game was good, but definitely had shortcomings. And finally, to hear that this game was being made, and then when you start playing it and you're like, wow, this is pretty darn good. It's very similar at first to the original game, but it feels more like a serious thriller style game this time around with horror elements, as opposed to just a game that was kind of like story with some repetitive gameplay. Before I get too ahead of myself, let me just say, it's Alan Wake 2, of course.
Oh yeah, I was actually wondering what the hell he was talking about. I was like, what game is he on about?
Picks up the story of Alan
How
Wake
could I
2
not
from a decade
remember?
ago.
He loves this game.
Is Alan still stuck in the lake? What's going on around Cauldron Lake? There's now an FBI investigator there to try to figure this out. You've got your investigation of the environments with items. You've got your gunplay against supernatural enemies, but the gunplay is well refined and much better than in the original game. You've got open environments that you can investigate, but you've also got more linear environments inside of confined areas to explore. Okay.
Dude, all right. So here we're gonna talk about not only the DSP gameplay that's on screen right now, which is staring at the wall, I guess, very meaningful.
Very popular game.
But also, again, every time I tuned into an Alan Wake stream, which was probably about every other one at the time, it was him playing as the chick. I don't even think I ever saw him play as Alan. It was him playing as the chick, walking around in the woods, walking to an area, picking up a piece of paper, and then walking to a different area. That was it. That is all of the gameplay I saw, and I watched at least 3 separate streams. I believe it was all side content, because he was saying that he was going to beat the game, and then he continued to not beat the game for like 4 streams in a row. It was awful, and everybody in the chat was sad. And when I say in the chat, I meant in Tevin's chat rather than his own.
Very much
terrible
in this game and has direct ties to it. It happens in the same universe and has crossovers, which is really cool. Did you know that the actor who played the actor who played Max Payne and also is the creator of all these games actually is a main character in this game? Pretty neat. This game also.
Oh, I have a button for that. Where's my button for that? I have a button. Wait, I wasn't ready. I didn't know we were.
How neat is that? That's pretty neat.
Look at that. I had a button the whole time. I wasn't ready for that. Usually those aren't useful.
I've never seen in a video game before. A whole element of
no, Inked, we did the bubbles. There's no cat. I mean, she's here, but
to try to piece together
she's in my lap right now. I'm petting her.
It kind of explains more of the plot. And what about that absolutely, positively amazing musical number, the likes of which I've never seen in a video game before? It's like you're in the middle of a giant rock opera, but it's part of the game. And another thing a lot of people don't mention because they didn't even realize it, there's also a whole full-length indie film. It's about 22 minutes long that's in this game, and you can watch it and enjoy it, and it's more of the story, but a lot of people don't know it's in there. They walk right by it and miss it, okay? But the voice acting, the mocap, the transition between the real-life actors and then the in-game representations of the actors, the various different versions of the environments, as you just saw, Alan shifting with light and plot lines between different versions of each room and how they integrate, the quick loading of the graphics between those areas, all right? The creepiness of the plot, always getting you wondering who's doing what.
Yo, did we really bring up quick loading as a positive feature for this game and why it's our potential game of the year? Are we for serious right now? Just like that, we're praising quick loading. Okay, cool. No, that's fine. That's fine. And quick loading is a completely different thing. I believe he's actually talking about how quick the game loads different areas. Like quick loading is a mechanic. Like, you know, when you quick save and you load it, it's called quick loading. It's like that's a separate thing. But he's genuinely just talking about the speed of areas loading in. Very cool.
Is Alan controlling the environment when he writes, or is it actually this?
No, chalky milk. My cat is not an Argentinian short hair. She's a
awesome epic parts.
mutt
This game
goblin
is
creature,
really
long
well
hair
done.
style.
This game is more than twice as good as the original Alan Wake, in my opinion. And I'm happy to see that it got good recognition at the Game Awards and other places, because I was nervous. Alan Wake 1 was a good game, but it had a lot of shortcomings. It got very boring by the last half. It was too much repetitive grindiness. The plot was the best part, but the combat was basically a big shortcoming. In this game, there is so much more added to it to make it better, to make it not feel like a repetitive grind. That's why they had those unique scenes in there. By the way, I should bring up the graphical performance of the game was absolutely outstanding. As you can see, it ran absolutely
Shout out
amazing
the
on the
graphics.
Xbox Series X when I played it. No issues there. No big, massive frame rate drops. No crashes. No giant bugs or anything like that. It was a wild ride. Oh, by the way.
Yeah, Gengar, I've got a couple long-haired
right?
cats.
Seriously, like, for the value for the dollar, it's a huge game. Alan Wake 1 wasn't nearly as long as this one. It almost feels like this is what they wanted to do with Alan Wake 1 over a decade ago. But because of the limitations of what was possible back then, they couldn't make the game. They had to go through a decade of making other games like Quantum Break and Control to get to the...
Redbird, you're asking, is the game really this good? You can't trust anything he says? I don't think so. Like I said, his gameplay looked miserable as shit. The story looked interesting when I caught the first few cutscenes. At the beginning, I was like, oh, this might be interesting. And then I tuned in more towards the end, and they were talking about goddamn Norse mythology, which I'm sick of by now. I've seen enough games. It's been enough media. I'm tired of it. Move on to something else, please. To me, it's like it's not as big as zombies back in the day, but it's like, you know, when you were tired of seeing zombies in video games, it's kind of like that at this point. You do something else. And a lot of people told me it was mid, so I'm gonna go with probably not as good as he lets on. It's probably actually mid.
Point where now they could actually make that game they wanted, and now that it's out, this is so much better than the original. And again, blew me away. I liked Alan Wake 1. I loved Alan Wake 2. I cannot wait for the expansions, for the sequel. You know they're making more because the game sold very well, and already they've got all these things lined up, DLC expansions and everything else, and I'm very excited for that. All right, so when I'm looking at the top 2 games of the year, all right,
like, top 2 games of the year.
How do you determine?
How do you determine
what's the best game of the year? You got to look at a few factors, right? I mean, both Lies of P, as well as
shout out both of them
of being game of the year 2023, in my opinion. So I got to kind of start looking at like objective versus subjective. You know, I always wanted a sequel to Bloodborne. Well, we got it, and it's
no, you didn't.
Good.
You did not get a sequel to Bloodborne,
and we got it, and it's exceptionally good. Both games improve upon the things that they're striving to improve upon, and they give you a unique and fun experience, right? So honestly, it's so hard for me to pick. All right, I'm just gonna be a cop-out, and I'm gonna say Baldur's Gate 3 is the best game of 2023. That way, everyone will get off my ass and stop bothering me and stop pestering me, okay?
All right, very robust, guys. That's the end of the video. His game of the year was Baldur's Gate 3. Hell yeah, dude. So, earlier we learned that there was a DSP Gaming most disappointing games of the year as well. So I can't promise we're gonna watch all of that, but we definitely can watch some of that. Also, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the rest of it. I was just messing around.
That's my game of the year. No, I'm not going to do that. Absolutely not. Instead, I'm actually going to be a man about it, and I'm going to select an actual winner. Okay. Okay. It's this simple. When you're selecting a game of the year, you have to weigh and balance everything. The length of the game, the quality of the game, the graphics, the performance, everything. There is one shining factor in my game of the year determination for 2023.
Yo, what's up, Archimedes? How's it going?
Chances and being unique. There is one game this year that took creative chances and did things in a video game that I've absolutely never seen before and had moments that I will never forget.
Oh my god, it's Alan Wake 2, dude. It was a rock opera. He loved it. It was super robust, and Kat loved it too. And by the way, Kat agrees. Obviously, that's what I just said, but twice. You're welcome. In case you didn't get it the first time, you moron.
And that game absolutely positively was Alan Wake 2.
Yay. Yeah, Starfield. Rogue Trader.
The uniqueness of the plot and the
God, I'd love to see DSP play any game that actually makes him think.
Alternate between whenever you feel like. It did so many things that could have not worked, and they all worked. Every single one of those things actually works. And because of that, I will have this unique memory of an absolutely outstanding game in my mind for years to come. I will not forget the Herald
Sorry,
Yard.
that noise was me if you heard
I'm
it.
gonna
You shouldn't
remember
have,
those
but
lyrics.
if
I'm
you
gonna remember the
did,
music.
that
I'm gonna
Windows
remember
noise was
that
me,
time
not
when I
you.
was sitting right here with all of you and how much we enjoyed that together on that night stream, that we weren't expecting that to happen, and we were all blown away. Okay? So, Alan Wake
Okay,
2,
sound good?
because of the chance
Sounds
to
good to
go
me.
and creatively hit the home run is my pick for Game of the Year of 2023.
Yeah, he used
So,
the same clip from
I've done it. I
before.
ranked them
I hate
for
it
my
here.
personal preference.
Bro couldn't even.
What do you
He
think?
had 2 separate clips of an honorable mention. That's not the one I meant to click on. I meant to click on that one. It had 2 separate clips of an honorable mention, but had the same clip for his #1 game of the year. I cannot write this shit, dude. I could not put as little effort as DSP does. That's insane to me. Wow. Big ups for that. Okay, is that the end of the video? Can we move on?
Hello,
I just restarted it. That was the end of the video. I don't care. With the last 2 minutes, eat shit. I don't know. Get them out of here. Moving on. Here we go. DSP's year-end series, but now it's green instead of yellow. We are going to this is the disappointing games. It is also Jesus Christ, it's almost 2 hours. What did he have to say? Nothing. He never does. We'll automatically speed this up because you know it takes him 800 years to get his point across. And I cannot be bothered. Here we go. Full screen.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil
Yeah,
here.
radioactive
Another year has
DSP.
closed.
He stole my thumbnail idea
And early on
from
every year,
his
we
toxic
find
that toxic
years
clip
that
from
were
not that long ago.
Classic annual year-end series here on DSP Gaming. Right now.
Yeah,
we are
exactly,
at the
Weston
end of
Evans. He knows how to complain. What, Jesus Christ. It's somewhere now. It's right there. Yes, he knows how to complain better than he can praise. Absolutely.
Countdown. Now, every year I do this countdown. I believe this is like my 13th or 14th straight year doing this countdown this way.
Also, he's got the grandma sweater on. Big ups. You can't see my cursor, but I'm cursoring over it right now. Shout out grandma. It's a lady sweater.
Right? Right? Wrong. These are not the worst games of the year. You know, ultimately, if you want to talk about the worst games of 2023, you're going to bring up games like Gollum or Kong Skull Island or some broken indie game that someone played and paid for and it was trash and therefore, you know, it shouldn't even be mentioned. No, my countdown is different, and I've been doing the most disappointing games countdown for over a decade, okay? The reason this stands out is because the games in this list aren't necessarily horrible games. In fact, I'm going to outright tell you that many of the games in my most disappointing games listing this year are good games. The problem is the games failed for me for one of many reasons. I'm going to give you a couple of those.
Tips is one of the reasons.
Maybe a game was great, but then kind of fizzled out right in the middle. Maybe the game was monstrously overhyped and then didn't live up to the hype. And
wait a minute. Isn't this where Hogwarts Legacy belongs then? Isn't Tears of the Kingdom supposed to be on here? Yo, shout out Lolboy for the super chat of 50 SEKs. He's lying. He never bought the game when it came out. Which game? Lies of P. He didn't buy the game. It was on Game Pass. He was supposed to be doing Starfield that night too. I remember that because I tuned into to a restream and I was like, oh, the boring ass Starfield gameplay. And then he was playing Lies of P, and I was like, I don't even like. I give a shit less about this game, and I literally turned it off and I went and did something else. It was very meaningful to me. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom and Hogwarts Legacy should be on this list, but they were on the other one. So is he allowed to do that? Is that legal?
the promises that it had told about before the game was originally released. Or there's a
if he has games on both lists on this one, I'm screaming, dude. I can't stand that shit. It's so stupid.
And makes these games disappointing. Games that don't hold up to their current competition. This year, 2023, man, let me tell you something. A lot of the games that came out would have been perfectly fine for a previous year. But these games had direct competition this year that made it that they just weren't as good as they should have been because someone else completely outshined them. And so, this is going to be a very interesting countdown.
Oh, just scream now. It's a DSP tradition. Okay.
Number in the countdown and talk for 7 minutes about why I feel that game belongs.
That's really all I got energy for.
Now, just to forewarn all of you, this is me playing my own videos from the year. They had a face cam. They had a leaderboard. So you might see double leaderboard. You might see this face cam and a face cam over there, or a face cam kind of half under me. It's not perfect, and sadly, there's just no real way to perfect this process. I've tried.
No, but there is. There absolutely is. You just have to be a better content creator. You just have to give a shit, but you don't, you bozo.
Right here for the entire thing. So if you want to hear directly from me, look at this camera. Okay, the other ones aren't really me. And the leaderboard at the bottom of the screen, you see there.
There's nothing I could do.
Speaking of which, this is an interactive stream as much as a countdown video for on-demand audience. So people will have the chance to chime in and say their opinions during tonight's stream.
Yo, Red Bird, big ups, dog. Let me grab that out the chat. Where did it? It didn't. Damn. Banned, gone forever. Yeah, I can't put it. I can't pin it or whatever. But Red Bird, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, and shout out everybody who got one. Big ups. I'm seeing some familiar names in there, so I hope you guys enjoy the robust, meaningful style membership early content. And I see Lolboy just did another 50 SEK. He's lying. He never bought the game when it came out, and game story is good. If that's still Alan Wake, is that Alan Wake, or is he talking about Lies of P still? We're gonna go with that. It's Lies of P.
And I'm sure people will be saying stuff in the chat, and then when I'm done talking about number 10, I will go to the viewers and see if they have anything particular to say.
Shout out all of my Argentinians.
Live stream, I will shout those out between each part. That way I can finish what I have to say about a particular game before
Yeah, what is SEK? I'm gonna have to ban, okay?
Right now,
sound good?
I just received a tip, so I'd like to shout that out before we actually begin with the countdown. It is a $30 tip from Haseo X, who says, let's see what makes the list and to see what how the chat and the viewers are going to react to that. That's right. And one other final thing, too, because this is kind of neat.
Thanks, Red Bird. I appreciate those being
right
real
now,
memberships.
Things are very different than how they used to be, because, you know, I've been making content on YouTube for over 15 years, and this is one of my longest running series.
SEK, I'm married.
Very easy to figure out.
I'm just stealing your guys' jokes out of the chat. Sorry.
Put out game reviews. I would finish a game and immediately review it and give it a number score or whatever. So people would definitely know if I either loved a game or were disappointed with it. These days, you basically got to watch the raw playthrough. I haven't reviewed games formally in many, many years. So because of that now, everything's kind of up in the air. People are actually in the chat saying, I think he's going to say this. Maybe he'll say this. Maybe he won't.
And that's 100% a stream we're doing. I'm going to go watch I don't know about all of. We're going to watch a bunch of hateful truths on one stream, I promise. I'm so behind on streams because the cat stuff happened and I had a late start today. When I'm back on track, we are watching one of those, I promise. We're going to watch a bunch of them, in fact.
Things will be at the top of the list or the bottom of the list. They don't know. That's why the series is cool now, because it is something completely fresh and different, and you can't really predict, all right? So, thank you all for being here tonight if you're here live. If you're watching this on demand, thanks for coming back to the channel. I know with all the changes and everything that have been happening recently, it can be a little hectic. I'm just happy to have everyone here for the year-end series this year, all right? So, without further ado...
We're so happy. We spent 5 minutes talking shit.
I think it's time to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, just to go right in line with what I was saying, the number 10 most disappointing game of the year, so not super disappointing, but definitely had a level of disappointment for me, is actually a game that I thought was a very good game. And early on in 2023, it was a front runner for me for possibly my game of the year contenders. Ladies and gentlemen, the game I'm talking about.
Oh my god! It's literally the first one. Oh, the cat's getting angry. It's literally the first one, bro. What the fuck? I hate it. I hate it. I want to leave. I just want to clock out. God damn it, dude. We couldn't even get one in. My god. Whatever. Moving on.
Interactive Hogwarts universe. Okay?
Shut the hell up, dude. Yo, you think we're gonna get the rant all over again? The politics rant? You think we're getting it? I'm ready. I'm ready this time.
See an interactive Hogwarts Academy, and then the town of Hogsmeade and everything around it in this 3D interactive map was amazing. I compared that to, say, the first time when I played South Park: The Stick of Truth, and you could actually see the town of South Park laid out in a big map, and you could spatially
Rage quit, I dare you.
Well, That's exactly what this game was. Also, the combat, the magic was quite good. Take a look right now. Look at this. The mini games, the fun stuff that was in the game was very enjoyable. All right. So you may say, well, why on earth, with all these positives that you're saying about this game, right? Why would you say that this was in your most disappointing games of the year countdown? Well, there's a very good reason. All right. This game is very, very good for about the first 2/3 of the game. The questing, the character development, the story, the graphics, the gameplay, the spells you learn, the classes you attend. It feels like you're in an interactive Harry Potter universe. But the major problem for me was twofold.
Yeah, the magic was good. I don't know, dude. It was screw it. It was robust. That's what it means. It was robust. Figure it out. I don't know. Figure it out, dude. Figure it out.
Exaggeration. When you get to the final third of the game, it's boring.
My best Blade impression.
You have all your magic unlocked. You know how to fight. There's nothing left. There's actually an entire final third of the map that unlocks at the end of the game. And when you arrive there, you're like, oh, I wasn't sure to do.
Figure it out, person.
No, it's the same exact activities you've done for the last 20-some hours, just again in order to beat the game. And that's incredibly disappointing. Like, ultra disappointing, because you're thinking there's more cool finale, and there really isn't a very good finale.
You didn't get there.
This game was disappointing.
You literally rage quit the game before beating it, you bozo.
But in addition to that,
shut up.
I think it would be crazy for me.
Your opinion means nothing to me. You're stupid.
Insane amount of controversy that surrounded this game over the course of 2023 because the original creator of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, has become a politically polarizing figure when it comes to things like
my God, dude.
Like a lot of people absolutely
I'm sorry I yawned.
hate this woman now for the things that she has said and done over the years.
2 a.m. is a rough wake-up time.
It's not made by J.K. Rowling. This game had no input from J.K. Rowling whatsoever. In fact, there is a trans character in Hogwarts Legacy that is represented very positively.
Shut up.
Character that's positive and
It's
fun
so
and has
stupid.
stories, story missions tied to them and stuff. Yeah, if anyone had actually played the game, they would know that. But there was this giant controversy all year about, oh, this game is bad because it's J.K. Rowling. And I'm sorry, I don't like politics in my video games. If I'm going to play a game, I don't like politics in my end of the year, game of the year streams. So what the hell are we doing here? Shut up. Stop talking about it. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, it matters to somebody, but not your gamer audience here. They don't give a shit, I promise. Merits. I don't want to have to hear a bunch of angry mob people on the internet whining about this or that about a game. And that's all I heard for several months when I played this game. I had to make a YouTube short explaining up front. Bro, he had to. I'm going to run that back because this is the exact wording is I had to make a YouTube short. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say it again. About this or that about a game. And that's all I heard for several months when I played this game. I had to make a YouTube short explaining up front why I was playing Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think I've had to do the short, dude. There was nothing he could do. It was demanded. DSP, just play the goddamn game and shut up. Shut up. Ever had to make a video explaining why I chose a video game ever in my 15-year history, but I had to do it to cover my ass because God forbid I play Hogwarts Legacy and someone accused me of being a bigot because I'm somehow supporting J.K. Rowling by buying the game. It's absolutely ludicrous. So not only do we have a game that's absolutely amazing but then fizzles out in the last third, but then you have to put up with all the bullshit around you on social media and all the politics nonsense. It just makes a perfect storm of annoyance. So that's why for me, Hogwarts Legacy is one of the most disappointing games of the year, but that's also why it ranks very, very low on the list. It's still a great game. And by the way, if you skipped Hogwarts Legacy because of all that nonsense, I strongly recommend you check it out. Did you know it was just announced it is the best selling game of 2023?
Dude, it's literally the same thing. We're just watching the same stream twice.
Over 2 million alone were sold.
I got scammed
on the Switch. So obviously, the game's not the devil. It's quite good. The game's media probably didn't tell you that because they didn't cover the game because they felt they had to boycott it because they don't like J.K. Rowling for political reasons. That doesn't mean the game is bad. I strongly recommend you give it a look. It's a good time, especially if you're a big Harry Potter fan. I think you're going to enjoy this game, okay? All right. Thank God we got out of the political discourse because already I can see in the chat people...
We never had to start. We literally didn't have to start with this shit. You could have just gone somewhere else.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's please. Anything else?
Most disappointing game of the year, and some people will be absolutely shocked by this choice, but don't worry, I'm going to justify it. All right? Oh, by the way, DC says, Hogwarts Legacy reminded me of the Harry Potter movies. I like the movies and the game's awesome. I'll definitely give it a look. And then Haseo says, I loved playing Hogwarts so much, I replayed the game twice after. Wow, there you go. It's a great game. It really is. Okay, moving on. The number 9 game, I don't think anyone would have guessed this would have been on the list, but I gotta be honest, the game that is the number 9 most disappointing.
Yeah, Diablo Lord. We'll check that out later. Not today.
Yes. First of all, a lot of people forgot this game was 2023. They get it confused with the Callisto Protocol game that came out in December.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
And
Shut up. No one is confusing these two things. I'm gonna stumble all over myself in anger. No one is. Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. No one is conflating these two games. If you played the Dead Space remake and you were interested in playing the Dead Space remake, you are not confusing it with Callisto Protocol. That's just not happening. They're clearly two very different games. And how can you be disappointed with a Dead Space remake? It's literally just Dead Space, but again, if you liked Dead Space, what is the difference? I haven't seen one yet. And I've seen people play the game, people other than DSP, because I was thinking about picking it up because I like Dead Space. And then they were like, oh, it's pretty much just Dead Space, but again. And I was like, well, I probably don't need to play Dead Space again, not for full price. So I'll just wait. I don't think it was full price. It was like 50, 40 bucks, something like that. I want to say. I genuinely don't remember, but it was too much money, man.
a lot of people really loved the game. All right. I'm not saying I didn't love the game. In fact, it was one of my most solid first playthroughs of the new year. But there's a few problems with this game that.
And I don't know why we're oh my god Ronnieing in chat, right. But I'm gonna
You're seeing one right now.
Oh my god, Ronnie.
You're literally seeing one on screen right now. Did you see that? Look, the cursed pants. There are bugs and glitches in this remake. This is supposed to be a full remake of the game from ground up. Then why are these ridiculous glitches like the invisible unkillable pants in the game? Okay, and this is just one example of the many things that I ran into in this game that's supposed to be a polished AAA release. If you don't remember, there's a lot of controversy around this game. Why? Because the original creators of Dead Space don't work for EA anymore. They went off and made their own company, and then they made that game, Callisto Protocol. Well, a lot of people didn't like it, so when this game came out, they all acted like, oh, this game's the most flawless game ever. This game had tons of bugs.
What? Who was saying that? People were just happy to play Dead Space again, because Dead Space 1 is good. I can't speak for Dead Space 2, but Dead Space 3's ass. I did play that one all the way through. It sucks. Imagine the few times that I actually beat games, they typically suck ass.
Blocks where you have to reload a save to go back through because the game.
I hear 2 is good.
I mean, I'm showing them to you in a lot of ways here in this video. Okay. Now, did Dead Space remake have anything new in it? It did. There was a couple segments that were added to the game that weren't present in the original. For example, there was no anti-grav gameplay in the original Dead Space 1. Okay, in this game there is. There's free moving anti-grav gameplay. That was an element that was actually introduced in Dead Space 2. And so the fact that that was in Dead Space 1 made it feel a little bit new and refreshing. All right, and yes, I would say 1 or 2 of the boss fights was kind of.
Dude, how do you aim that bad and it's walking in slow-mo?
A remake, by the way. Here's another invisible enemy that I'm fighting.
Oh, because invisible enemy. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Very cool. Very robust.
This game is supposed to be a remake. Sadly, doesn't hold up to the other remakes that have been coming out recently into the survival horror genre. For example, we had Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes, all of which I would argue are kind of.
Yeah, we're really doing a double feature. I will redirect you, and I guess this is over. We're just gonna go over the guy. Like he's just gonna start, and I'm gonna miss the beginning, but it's fine.
Also came out this year and was far better than this game. This game, in my opinion, followed the original Dead Space far too closely and reused way too many gameplay elements, too many enemies. A lot of these rooms are absolutely identical. In fact, if you actually play Dead Space 1 and Dead Space Remake, only I would argue 10%, maybe 15% of the game is anything new. Most of it is exactly the same as the original. So if you never played the original, great. But if you did, should you really be paying $60 for this game? Actually, wasn't this $70 at launch? I can't remember the exact.
Probably not, but here's the thing. If you haven't played the original and you wanted to, this is a great option for you. If you wanted to play it on a console that doesn't have Dead Space on it natively, like pretty much anything after the 360, this is a great option for you. If you're the biggest Dead Space fan in the world, go play it, go buy it. Like, this is who it's for. I don't think that they were trying to appeal to you, DSP. You played the game. You still have the consoles to play it on. You don't even like video games. You are not the target demographic for this remake. How are you going to sit here and be upset because they weren't catering to you? They weren't going to change the whole game up. I don't, what did you expect? I know it's called a remake and it was really just like an upscale, but I don't know, man. I feel like you expected a whole lot from a game that really didn't even look that bad to begin with and didn't really need to be changed. I honestly could have just went with a PC port that was pretty decent and had some, you know, PC style options in the menus, and we could have called it a day.
Price point, but they were charging you premium dollar for a game that you've already played. They didn't add enough in. In fact, one of the things they added, get this, you can walk throughout the entire Ishimura ship. In the original game, you had to do traveling on the monorail to get from place to place. In this one, you could just walk from place to place. Wow, that really changed the experience. Not at all. You know what I mean? Like, not at all.
No, dude, that's pretty robust and meaningful, actually. I like that a lot. It should make the game feel more interconnected and less gamey, which I think Dead Space tries their hardest to do, given how limited the HUD is and how they integrated the HUD into the game. It's actually, yes, exactly. That's actually a super cool addition. If you're gonna do things like that in a remake, like if you're gonna make a remake, doing things like that is honestly great. It's fantastic. More games when they remake should be doing things like that. Something that they couldn't accomplish back in the day, but with modern technology, they can now do.
It's just sad because so many people...
I feel like I'm yelling a lot, but this guy sucks. That's my excuse.
In reality, I don't think that's the case at all. This is just Dead Space 1 with a facelift. So if you like this, you're basically, you know, you love a game that's like 10, 15 years old, and that's fine. But don't say this brand new game is better than the other brand new game. It's not. It's literally reusing all the same gameplay elements and assets and everything that...
Talking about Dead Space makes me want to go pick up this remake so I can play it again for the first time in like a decade.
Everything new. I was like,
but
wow,
watching DSP's gameplay is always like...
all these new bosses, all these new experiences.
It always makes me never want to play a game again.
Exactly like playing Dead Space 1 again.
He just makes everything look not fun.
So for me, paying top dollar for a remake, then finding out literally it's really not a remake, it's more of a remaster, that's incredibly disappointing. At the end of the day, when I beat the game, I was like, man, it's up to you to make that judgment if you want to spend like $70 for a game that's literally the same as the first. But, you know, I still enjoyed playing it. But, you know, when you have... Are you kidding me? I didn't even know. I swear I didn't know what happened the third time in this clip. I had no clue. You see this, right? It happened again. So that's what I mean. Like, that just kept happening over and over and over in the playthrough. It's like... And this is supposed to be a AAA $70 game? No, it wasn't. It was disappointing for me. Okay. So that was my number 9.
Man, his cuts in between, like when he's done talking about a game, are so jarring. I feel like there's never a proper... Like, but that's my feelings on the game. Let me know what you guys think, but we're going to be moving on to the next one. And then he clicks the thing. Like, there's never a transition. He's talking about the game and he's just like, okay, cool. And then he clicks and we're back to radioactive Bernelio over here. I just find it very distracting.
I swear to you, I had no idea that happened so many times in that pic, in that clip. I had no idea. Okay. So DC says, as an original Dead Space player, Dead Space 2023 looked sick. I actually played a good chunk of Callisto Protocol, reminded me of Callisto Protocol. I personally liked Callisto Protocol. I mean, so did I. I liked
Shout out Callisto Protocol.
Like so many people bandwagoned on the hate.
I'm pretty sure the game is spelt with an I and not 2 E's.
It's the same game you played.
But whatever, man.
Like, you're praising a dev team who just used someone else's ideas and assets. It's this, you know what I mean? I think it got way too much praise. Would I recommend the original game? What's better? If you're gonna choose between the two, obviously play the modern version. It would be pretty dumb for you to go back and play the one with outdated graphics and it doesn't have the ability to walk through the ship and stuff. Obviously, go for the better one. But is it worth $70? If you've already played the original, no, it's not. Okay.
So the reason that it's on the most disappointing list is that there was some glitches and that it cost $70. That's it. That's what we're complaining about. That's kind of the end all be all. Glitches, $70. Very cool, very robust. The game's quite tangy, if you ask me.
Gobox says, I think that Dead Space should have only been $40 or less. There you go. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? So that was number 9. Now we're hitting the number 8. Now this one is a very subjective one, okay? A lot of people I know for a fact actually really like it.
A lot of people.
Personally, I didn't dislike this game. But at the same time, for the amount of time I had to sink into it, to get through it and beat it, And for the amount that I got out of it, honestly, at the end of the day, I was pretty darn disappointed, especially because there was so much hype behind this game. And when it came out, it was just kind of fizzled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 8 pick for the most disappointing game of the year for 2023 is Diablo 4. That is right. Diablo 4. So pay no attention to the man on the other side of the screen. He is a faker. He is not real. Block that part. Put your hand over your screens right now over that man. Okay? Diablo 4, man. Listen. I'm a fan, an old school fan of Diablo from the 1990s. I played Diablo 1.
I'm an old school fan, dude.
I played the crap out of it. I loved it. I got addicted to it. I did several different runs
Here,
of Diablo.
I got an idea.
Okay,
I'm pulling this out the bag. I've got this.
Then,
We're gonna
Diablo
use
3 came
it's locked. Don't
which was
no,
over 10
come
years
here.
ago, if you're not
No.
aware. And when Diablo 3 came out, I was
fat
a
finger.
YouTuber. And I was like,
We're gonna
wow,
use this.
I can cover this game for
There we
YouTube.
go.
This is going to be really neat because
Now we
this is
only have
for my
one
youth
DSP.
that now I can cover for an audience that likes what I do now.
Very
on the internet.
cool.
And when I played Diablo 3, people were bored. Like, really bored. Like, they hated the playthrough. And I was shocked because back
They
then,
hated
we're
it.
talking, 13 plus years ago, people liked everything.
Also, I don't know why we made the joke about the camera like it hasn't been in every single clip yet. Like, come on,
Wow, I
dude.
wonder what happened here? Now, when Diablo 4 was coming out, I even told you guys, I wasn't convinced to even get the game because Diablo 3 had not worked as a playthrough 13 plus years ago, and I was afraid that it was going to be kind of a dud, okay? So we actually talked about it, and you guys over time convinced me. You're like, no, you must play Diablo 4. If you don't play it, you're going to be missing out on one of the best games of the year. All right, fine. So I got Diablo 4, all right? Now listen, there is not actually any particular part of this game that I can tell you is bad. It's not the graphics. It's not the gameplay. It's not the story. In fact, I would argue that all those three things are pretty good. The problem is, Diablo 4, and to
Ghost McFright, this is a DSP video. This is like raw DSP style content. No edits, no cuts, no nothing. This is exactly what the stream was. That being said, I'm not watching it on DSP's channel because that would be for bozos. I'm not giving the guy a view. That's stupid. So that answers your question.
some extent, Diablo 3 are basically games from a bygone era. And what I mean by that is these games are like games that maybe if they came out in the 1990s would have been Game of the Year, correct? The problem is it's the same kind of game, the same kind of formula. When you play it, it feels like you've played it before. Yes, there's gameplay tweaks, there's different, legacy elements in it that are fun, but it's legacy elements. Do you understand? This genre of game has advanced. In fact, as I was playing this game, there's people talking to me about, well, did you hear about this one or this one that came out in the last 5 years? It has like all these other elements that aren't in Diablo 4. I was like, no, I don't know anything about them. They're like, that would have been way better, right? If you had played those games, you would have probably had a better time with it because they have new things. That this game feels like a retro game with a modern facelift over it, right? And here's the thing, like, I didn't have any problem playing it. I don't really remember particularly struggling playing it, but at the same time,
yeah,
it
shout out to
took a long time
Grim
beat the
Dawn.
story. And it's funny because I beat the story and people were like, so are you gonna do the post game? I was like, the post game? We were all saying that this game was too long in the main story. And now you think that I'm gonna be doing post game streams of it and stuff. It didn't really catch any kind of traction with my viewing audience. After I had beaten the story, I had zero desire to go back and do any of the post-game content that was unlocked.
Dude, I don't know about you guys, but to me, the game doesn't even start till you're in the post-game content. Like, doing the story is honestly not a waste of time, but like, it's not the actual game. When I played Diablo 3, the story is kind of like not a waste of time because it's sort of kind of interesting, I guess, but it's kind of a waste of time. Well, I'm here to do rifts, dude. I'm here to work on my build. I'm here to slot my gems. I'm here to absolutely run through these rifts and kill hundreds of enemies in seconds like a sick badass, right? That's the gameplay. That's what you're supposed to do. Going through this story with your audience, like, no one's gonna give a shit because that's not what Diablo is actually about. He just like completely missed the point, I guess. Just like everything in DSP's life, completely missed the point.
It's just kind of a one and done, do the story, get out of it. Now, for a game that was so hyped, because again, every time that Activision Blizzard has this new game come out, especially one of their tried and true franchise games, it's like, oh my god, the Messiah has returned and is coming down from the sky, which is ironic because it's a game about demons, so maybe it's Satan's returning from the underworld or something, right? But the point I'm making is everyone's convinced you've got to play this. It's must play. If you don't play it, you're missing out. You're going to miss one of the best games of the year. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm skeptical. You guys convinced me to play it. I play it, and it was dead on exactly as I expected. It plays like Diablo. It looks
Dude,
like
he was
Diablo.
right the whole time, and there's nothing he could do.
But it's 20 years like too late to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if I was an online co-op player.
Greatest shamer, I never played Path of Exile.
Seasonal content afterward.
Started playing Grim
then,
Dawn
right,
instead,
I
and
would've
then
gotten
I
more out of
wound up
this, and I would've
playing
absolutely loved
everything
it.
else
But for someone
instead.
just playing through the
Just like
campaign,
always.
it's just not it. It's not. I felt like it was more of kind of a waste of time. At the end of the day,
Felt like it was
I
a
couldn't
waste
tell you
of
what happened
time,
in the story of this
dude.
game. And I did a full playthrough of the story. I don't know. You wanna know what we did? I kept pressing a button on my controller like this, and I killed a lot of stuff. That's Diablo 4. I killed probably 40,000 enemies, and that's all I can really remember about the game. So
I've noticed
what it
chat
is.
is frozen
it
on
was disappointing
screen.
to me
I'm
because I was
fixing it.
convinced by the audience. You guys said, no, you don't understand. This is going to be great. It really didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything for you. It should have been better, especially if you're a flagship title from Activision Blizzard. They got to do better. There was no innovation, nothing to write home about, just kind of meh, and meh means disappointing in my book. I had a feeling a lot of people didn't know that would be in my countdown either. So there you go. Okay?
He acts as though these, oh, it's a flagship title from Activision Blizzard. It just has to be better. Like, bro, they're not allowed to miss. I mean, they've been missing a lot recently with, Overwatch 2, and people were saying that Diablo 4 was kind of mid. Like, but they're allowed to miss. They don't just have to do hits because they're Activision Blizzard. That's not how these things work, man. If that was the case, then you should be still as popular and relevant as you were back in the day. And we can clearly see that that is not the case.
We're 3 in. How do you guys think about the first 3? You agree, disagree? DC says, I played a bit of Diablo 3. It was fun. I never played Diablo 1, 2, and 4. I'm neutral with your entry. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No other takes? I think some people were agreeing with me. So, that's good. Okay. 1000% disagree. Well, it's a good thing this is my countdown, not yours. There you go. You have the right to disagree. That's personally fine. It's absolutely personally fine. You know, everyone, it's different strokes for different folks. Everyone has different
thank you for
personal preferences.
reminding
If
me.
you
I
love
gotta,
that, good for you. At least you feel like
I
you got
gotta
your
move
money's
the
worth,
boy
right?
back down
Okay.
to where he belongs. And then,
Shall we move
now
on?
he's gone.
Radical Jaw says, I agree with you. It was just mid. And Carlos says, I'm actually surprised it's this low. For me, it was like the 5th most disappointing game of the year. Wow. No, what I heard is that for hardcore Diablo fans, they were more disappointed than me because they played the post-game content. They didn't like that either. And then apparently they rebalanced the game right after that. They hated that. It was like everything that came out was disappointing to Diablo fans. So maybe I actually didn't even dislike it as much as most others. Who knows, right? Okay.
Who knows?
Let's continue
Can't
on.
be bothered to look into what other
For the
people
record,
think, though, because
no
I don't
contribution
actually
to that.
care.
If you guys do contribute and I'm not shouting it out, let me know that I missed it. I've been having some issues with PayPal notifications and stuff like that. I want to make sure to give you your gratitude and not me skipping stuff. So, all right.
Give you your what? Give you your gratitude? That you don't give people gratitude. I mean, you can. Whatever. Moving on.
Number 7
Don't
was
care.
disappointing
Don't
game of the
care.
year for me, out of this entire list that I'm staring at right now, I can absolutely positively confirm to you, ladies and gentlemen, number 7 on the list is the most rage-inducing playthrough that I did in 2023. I was screaming my head off every moment that I was playing this game. I was getting so upset, and I actually wanted to quit. The game that I'm speaking of, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is Wolong.
Oh
Fallen
my
Dynasty.
God.
Pay no attention to the jackass on the other side of the screen. So Wolong,
Oh, I gotta do it
Fallen
again.
Dynasty, everyone.
Doing this bit again.
Let me tell you guys something about this game. All right, this is a game with an identity crisis. It doesn't want to be Dark Souls. Does it want to be Neo? Does it want to be Dynasty Warriors?
I've actually
all right?
never
It looks
seen anybody play Wolong. Like, even this is only the second time I've even seen DSP play Wolong. The only thing I know about Wolong is that he hated it and he mentioned it during the side scrollers. That's it. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Nice, except as you can see just right now, you can see that there's some fluctuation in the frame rate and choppiness.
Wolong.
This
I wish you
game
would have said it like
is
that.
difficult. It's actually quite difficult, which is fine if you play this style of FromSoft knockoff type game. The problem with
And then he'd have
Wolong
done the
is
goofy
twofold.
scream.
Number one,
Yeah, that would have been
the
hard.
game design forces you to explore every nook and cranny of every single map, because the way that you level up in the game is to actually hit these little flag outposts, and when you hit them, you put your flag up and you actually gain like in-game experience for that level. If you don't hit every little flag in a level, you're too weak to beat it. You get to the boss and you'll be so weak you can't kill the boss.
And this is the and I said that I've seen this is the second time I've ever seen Wolong gameplay. This is actually the exact same clip I saw because I tuned into a brand dude stream and he was watching part of this. And I was like, oh, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna do this stream. Me. So I've literally seen this little clip right here of him talking about these outposts, and that's it.
So the game artificially, by design, forces you to do over exploration, grinding, and leveling that in any other game of this style you wouldn't have to do. Maybe you say, I don't need to fight everything over here. I'll just skip that segment. I'll go over here. In this game, no, you're absolutely positively forced to explore every nook and cranny of every map, and it just feels like a big...
Shout out all the nooks and crannies for the second time.
It doesn't respect your time at all in that regard.
Dude,
Now,
you don't respect anybody's time. I don't give a shit how much time a game wastes at this point, because you are the most disrespectful person when it comes to other people's time. It's insane. I've never seen somebody waste so much of other people's times. It's outright disrespectful every time now.
For me, and this is going to be a subjective thing based on my experience, I played Wolong Fallen Dynasty on the Xbox Series X, okay? I don't know about anyone else's experience playing this on any other platform, but it was an Xbox Game Pass game. So that's why I played it on there. Let me tell you, this game performs very poorly on the Series X. At least it did back, what was it, March or April when it came out at launch. There were entire boss fights where the frame rate would dip into the 20s. Not even 30 frames per second, the 20s. And the game actually expected you, as part of the gameplay mechanics, to be able to parry perfectly the attacks the enemy was doing with a frame rate that was
frame rates
20, 30, 20, 60, 20, 40, 20, 60. How the hell am I supposed to time my parry? Are you out of your mind? Every time that the frame rate dipped, it was
Nugs, how does he know? He was counting, obviously.
And over in the playthrough.
He's a pro gamer. He can count them.
Way more difficult than it should have been. All right? If they just found a way to make the game run worth a shit on the Xbox, then this would have been a much better game and a much better playthrough. And it's funny because when the game looks good, as you're seeing right now, it actually looks pretty darn beautiful, does it not? But then when that frame rate tanks at a critical moment, when you're in a boss fight or a big, you ran halfway across the stage and you're about to unlock that next flag and get a checkpoint, and then you die because the frame rate went do-do-do-do-do. You want to rip your hair out. You want to punch the screen. You want to take your controller and snap it in half, because that's the kind of game it is.
I hate when the frame rate goes do-do-do-do-do. That's my least favorite thing that the frame rate can do. I'm more of I like when the frame rate goes dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. That's way better than do-do-do-do-do. That's just how I feel, and that's how I'm doing.
Okay, so for me,
that joke was terrible.
Wasn't a badly designed game.
Sorry.
It wasn't badly designed in the visuals.
I really just needed an excuse to make the noise.
Act like it was a flawless game and play it as if it was some kind of an amazing experience when it wasn't. Having a frame rate that's dipping makes it not fun to play.
That frame rate counting is worth clipping. You're right, Onion. I'm writing that down boomer style with an actual pen and paper.
It made me so infuriated. So you knew a game that pissed me off the most this year was definitely going to be the game that I was going to have in my most disappointing countdown. All right? You might say, well, if this is the case, why isn't this even higher?
Thanks for the idea. I'm stealing it, dude. Make your own Detractor channel.
To begin with. So although I was disappointed with it, I wasn't that disappointed. This isn't like the worst game of the year for me or anything, because I kind of went into it with, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not, because it was a Game Pass game. If I had dropped $70 on this thing, and then I was having these issues, I would have been even more infuriated. And it probably would have been way higher up the list. Luckily for them, it wasn't. So, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Is it a fun game? Yeah, it is for the most part when it works. I actually heard that certain ports of the game are much better than the Xbox version. So maybe if you played this on a different platform, you had a better experience than me. But I don't like the game design of having to hit all the flag points. I don't like the dipping frame rate and the awful response of parrying when that happens. So for me, very disappointing and not worth playing, quite frankly. I toughed my way through that one because you guys absolutely wanted to see me finish it. You loved the rage, so I did finish it. But man, I literally wanted to quit it multiple times during the playthrough.
I love the rage. I know the song is Miss the Rage, but that's not what he said.
End up as one of the people who just throw a controller at their TV and damaged it. Yeah, I certainly learned, from back in the day, smashing my controller on the table and breaking it during like a God of War game. I learned my lesson. DC says, as a Neo player, I thought Wolong was going to be good. When I watched the playthrough, yeah, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day was all ruined. I'm glad I didn't actually get that game. There you go. Jay says, I'd love to see Star Wars on this countdown. Well, maybe. I guess we'll have to see.
Oh, we're going to get Star Wars on this list, too, for disappointing, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Hype for more repeats.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
So I think as everyone's... Oh, wait a minute. There was a super chat came in from Anime Fan 565. They said,
Shout out.
Rise of Star Wars is on the list. Oh,
Anime fan.
The same mind
545.
as Jade here, saying that. Well,
You're
we'll
the
see.
same as Jade.
All right, but let's
Shared
get on the
up.
leaderboard.
Big ups.
Cool. Okay.
Feel free to
Let's
wheel
keep
your
moving
way
on
onto the
to our
leaderboard,
countdown.
bud.
Okay, everybody. Up next.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
This next game, again, I know will be controversial, and a lot of people are going to give me crap for having it on here. At the very same time, for those who actually watched my playthrough of this game, you probably absolutely expected it to be on this list, okay? This is a game that, in another parallel multiverse dimension, all right, probably would have been a Game of the Year high-end contender, and maybe even my pick for Game of the Year. I'm not kidding you, all right? But we live in this dimension. We don't live in that other multiverse. In this dimension, all things considered, and comparing it to everything going on and everything around and the history of this franchise, I gotta tell it like it is. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 6 most disappointing game of 2023 is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. People already guessed in the chat that this is what it was going to be. Before I even begin, I'd like you to take a look at this video footage and tell me what's wrong. Seriously. Do you notice a distinct difference between this game and all the other games that I've already shown you in the countdown? I don't even have to, explain it. What's up with the fucking frame rate of this game?
I literally didn't even notice. I was actually trying to figure it out. We're running it back. I'm gonna take a look. Here we go. Let's guys start counting the frames, please. I need cyberpunk augmented style individuals to please count the frames for me.
The chat that this is what it was going to be. Before I even begin, I'd like you to take a look at this video footage and tell me what's wrong. Seriously. Do you notice a distinct difference between this game and all the other games that I've already shown you in the countdown? I don't even have to, explain.
Okay, there was a stutter there. I seen there was a stutter, but it's not going do. It's definitely looking more like a D to me. At least. So I don't know, man. I might just be regarded and dented. But there's literally one stutter.
Rate of this game.
And Spicy Trash Can apparently counted. So big ups.
And it runs like
we counted the frames.
It's a
34 easy. Let's go.
Like shit on the Switch. The frame rate is sub 30 frames per second for most of the game, and God forbid you get a bunch of enemies coming at you at once. That sucker chugs along. Okay? Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Now, someone said, "You sure this is the right game?" Oh, I'm sure this is Tears of the Kingdom. Trust me. You can see the attachment of the orb on his shield. All right. Now.
Okay.
What is it about?
Whatever.
Well, first of all, I want to make this very clear. Tears of the Kingdom is not a bad game. Tears of the Kingdom is a good game. Tears of the Kingdom is above average game. Tears of the Kingdom, likely, as I said, in another universe or multiverse, would have been one of my Game of the Year contenders, if not my Game of the Year pick. But here's the deal. There's another game that came out on the Switch. It's called Zelda Breath of the Wild. I don't know if you've heard of it. Okay?
No, never.
Basically,
what's that?
It's the same game. All right?
Oh, is it? It's the same game? Very cool. Was that game good? Was that game good, DSP? Did you like that game? What if we told you you could have... What if we told you you could have more of that game, DSP? Would that be hype? Wouldn't you enjoy that? Asshole.
Hold on.
Hate it here.
Same game.
I do.
First open world Zelda, and had all these modernized elements for parkour and climbing and all this. But Tears of the Kingdom is so much better because
I feel like the longer these streams go on,
in the
like
sky, where you can do sky puzzles, and there's
the worse I
where
get.
you can explore a whole map around as well. By the way,
this is more unhinged.
The amazing physics of the puzzle elements in this game are awesome. And by the way, I purposely picked this clip for this moment you're about to see right now. There we go. This was my most rage-inducing moment of the playthrough, and that happened to me.
Why did I get struck by lightning, dude? I don't get it.
So, admittedly.
Sound good? Sounds good to me. That's that clip. I just did the commentary without having to hear it. You're welcome.
Physics and crafting elements to solve tons of puzzles, and that made it feel innovative. It absolutely did. In fact,
that wasn't even the clip. Yeah, completely unrelated lightning strike, of course.
There were some really good positives about this game, okay? But I'm sorry, the negatives of this game absolutely outweighed the positives for me. Here's why. When you're playing this game, you'll very quickly realize this is the same map as Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I know, not even the right clip.
They're a little different. It's the same map. You've already done it. Sometimes you go to a previous area from Breath of the Wild, and there's not anything going on there anymore because they didn't even bother to populate it with anything interesting in the sequel. Okay? When you go to the underworld, at first it's interesting, and then you realize...
You're doing something else, bro. Come on.
Because it's all poison, and it's not very interesting at all. It's actually quite repetitive, very annoying to navigate. There is a dungeon down there, but for the most part, it's not that interesting. It's very annoying. Then there's the sky temples. Well, it's nice to have a whole new area to explore, but it's just a bunch of aerial puzzles, a little bit of gliding. Nothing too special, quite frankly. Everything that they claimed was something that they were adding in felt like something you've already done before. The only innovative thing about this game, honestly, is the new building and crafting and the physics engine attached to it. Is it fun? Yes. Is it enough to sell you the same game a second time? In my opinion, no.
Yo, did he say negatives outweigh the positives? I'm running it back. I feel like I missed it.
Very annoying. Then there's the sky temples. Well, it's nice to have a whole new area to explore, but it's just a bunch of aerial puzzles.
Yeah, he's trying to wait out the rain,
Special,
lol.
quite frankly, everything that they claimed was something that they were adding in felt like something you've already done before. The only innovative thing about this game, honestly, is the new building and crafting and the physics engine attached to it. Is it fun? Yes. Is it enough to sell you the same game a second time? In my opinion, no. That one element that was unique from the first game is just not enough for me to be ultra excited about Tears of the Kingdom. Now, let's also be very honest about this game. This game has a lot of content. This game has a ton of content.
I feel like, yeah, I'd have to go back further. Not doing it. No, I'll just believe you.
Do you remember that?
You guys wouldn't lie to me. The internet can't lie.
Actual $70 for a game on the Switch, and people were up in arms. And then the game came out.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Negatives outweigh the positives, but it's still on his Game of the Year contender list. Let's go. That makes sense. Make it make sense, DSP, please. Just one time, have any sort of logic to what you do.
Sky world, the ground level, the underworld, all this exploration and content. To which I was playing the game, and I was like, all right, so fair enough. I can kind of see where they're
Fair
going
enough.
when it comes to the amount of content.
Sounds good.
But the more that I played in the game, I realized something very, very important. The vast majority of the content of this game has absolutely no meaning. It's just there to say there's more content, but you don't have to do any of it.
Yeah, you don't have to do any of it. You're supposed to want to do it because the game is fun and you enjoy it and you want to keep engaging with the game. It's not meaningful. What the hell does that even mean at this point, DSP? You're meaningless words that are meaningful and robust. If you could just give me an example of what meaningful in a video game is for you, please. So I know what we're talking about. Yeah, you don't have to do this shit. If you don't want to, don't. But I don't think that you should be docking a game because you don't want to engage with the game anymore. That's so dumb, and you're stupid for it.
Okay? For me, playing through the main story, getting all
the game has too much game in it, dude. Exactly.
Like that
it's exactly what he's saying.
Time travel mechanics and stuff like that. Getting the Master Sword, and then basically beating the game, explained everything in the game that I needed to know. I'm aware there was other things I could have been doing, but I didn't really need to do them. There's giant dragon bosses that are optionally in the map you never need to fight and add nothing to the game, but they're there. There's underworld bosses. They're there. You don't ever have to touch them. You can skip the vast majority of content of the game, still enjoy it, and still get the story. That's a problem.
Does he feel that way about Elden Ring? Does he feel that about any Dark Souls game? Because you can skip the vast majority of Dark Souls enemies in the open world, in the branching path style world. You can just walk by them, and there's nothing they can do about it. I mean, they can, but you roll by them, and then there's nothing they can do about it. In Elden Ring, it is literally running around on a horse pretty much all of the time, past all of the enemies, grabbing a bunch of items, and then going to the boss to move on. That's it. It's literally the exact same critique. And that's one of the things that I didn't enjoy about Elden Ring and why I don't think it's as good as other Souls games. I think it's a valid critique, but dude, if that's the way you want to play the game, whatever. It's side content. Oh, you don't have to do it. Whatever. Like it's
this game when it was
whatever.
Out, a lot of people had to shoot it. I said it was called bloat. This game suffers from bloat. The game designers wanted to put so
I think Elden Ring's actually a worse
actual face value
contender for that.
Content in the game doesn't have value. It's just there to say it's there. You can go do it if you want, but it's not meaningful. If you can get the entire story just by doing the main dungeons, the glyphs, getting the Master Sword, and you can skip all the optional stuff, then what's the value of it? Zero. All there is padding to say the game has content that's worthless. It's equivalent to fetch quests or other boring repetitive stuff in other styles of RPG. Just at this time, it was a Nintendo game, so I guess we're all supposed to just give it a pass, right? It's frustrating to me because Breath of the Wild, I enjoyed way more than Tears of the Kingdom. And in a world where Breath of the Wild didn't exist, this game would have been amazing. But they directly made the decision to make a sequel to Breath of the Wild so they could pump out another Zelda game on the same console generation, and reuse the same assets to make the game. They cut corners to make money, and it shows when you're playing this game, and the frame rate is absolutely terrible, and the game's response in combat is not great, and you have all these repetitive tasks to do that mean absolutely nothing. That shows. They actually got lazy.
Dude, they made a game as a sequel to a game people loved, and it was more of the game that people loved. And people, a lot of people, shout out a lot of people who may even be in the chat, I don't know, when the game came out, said that they loved the game and played an ass ton of the game because they loved it so much. I don't think that it's necessarily being lazy to put out a sequel that is similar to the game you already put out because people wanted more of that game. It's kind of the whole point. I don't know, man. This guy is so stupid all the time. I feel like everything he says is flawed all the way through every single time. It's whatever.
Making this game. Nintendo usually is the polar opposite.
We got to get through this.
But I
don't mean like in a rushed style. I mean like I can't sit here all day and yell.
Before this console gen ended, and that's incredibly disappointing to me. Oh, by the way, did I mention that they retconned the entire story of Breath of the Wild? You literally could have never played Breath of the Wild, played this one, and you missed nothing, even though it's a sequel. They retconned it all, as if it never happened. And people are like, well, no, they didn't. Yes, they did, because they never mentioned it. In the game, they never mentioned the plot of the first game at all, as if it never happened.
Oh, just because they never mentioned the plot means it didn't happen.
Like, wow.
Of course. Of course.
To, for example, Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla. Odyssey and Valhalla, people are like, it's too much of the same. But the truth is that Odyssey and Valhalla did have new content and refined the formula of Origins. The problem was it was too many of the same game back to back, so it feels like they just pumped out the same game 3 times. If only Valhalla had come out.
I just don't need RPG in my Assassin's Creed. That's my problem with them.
Insanely groundbreaking game. That's exactly the problem with Tears of the Kingdom. If Breath of the Wild never existed, this game would be absolutely knock you on your butt insanely good. But sadly, Breath of the Wild came out, was an outstanding, amazing Game of the Year contender.
Yeah, and that's, you guys are right in chat. Shout out all the people in chat. How is that a retcon? So that's a retcon. Yeah, that's not how retcons work. Just because you don't talk about, a plot point in a story or even a whole story doesn't mean it was retconned. It just means you're not addressing it. You can not address all sorts of plot points and storylines in any franchise and it not be a retcon unless you go directly against it. That's how retcons work. That's what DSP does all of the time. He should be really familiar with it by now. As long as you don't actively speak against things that have already happened previously, it just isn't being mentioned, that's fine. It's not a retcon. Dipshit. Thank you for pointing that out. It totally slipped by me to go in on it.
It just felt like more of the same with a few things thrown at you. So sadly, I did not like Tears of the Kingdom as much as most. It is one of my most disappointing games of the year because of that. Maybe
LOL, Renee. He killed
have the abilities to disagree.
He killed the memberships gift pop-up and the gift or the membership goal. LOL. Shout out all of my Argentinian heist style viewers.
Bombs of 50 memberships each. We just received 2 different membership bombs of 50 memberships on the chat tonight. So everyone who's here is apparently going to get.
Wait, is this it? Yo,
membership. But that's my take. All right, we are now halfway through the countdown. Nikita has arrived and is.
Yo, it's literally this. Let's go.
50 memberships on the chat tonight. So everyone who's
topical relevant.
Because we just got 100. All right, that's absolutely insane. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait because they take a while on YouTube to get applied. So right now 37 have been applied and it's slowly hitting. You guys are going to see nonstop in the bottom down there. That message probably won't disappear for like half an hour now. Okay, thank you so much, Nikita.
Yeah, I'm so glad we did this as a raw stream.
Memberships on the chat. So 150 memberships tonight. Can you believe it? So congrats to everyone who's getting. There's too many names for me to shout out in the countdown, and the countdown must continue. Thank you, Nikita, for supporting DSP Gaming. Nikita just dropped another 50 memberships on the chat. If all 200 of those memberships stick, we are actually about.
Damn, that's a whole 30 cents. DSP pop off for it.
Channel. That would be the most.
Go crazy.
I think we would just had over
Go
1,000
stupid.
or something. We're at 1,070 something. That's the most we've ever had on DSP Gaming. So let's see if they actually divvy out.
Yeah, Jackie. Hindsight is 50-50.
So I'll let you know if they all get handed
Hindsight is 50-50.
We'll find out. Thank you so much, Nikita, for your support tonight. Okay, let's move on because we still have the rest of the countdown to get through. Okay, here we go. And by the way, DC, I apologize.
Categories.
I tried to say something. There was absolutely no way that I could see it because the chat is going absolutely insane with so many people getting gifted memberships. People are going crazy in the chat over it. Carlos says the game runs 3 times better in emulators. I really hope Nintendo comes with a decent console next gen, or people I know will go with emulators. You're right. Zelda ran much better on an emulator than on the Switch. On the Switch, it was pathetic. It really was pathetic. So that's very sad. And I do hope that Nintendo learns.
Dude, there's all sorts of games that run better on an emulator.
When the fans keep rewarding Nintendo for bad
on emulators, you can even have like 60 FPS patches for games that are like 30, and on the PS2, like emulators are sick.
I love your emphasis on the orb attached to his shield. That was funny. I never was a fan of the Zelda games, so that's my 2 cents. There you go. I am a fan of the Zelda games, quite frankly. That's why I'm just disappointed that this game really felt like it wasn't a real new Zelda game.
Yeah, rollback snort code. I was kind of in the middle of saying that, and then I got distracted. Yes, Mr. Professional does a countdown for a video, but doesn't turn off alerts. Yeah, so you're going to watch this stream. That's why I was saying I'm glad we caught the raw stream style. Because this alert here is going to be on screen for pretty much the whole video now. I'm so glad that those exist so we can watch this on the VOD and not see pretty much, what is this, like a fifth of the screen between his stupid ass webcam and these alerts that are going to go ape shit for the rest of it. Yeah, I'm super glad we did this. What a God. Okay. What an ass.
Thank you again. Those pop-ups are going to continue for quite some time. Thank you, Nikita. Amazing. All right. The number 5 game on this countdown, honestly, I think I'm more sad about this one than any other game on the countdown. I'm actually like...
He's super sad. Apparently, I'm tired.
The reason I'm sad about this game is because it's a good game. It's a damn good game. I would actually argue the game I'm about to talk about is better than the game it's a sequel of. All right?
Go, feature length. Just sub to the channel. Big ups. I appreciate it. Thank you.
A problem at launch that was not properly addressed, that this game ended up being one of the most frustrating game experiences that I had all year long. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 5 pick for most disappointing game of 2023 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And you might say, really?
Oh, yeah, man. Look, it's that game we already talked about. I hope this is the same footage.
April-ish. And basically this game is a direct sequel to Star Wars Fallen Order from a few years ago. It's awesome. Open world exploration, a tougher style.
Yo, shout out Redbird UJ76 for re-upping 1 membership. Big ups. Shout out Nikita, you Robin Hood. That's how I'm feeling.
Really solid game. You can even see when the visuals are working beautifully. This game is amazing. Okay? The problem is, and by the way, I apologize because I tried to find the clip and I did not save it, this particular one. This game has certain parts that run incredibly poorly. Okay, really bad. The game screams lack of polish. When I say that, here's what I mean: tanking frame rates to the point where, similar to Wolong Fallen Dynasty,
tanking frame rates, similar to how I tank the bullets in Robocop.
Goes from what was supposed to be 60 down to like 10, 20, and you can't react to anything going on in the game. How am I supposed to play an ultra difficult game where everything I do is delayed because it doesn't run well on the platform it's on? Okay. In addition, this game has tons of game bugs. There was game bugs where I would open a chest and try to look at an item, and it would crash the game and force me to replay 10 minutes of gameplay because you can't manually save in this game. It's based on checkpoints. That's not good. There were parts where there were enemies that floated and the physics glitched and all kinds of issues like that, all right? Now, the real sad fact is that the game is great. The story, in my opinion, is much better than the story of Jedi Fallen Order. It's a much better sequel. It has elements that are, the graphics are better. The gameplay elements are better.
Yo, isn't this the Star Wars game where you got stuck fighting that frog for like ages?
Look, you have dual sabers. You have all these different.
I swear to God, there was like 2 hours worth of footage I watched at the time where he was just crying about this one enemy.
Okay, because there's a ton of positives going for it.
Nice, fell off the cliff. How did he manage that? There's no repercussions either? What is this game, dude? I've never played this. What is this? He kills this enemy, right?
Okay,
scripted little animation there, falls off the cliff, dies. No repercussions, nothing. Whatever.
Release this game in the state it was at when it came out.
I wish they would have
They had a
restarted the
horror
whole
on their
chapter
hands.
or
But,
something on
again,
him.
Better plot, better elements of gameplay, better graphics, better puzzles, better parkour. Why would you then release it to run like crap in certain parts? Why not give it a little bit more time to get polished, to run better? Why? I mean, Jade actually just called it out in the chat. He says, I feel sick when I watch this game. He's right. There were people who were getting motion sick from me playing it because it would go from 60 frames to 20 to 30 frames to 10 to 40. When your frame rate is going up and down, it actually makes certain people sick. So how are you supposed to enjoy the game exactly? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was going on here? They don't know what they were doing.
So he's complaining about the FPS going up and down and how it makes some people sick. What I want to point out, I started a video yesterday. It's about the Indiana Jones thing from yesterday, I believe. Yo, Skeletor with the 5 gifted memberships. Big ups. Shout out everybody in the chat who's getting one. Big ups, Skeletor, for the 5. God, that's going to be distracting. He's talking about how FPS is going up and down, make people sick. But in the video, I'm also going to talk about how sometimes first-person cameras in general just make people sick. And his critique of, him complaining about, oh, people are just complaining because it's in first person and they want it in third person. Like, that's a big deal for some people. Some people genuinely cannot play first-person games because it makes them sick. So it's okay for FPSs because that's something that DSP cares about. But when it comes to, camera style that you literally cannot get away from or make better because that's how the game is designed. No, complaining about that is stupid. Whatever. It's just...
They made an amazing game and they ruined it by not polishing it at all. From what I'm to understand, okay, the game actually runs much better today. But here's the thing. I actually wanted to give the game a fair shake because when I was playing it, I was actually really enjoying it until I was running into these parts that were almost unplayable. All right? So I actually, get this, suspended my playthrough. And I almost...
Get this. He suspended his playthrough.
I almost would never put his playthrough on hiatus.
Almost like we listened to this already.
Something was wrong with the game. I did. And then
Wasn't interesting then.
A week and a half, 2 weeks later, when the game devs had promised they had patched the game and made it better, nothing was improved. It was the same issues, the same. I just basically toughed through it really badly to finish it, and it was so disappointing having all those bugs, glitches, and visual issues. This is sad because this seems to be a new pattern with outstanding games. They are not fully explored or appreciated by a mainstream audience because the game runs like shit, and then it goes viral that the game runs like shit. And now no one's going to buy your game. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was absolutely polished at launch. This would have been a game that at the end of the year, everyone was talking about as a Game of the Year contender. Instead, did you hear a single person at all mention this game, Jedi Survivor, at the end of the year as a Game of the Year contender? Nothing. Everyone had completely forgotten about this game as if it never existed because of its issues. And that's absolutely
nice sip,
positively
dude.
sad.
Thanks for
Again,
lip smacking
that's why
twice.
this is number 5 on my list and not lower, because I thought the game was great. When I beat it, I was like, my God, the ending was amazing. Why does no one talk about the game? Because it runs like shit. They need to stop doing this. Whoever it is, whether it's the person in charge, the management, the publisher, whoever's putting the pressure on these studios has to cut the shit and say, listen, take the time to make the game good and run well because we don't want you to come out with a game that gets forgotten. It's super good, and probably today, all right, it's much better. But this is 8+ months later. Who's talking about Jedi Survivor? No one. First impressions are everything, man. And the first impression was this game was a broken mess, and that's why the game is forgotten and one of my most disappointing games of the year.
He keeps saying, oh, first impressions are everything. First impressions are everything. And then you pull up on his stream, and he's guaranteed to snort or burp or clear his throat within 30 seconds of you joining. How does he not see the irony in this? How can he not see that he needs to basically be on his A game at all times because first impressions are everything, if that's genuinely what he thinks? Also, Ultra Gokui. That's what I'm going with. Ultra Gokui for the $1.99. All of these games are ones everyone else loved. Yes, I believe. I'm going to be honest. I really can't remember most of them now. I've got brain rot, dude. It's kind of like when we're watching the old Ask the Kings on WPIG, which, again, we're doing tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can't remember any of the questions that I was just asked because I'm thinking too hard about how DSP is stupid and he pisses me off. So that's, yeah.
So it looks like...
I literally can't remember a game.
Perhaps those
Zelda.
Memberships have gone
Yeah,
through.
people loved Zelda.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, there were 200 memberships have counted. That means we have now hit a new record 1,078 members here on DSP Gaming. That is by far the most I've ever had. Thank you so much to Nikita for the hundreds and hundreds of gifted memberships over the last couple of days. Thank you to everyone else who also is a member and everyone who
shout out Nikita.
I really, really appreciate it. Hitting a record here tonight was not something that I was
1,000.
so thank you so much for that. Okay. Ladies and gents, I received a $15 tip from Gabriel, who says, let's get it. Thank you very much, Gabriel, for the $15 tip tonight. I very much appreciate that.
Yo, Logan uses YouTube. Glad you could catch a stream, brother. We're hanging and banging. Going extra today.
And I never, let alone encountered any bugs or lower frame rate. I looked out. You're right. In fact, he's right. And since we're still in the countdown, we should call this out. Apparently, the PS5 was the only version that didn't have many issues. PC was utterly broken at launch, and the Xbox had the issues that I addressed because I played the Xbox Series X version. So it was only the PS5 version of this game that didn't have issues at launch. But again, you notice, even though the PS5 version played perfect, you notice absolutely nobody.
Am I watching the pre-stream after this? Hell no, dude. I'm gonna go eat some food and well, I am gonna watch the pre-stream after this, but I'm gonna go eat food and watch it by myself.
Now we're getting down
not here on stream.
Okay, now we're getting down to the ones.
Yo, at Bill hey, Bill Paulson, what's going on? Glad to see you made it to the stream.
I kind of wish these games didn't release because they're such disappointments. You know what I'm saying?
I wish this stream didn't release DSP.
Anime Fan did another super chat and said, fun fact that games are canon to the Star Wars lore. Yeah, I heard that, right? That they actually are supposed to be canon to the Star Wars movies and stories and stuff, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, because they read... Yo, Atlas-style Star Wars rant. Disney took over back in the day. Haven't enjoyed Star Wars since because they... Didn't they outright say that they are retcon? I heard this. I read about this. I swear they are outright. They retconned pretty much everything that wasn't the main movies, which meant all of the books and all of the games that were already in the lore were no longer in the lore. That sounds like the laziest way to write your franchise. Yeah, you know, all of that expanded universe that you guys have been creating and enjoying for the last million years. Yeah, how about eat shit? None of that's real, and you guys suck. Is pretty much what they said. So Disney can get fucked. I won't enjoy their Star Wars shit ever, and I'll die on this hill. Mandalorian, won't watch it. Obi-Wan, won't watch it. Any of those new movies they did, you can't make me watch them. I won't do it. I'm spiteful sometimes. I really enjoyed Star Wars when I was younger. I can't anymore, and I won't.
Did a membership and it went to Thunderlips, right? And thank you to Gabriel. He did a membership. That one went to Morbidly Obese. So now technically we're at 1,080 and climbing. We're still hitting new records here tonight. Thank you all for your support tonight. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, number 4 most disappointing game of the year. I had said something earlier. When we started this playthrough, I said there are a few running patterns. This game by far suffers as a victim of one of those running patterns. 2023 was the year where certain games...
Dude, patterns? It's, Ken, the most disappointing game is next is Street Fighter 6. Because Ken, pattern play.
Shaking in their boots, right? Why? Because they realized that they were making games in direct competition, and their games weren't holding a candle to the competition. Do you see what I mean? There's some games that came out in 2023 that, if they had released in another year, would have been amazing. We're like, oh my god, that's a superb game. But because something else came out the same year, they don't look so good at all. And it ended up making those games look very bad in comparison and a bad value and just not up to par with what people now wanted. So, my number 4 most
Get to it, dude. Come on.
Of 2023
a lot of words.
Mortal Kombat 1. Which
yeah, I kind of expected this to be on the list.
The title is the same as the name of the original game for the 1990s. I hate when they do that. When they rename something and act like it's a reboot or whatever. They already did that with Mortal Kombat 9, and now they're doing it again, a second reboot of the franchise. So right from the
No, but this one's literally called MK1. Like, you just call the original Mortal Kombat, and then you call the Mortal Kombat in what was that, 2009? No, it couldn't have been that long. Oh, you know what? It probably was. Yeah, then you just call that Mortal Kombat MK 2009. And then you just call this one MK1. It's very clear. You basically have to be regarded. You have to not know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's MK9. It's literally just referred to as MK9. You have to be a regard.
It's a little confusing and not very good. All right, take a look at what it says right there.
Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to put the year on MK9. And I love MK9. It's fantastic. So good.
This is an online competitive fighting game. The visuals look pretty good. Take a look at the graphics. That ain't bad. But the problem
Yo, Bill Paulson joined the gang, or rather re-upped. Love Atlas. I have also enjoyed your video on Cobra. His concoctions sound so gross. Well, I promise they look as gross as they sound if you happen to be an audio style only, Bill. And if you guys don't watch the Cobra content, I understand he is kind of a gross fella and you are here for DSP, but if you didn't know, he literally licks the camera in the last video that I did, and I was caught totally off guard. I don't think I've ever had a content creator lick me before as a viewer. It was very robust.
Now, when you start playing this game online, you immediately notice a huge problem. The connections are laggy. This game has the same netcoding connections as arguably the last 2 Mortal Kombats, but the 2 Mortal Kombats came out many, many years ago. In addition, this game has a very basic gameplay setup. For those who don't know competitive fighting games, you're going to have no idea what I'm talking about right now, okay? But the major premise of the fighting in this game is a high-low mix-up. What that means is sometimes you have to block a move high, sometimes you have to block a move low, and sometimes you have to read your opponent's inputs and change from blocking high to low in order to properly defend. This game is so laggy online.
Isn't that every fighting game, though? Like, really, at the end of the day, you go in to do a combo, right? And then you would do a high-low to try and throw them off. Hopefully they guess wrong, and then you get to do your combo. Is that not every single fighting game? Are we just gonna pretend like he's not describing playing a fighting game? He can't handle mix-ups? Like, that's not a core mechanic? I don't know, man. For a guy who was 4th at EVO a billion years ago, professional or former professional pro fighting game player, yes, professional pro, obviously, how do you not know how to deal with a mix-up? It's the same thing when he talks about patterns. Like, bro, you're literally describing doing combos and having moves that go into each other well. Things that you can play off of that set you up for the next thing. Yeah, it's a pattern, sure, I guess, technically. But, like, it's part of the game. It's literally a core of the game. Every fighting game. Whatever.
High-low mix-up. So
I feel like I always end those with whatever, because, like, I have to give up.
You can't do anything about it.
Because if I don't, I'll be here all day long.
Okay? This is supposed to be a competitive fighting game. And this is how it was released. Now, that was only at release. But more and more issues ended up being revealed with the game over time. First of all, I played through the entire story mode. And I actually like the narrative modes of these NetherRealm games. NetherRealm is the game developer. I think they do an outstanding job with their story modes, okay? However, I will tell you this. What ended up happening with Mortal Kombat 1 is they decided to do a story mode that copied the Marvel Universe. What do I mean? A multiverse concept. And that multiverse concept was such a copy of the Marvel Universe that it didn't feel fun or original. It just felt like they were late to the game doing a multiverse concept. And what happens with a multiverse is you end up feeling like nothing that's going on is meaningful.
Dude, multiverse is not exclusive to Marvel.
Right? Well, with the multiverse concept, what ends up happening is the character could just come back anyway. It's just from another universe. So who cares if your favorite character dies? They'll walk right through another portal and be back into the game. Do you see the point I'm making?
Also, dude, MK has been dealing with alternate timelines for so long at this point. An alternate universe is pretty much just the same thing. MK10 and 11 were very specifically about altering timelines and becoming gods so that you can control time itself. How did you not think at some point we were going to be talking about multiple universes and/or dimensions when it comes to Mortal Kombat? It was the next logical step in this absolutely, like, harebrained MK story that we always have for some reason. I just don't get it, man. Once you introduce time travel, like, everything's already off the table. You might as well just write whatever you want whenever you want. It's kind of the ultimate cop-out, and there's no way to go back without blatantly retconning, which everybody pretty much hates unanimously. So, I don't know, man. I really don't know what he expected or wanted. It's like he never played the last 3 MK games before, but I know he did because I watched him do it, dude.
Work for a game like Mortal Kombat, because now none of your characters are ever at risk of being gone from the franchise because they can just walk right back onto the screen. It's no big deal. Okay, so the story ended up really strong and ends horribly with this multiverse plot that was a real fail. In addition, get this, after this game was only out for about 2 to 3 weeks, not the game developers at NetherRealm, but the players themselves discovered
Onion Hat, MK1, Retcons Armageddon, 0 out of 10 game. Armageddon's a banger.
They discovered that
it's still canon in my heart.
Forgive me, I forgot which one it was. Had a huge advantage over the other player. On one side of the screen, you would go to do a combo, and your combo would pass right through the enemy and not hit them. But the person on the other side of the screen could easily perform their combo every time and it would hit. It was a hitbox bug, depending on what side of the screen you're on. That's completely ridiculous and unacceptable in any kind of a competitive environment. It has to be equal footing. And this was discovered about 3 weeks into the game by players, not by the game developers. The game developers had no clue it even existed. Did they not play test the game or even understand their own gameplay elements? How did they miss this? So they quickly patched it or whatever. But the funny part about it was tournaments had already happened. So entire weeks of tournaments, the results really didn't mean anything. They were worthless because it was unfair. It wasn't an equal play.
Yo, Magnificent Walrus, you have a blessed day at work, brother. Enjoy yourself. I know you typically people don't. Have a good time.
Trying to do with the game, and then on top of that, the
Oh,
game had a
Topico,
bug that made it
join the
completely
gang.
unbalanced,
Big
unfair,
ups.
and
Appreciate it,
broken
brother.
launch. To make matters even worse for Mortal Kombat 1, all right, the big problem was that Street Fighter 6 came out this year.
Oh yeah, that was the, you know what? That was the big problem. That was my biggest problem this year. Street Fighter 6 existing on the DSP streams actively like made my year worse. The Salt, sure, is funny, but I just can't stand the gameplay and was miserable every single time. Actively made my year worse. Thanks, Capcom. Bastards.
Basically,
Redbird, is the video sped up? Yes, the video is sped up. It's at 1.2 times speed.
Ranking system, a wide variety of characters.
I know the fighting looks insane. It's fast as hell.
Mortal Kombat 1 didn't do any of that. It was just a high-low mix-up game with some assist characters coming out. It played almost exactly like previous Mortal Kombats and didn't really innovate at all. So imagine your direct competitor just a few months before your new release has groundbreaking internet connectivity, amazing gameplay elements, the likes of which you've never seen before. They're introducing a ton of new gameplay things that have never even been a part of their franchise, and they're blowing it out of the park on every single level, and then you release an incredibly subpar game, right? Really, Mortal Kombat 1 is not a bad game. The problem is it's just par for the course of what you would expect.
Oh, Nugs, you beat him last night on Street Fighter? I'm going to have to catch the clip then.
It feels like an expansion from Mortal Kombat 11, and that's a problem. Any other year, this game might have felt like an awesome complete package, but Street Fighter 6 came out last year, and Street Fighter 6 literally at every corner upstaged Mortal Kombat 1. Didn't have a game-breaking bug at launch, had...
Street Fighter 6 didn't have a real... almost let that one slip. Didn't have a real story, so didn't beat MK1 there, I guess.
All these new gameplay elements to innovate in, had...
All these new gameplay elements, dude. What about the tag system? Isn't that new and robust? Even though games have been doing that for ages and it wasn't exactly an original idea, but hey, who am I? I mean, come on, dude.
The best online play in the business. When this game came out...
But the netcode in Street Fighter 6 sucks now. What are you talking about? Shut up.
It felt like you were playing a children's game compared to what you could play with Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, a children's game where you decapitate people and rip their guts out. Very children's style.
Everything that I'm saying right now, okay? Take a look at the player basis for the two games. Street Fighter 6 has massively dwindled, but everyone's hype. People are still streaming the game, talking about it. Mortal Kombat 1 is all but dead. Like, no one talks about it. Almost no one's streaming it. Their tournaments, no one cares. Street Fighter 6 is at the top of the competitive scene, and Mortal Kombat 1 just a few months in is dead, and no one cares. The only time they talk about it is when a DLC character releases. Oh, Homelander's in it now, so everyone go and play it for a week, and then it's dead again. Okay?
And that's the only time that people are going to be talking about Street Fighter 6 unless they're hardcore into Street Fighter 6 like you are.
Very similar.
It's literally the same shit. Shut up.
Street Fighter 4 came out, and it completely reinvigorated the entire fighting game community. Then all of a sudden, you had Mortal Kombat 9 and a new Tekken and another new fighting game. And within a span of 2-3 years, it was like the renaissance of fighting games, right? It really looked like 2023 was going to be the renaissance of fighting games. But then Street Fighter 6 came out.
He said that.
Can Mortal Kombat
He said that not that long ago. I think when Street Fighter 6, like after Street Fighter 6 came out and he was talking about fighting, it's the renaissance of fighting games. The renaissance, like, what a pretentious, like, thing to say. Maybe that's a real thing. Maybe that's a real thing you could coin and say, and it would make sense. But it just sounds like a shitty, pretentious thing to say. And the last thing DSP needs to come across as is pretentious.
Even stand a chance? And the answer is no. It's like they didn't even try. They paid no attention to their direct competitor. They didn't try to even implement the elements that Street Fighter 6 had. They just didn't care. They just released another kind of blasé mid Mortal Kombat game. And when your competitor...
Oh, it was mid. Shout out mid.
It's a mid game. You have to try to stay in competition. And sadly...
Whoever taught DSP the word mid gets a special spot in hell. I'm telling you that.
We have 3 left. The top 3. Matthew did a super chat and said, "Evening, Phil. I always look forward to this time of year, and I do agree with you that Jedi Survivor was great, but it should have been handled better with all of those glitches." Exactly. Again, amazing game, handled incredibly poorly. It's going to disappoint.
Jackie, how could Phil be smoking mid? He's married, stupid.
Truly was a great game. Would people not be still talking about it? Would you not see tons of people streaming the game? That game died like right away within a few weeks. It was like gone again. Everyone went right back to Street Fighter 6, and now everyone's just waiting for Tekken. No one's talking about Mortal Kombat 1 as if it never existed. That's pretty sad. DC says, "This is a gut and a
very
heart
cool.
I love watching you have fun on Mortal Kombat. NetherRealm dropped the ball on the game. Man, what a sad excuse of a game." I feel you. All right. Okay. Cool. It's time for the top 3.
We're clapping.
Once again, if you my number 3 pick of the most disappointing game of the year is actually exactly the same situation as my number 4. All right? And you're going to understand why when I show you what the game is. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 3 most disappointing game of 2023 is Sonic Superstars.
Oh my god, it's Sonic.
Well,
he hated this game.
A mainstream 2D game actually come out since Sonic Mania. And Sonic Mania was absolutely insanely good. It was everything retro that you would have wanted from Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? Even had the retro graphics, a discounted price because it played like an older game. So there you have it. Sonic Superstars attempted to basically take the formula of Sonic Mania and put it into a full 3D engine, as you can see right here. And I'll be honest, some of the stages in Sonic Superstars are very innovative. You're seeing one of them right now. This is actually one of my favorite stages of the game, where it has this whole 8-bit aesthetic, only done with modern graphics, and it actually has great gameplay elements and really...
Yeah, this stage looks pretty neat. I don't even like Sonic.
To showcase the fact that this game is not atrociously bad. All right? The problem with Sonic Superstars is
too short.
Okay? Number 1, it came out in 2023 when its direct competitor, Super Mario Wonder, also came out only like a week or 2 weeks after.
Oh, okay, so this game is disappointing because a different game came out. Very cool. I don't think that's how games work, jackass.
This game was
so stupid.
$70 at launch.
Commentary has just divulged into calling him stupid.
I have to tell you, I'm going to be honest here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This game is 5 hours long. 5 hours long.
This is the same... This is the same guy who complains that games are 60 hours long. So it's not good if it's short, it's not good if it's long. You have to make a game that's the perfect size for DSP. It has to be the perfect length. Because if it's just if it's too small, too large, you're gonna hear about it. It's gonna go on his disappointing games list, dude. God damn it. You cannot please this guy. There's no pleasing him.
Bit of optional content that opens up at the end if you want to go back and do like these master run stages. There's a few extras.
Only he can please himself.
Extra hour or 2 out of it. All right, but 5 hours of gameplay in 2023, charging full retail price, is completely and utterly unacceptable. To make matters worse, on top of that, okay, sadly, some of the stages aren't good. Some of the stages are way uninspired and not that interesting. I've made an effort to try to show you one of the best in the game, but actually, I'd argue that half the stages just aren't that fun. What is fun? Well, you can change characters. You can play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or Amy, and each of them have a different gameplay mechanic. However, if you play as Tails, the game is incredibly busted and super easy. So you probably don't want to play as Tails because it makes the entire game so dang easy. Okay? And a game like this, again, it would have been great if it was a $40 release. I probably wouldn't even have had it on this countdown if it was like a $30 or $40 release. But for them to have the ball...
Mitchell Bay, you're all good. I hope when you get to this part, you're happy you get a shout out.
Why?
It's cool if you're behind. It'd be like that sometimes. I've been known to do that.
Do you want to know how much content Super Mario Wonder has? 17 hours for exactly the same price. 5 hours of Sonic 17 hours of Mario, same price. Do you see the difference? You can't even try to justify the price tag of this game. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Maybe you can't, but a Sonic fan could. If they like Sonic, they're gonna pay the they're gonna pay the troll toll.
Pay for it. There's no way you can justify the value. And even wow,
Wanna get into that Sonic boys hole.
$60 for this. The price hasn't even dropped yet. That is insanity. You know. Oh, by the way,
he complains about the money. But it's literally not his money. The dens give him the money for the stupid games. It's literally nothing to him.
Frustrating. It has multiple phases and no checkpoints whatsoever. And again, for a modern game, to have a final boss that's frustrating with no checkpoints is a pain in the ass, because you have to restart the whole boss fight from scratch and redo 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay to get to the end of it every time you die. So
don't die. Be better.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. It's upsetting. Sadly, I wish that it was better. I mean, how sad is it that I can concretely tell you this? Sonic Mania from how many years ago? 5, 6 years ago is a much better game than this, has a much better value than this, has better replay value than this. And quite frankly, I think it actually looks better too. I'm showing you the best looking stage of the game, but I think that the retro look of Sonic Mania looks better than them taking this game and putting it into modern graphics. I think this game kind of fails with the modern graphics. So, Sonic Mania, great. Sonic Superstars, a huge fail. By the way, they were not made by the same studio. Even though you might think, oh, it was because it's the same style. It wasn't. They put this to a new studio. Maybe that's why the game is so short, because the studio didn't have the, basically didn't have the experience to put out as much content as they felt like they would have or should have.
Inked, have I slept? Yes, I got like 4 hours. It was very robust and meaningful sleep, I promise.
Less than a fourth of the length of your competitor for the same price. That's absolutely insanity to think that that was going to fly.
Like I said, 2 a.m. is a rough wake up. But we got her done. We banged her out. That's all you can do.
We're about to get to my top 2.
Top 2. Let's go.
Okay. And what I'd like to do is I would like to go through each of them and show you each of the games and explain why I feel that each of the games is a disappointment. And then I'm going to give you my actual ranking. So I want you to understand that I'm about to show you 2 games, but this is not number 2, number 1. All right? I want you to understand that.
My God, he's explaining that he's teasing you.
Second most, you're going to find out, but just because.
He's slipping it in and then slipping it out real quick. He's hitting you dirty style. Dude, just do the stupid bit. I don't know why. I don't know why he does this shit anyway. I don't know why he's always done this though. He's always showed you the one game and then showed you the other and then been like, "This is my real winner." Bro, just tell us. Just do a normal countdown like everybody else. I hate it.
It's Starfield, okay? Starfield was...
I'm really sorry for that imagery I've given you.
Maybe they needed to do that. Maybe they
I didn't mean to do that.
After some subpar releases, you know, when Fallout 4 came out many years ago,
I didn't think about it.
In love with it, like Bethesda had hoped they would be, but it still sold like hotcakes. When Fallout 76 came out, it was broken and a buggy mess at launch. Over the years, it actually has gotten tons of players because they've improved it over the years. But again, it was considered a failure at launch. There really hasn't been any Fallout content since, when you really think about it. Elder Scrolls, well, let's be honest, we've all been waiting for Elder Scrolls content, and what do we get? Elder Scrolls Online, and...
Yeah, I knew Starfield was coming, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I know what the other game is too.
Because they were working on Starfield,
and it's Kat's fault.
Wow, I guess they're really putting
That's why she's downstairs crying, because she spoiled
and
this.
Bethesda, you always tend to give the benefit of the doubt, alright? Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with Starfield. I just want to make this abundantly clear.
Well,
the game plays fine.
There's quite a bit wrong with Starfield, but it's okay. It's mid. I'll give it mid.
Elements with lore, with looting, with
mods would make it better, but they decided to delay the GEC for a year, which is honestly a scam.
If you look around,
don't buy the game till they have the GEC at least.
Tons upon tons of quests and things to do. It's definitely not a game that you can say I got ripped off when I bought Starfield because it didn't have enough content. I don't think anyone can justifiably say that. The problem was, once again, Mr. Todd Howard overpromised and underdelivered. When they were showing this game off earlier in 2023 and even 2022, oh, there's going to be open world exploration. There's going to be the ability to...
No, there was open world exploration. There's so many open worlds, dude. You could go to all of them. He didn't lie.
Unique stuff in the universe you're going to be able to find. And you're going to have this, and you're going to have this, and you're going to have this. And he was promise after promise after promise after promise. And almost none of those promises are satisfactorily lived up to in Starfield. First of all, look at the game. This is not me showing you a subpar stream. This is how the game runs on the Xbox Series X.
Oh, no. You are absolutely showing us a subpar stream. Every single clip in both of these countdowns is a subpar clip from a subpar stream. That's just the quality that you give, DSP, every single day. Day in, day out. Okay, you don't get to be like, oh, this isn't just a subpar clip from a something. No, it absolutely is. You're a liar. And you know you have to know you're lying.
Need a high-end gaming PC to get this to run above 30 frames per second because it's frame locked on console. Why? It's a modern game. Even Fallout 4 ran better than this at launch. And that was how many years ago? How is it acceptable to have a new game that's supposed to be a groundbreaking new IP in 2023 and it runs like a choppy mess? There's no way you can accept that. It's just not supposed to be like that. In addition, this game tries new things, for sure. It's got space travel. It's got crafting of your spaceship, right? The problem is, almost every single new element that this game attempts fails. Literally almost every single new gameplay element that's put into Starfield is disappointing. Building your ship is the equivalent of sitting in front of someone with a 1,000-piece model set, trying to figure out how to fit this piece into this piece and being intricate. Who wants to do that in a video game?
It's not that complicated. Like, this is genuinely a stupid, look, you don't have to be into the shipbuilding, but if you've ever seen the DSP short that I did of him trying to understand how to put a ship together, he's just regarded. That's really all. It's not that complicated. The things literally snap together. That's it. You pick the things you need and want, and then they snap together. And if there's any issues, it'll tell you. So this is like his first complaint, other than it has bugs, is actually stupid.
Right? Space travel. Oh my god.
Yeah, Declan does. Exactly. That's how I feel about it. The shipbuilding is low-key one of the best parts of the game.
Outside of a few times in the plot where you actually have to do space dogfights, you never have to use space travel. You can just fast travel all over the galaxy. You never have to build your own ship because you can earn them through missions or just buy them. So why does it even exist? The whole go to an alien planet, explore for minerals and elements, and build these colonies and colonize, it's all a lie. You don't have to do any of that. You get everything you need during the course of the story of the game. It's there, and you absolutely never need to do it. It's completely superfluous. So what ended up happening was, I feel like they made a game that...
Yeah, Nugs. It is too bad that the ships are useless and you don't actually get to fly them and you fast travel everywhere. That's 100% true. I agree. I agree. But again, we are getting the I don't want to engage in the game mechanics, and I just want to play the game raw and not actually play most of it. So the game is bad because apparently it's a lie. The shipbuilding and the world exploration and the base building, all of it is a lie because DSP didn't want to do it. I don't think that makes it a lie. I don't think most of it is good. The base building did not strike me as something that was enjoyable to do. And that's coming from someone who did build settlements in Fallout 4. Shout out all of my abandoned settlements. I'm sure you guys are doing great. I didn't enjoy the base building in Starfield. I didn't think it was very good, but it doesn't make it a lie just because you didn't want to do it. That's stupid. Again, we're right back to square one. Stupid.
Plays just like everything else they've always done. It plays like Fallout. It plays like Skyrim. It plays like all those franchises smashed together. That's fine if that's what you're looking for. But I think most of us were looking for something new and innovative. There is literally no new innovations in this game that work or are needed. They're all a waste of your time, okay? And that's a major problem. When you have a new IP and you have nothing that's notable in it besides it's the Bethesda formula, how are you supposed to get people excited about that? And so many people were excited for the game, started playing it, and when they got like 20, 30 hours in, realized it's really, damn, it feels just like Fallout. It feels just like Elder Scrolls. It feels like everything else I've played from Bethesda, just with a little bit of a skin over it because we're in space. But outside of that, it's the same game again, and you just lose your excitement for it. I had a hard time going back to the game and actually finishing it, you know? Does it have
Then you
factions?
probably
Sure.
shouldn't
Does it
have.
have a main story with companions who you get
Yo,
to know,
Pib, have a
question
good
them,
day,
and
brother. Hope you have fun at work. I hope it's
try
either super
to
fun or
ask the
non-eventful.
question,
And non-eventful is
what
really
took
all
so
you
damn
can
long?
hope for at
What
work.
took them so long to make Starfield? It's literally the same formula, the same elements, the same thing you've done a million times. Every time they tried to add something new like gun crafting, you never need it. It's completely worthless. There's an entire research tree and upgrades in the game. Worthless. Don't add to the experience. They're just a time waste, and they make you think like they're important. Come to find out, you wasted all your time and efforts gathering those resources, building or getting those skills to do them. Completely wasted. You could have been doing things better with your time. So it really is sad because I feel like this
It's
is
super sad. It made him cry downstairs. He was right next to Cat.
Fun to do it. It feels blah. Like I've been saying this whole countdown. Mid.
It
It's
feels
not
blah.
terrible, but it's not innovative and fun. It's just kind of meh. If I want to kill time, I'll play Starfield, but I'm not expecting much, right? In fact, I'm showing you one of the more innovative missions in the entire plot, where there's a dimensional shift. You can go between two versions of the same base. This is one of the more unique things in the entirety of the game. Everything else just feels exactly like you've played it before in a Bethesda game. On top of that, without spoiling, the plot's terrible. When you get to the end of the game and you see the plot, it's absolutely god-awful to the point where everything you've done in the plot up to that point doesn't matter. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to spoil the plot for those who haven't played it, but it's just like you will spend 40, 50, 60 hours in this game, get to the end of the plot. Well, sorry you wasted all your time. Oh, well, that makes me feel like I really, you know, am valued and cherished by Bethesda as a company, doesn't it? So, not only...
Why? Okay, wait a minute. Why does he need, like... Why does he expect to feel valued and what? Valued and cherished?
I feel like I really, you know, am valued and cherished by Bethesda.
Valued and cherished by a AAA game studio. Are you for real, dude? That's what you expected? You expect to be valued and cherished. I just typically expect a game that I can enjoy. I don't need them to, you know, cradle me to sleep and tuck me in at night. I don't need them to kiss me on the forehead. I just want a game that I like. But you need to be valued and cherished. You need them to DM you on Twitter and tell you had a good stream today? That's what you wanted? Yeah, you were never going to find that. Every game is going to disappoint you from pretty much here on out. I hate to break it to you, bro. That's so stupid. I keep going back to this. You're dumb.
So, not only... does it not do innovate? Does it fail at all its promises?
Every expectation he has is absolutely insane behavior.
So it's like crap after crap after crap. I mean, it's kind of hard to top a game like that, honestly. When you think about it, it's so disappointing for me.
It's disappointing to me.
To top that game. And yeah. Something else was as disappointing or maybe even more disappointing than that game in 2023. But 2023 was the year that really, this line just kept continuing because there's another game that I feel was just as disappointing as Starfield, okay? By the way, thank you, Anime Fan, for the super chat, who says it's No Man's Sky, but it's from a AAA.
Yo, shout out Anime Fan again.
Fan again for another super chat.
What I said.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the other game that I feel is one of the top 2 worst of the year is a game that a lot of eyes were on. Because the last iteration of this long-storied, well-beloved gaming franchise, when it released, was well recognized as being an unfinished and jumbled mess. Okay? So now we were told, this is good, because this game franchise has now been handed over to a group that knows what they're doing, were given the time, given the resources, allowed to properly do everything the way that they should have. You absolutely will be getting a complete game when you buy it. All right? So, oh, okay. Well, thank God we're not buying an unfinished jumbled mess because this is such a beloved franchise that's been going for so long.
Super beloved, dude.
Fumbled, right? And come out unfinished and really disappointing is just that. So, when we heard all this information about the game and you started seeing all the visuals of it and everything.
I'm super professional, guys. I muted the microphone when I had to sneeze, so you didn't have to listen to it. I'm basically better than the guy. And I haven't been doing this for 15 years. So,
and then I started
big ups to me.
All right? And again, I have to say, maybe my opinion is different than yours. And that's fine if it is. I appreciate the fact that people have different opinions. But I'm going to justify everything I'm about to say. Ladies and gentlemen, the other most disappointing game of the year for me was Final Fantasy 16. By no stretch of the
Yeah, I knew that. Okay. I wasn't going to say it. I didn't want to spoil it for you guys. But I knew it was Final Fantasy 16.
Right? Can't get it on Xbox.
Like I said, it's Cat's fault. I knew.
Expect it's going to perform well. It does not. This game struggles to maintain a good frame rate, all right? Sometimes it's a smooth 60 and it's gorgeous. Sometimes it's 40 and it's okay. Sometimes it's below 30.
Is that a chocobo?
Especially if you're in mid-combat, a bunch of enemies. You don't want a frame rate that's going like this the entire time you're playing the game.
I don't even know if that's a Final Fantasy thing.
You have to get it to run well.
I think it is. I never played one. I don't know.
They did a poor job of that, okay? Now.
Oh, why, dude? Why? Hang on. Why did he hate this game? It had a sex in it, just like one, and I think some characters kissed. They were like laying in bed under covers, and it made him really uncomfortable. So that's pretty much it. He also complained about the combat because he refused to actually engage in it and go into depth with how to actually do it. Instead, he just mashed his way through the game like he does with pretty much every game, and said it was bad and shallow instead of, like I said, actually engaging in the mechanics to make it more interesting for himself. And he refused to turn up the difficulty. It was like all of these enemies they die in like one combo, and there's nothing they could do. It's super easy, and then refused to turn up the difficulty. That's why he hated the game. He literally made himself hate the game because it had sex in it. It's very cool.
Don't fix it. I feel like for the last maybe 3-4 iterations.
But he's married, dude. He can't see a sex scene.
Which is sad because I feel like Final Fantasy has one of the biggest, most dedicated fan bases of any game franchise because they've been around for so long, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel when you make a new Final Fantasy. All you got to do is give us an interesting story with some great graphics, some pretty interesting RPG gameplay, toss in all the enemies that we're used to from the past games, but give them more modern versions and iterations. I think you've got a hit on your hands, right? But it just seems to me like they absolutely are determined to try to make these big sweeping changes to this franchise every single game that comes out. And
one critique I have about this game, there's too many particles on screen. There's too many effects. I have no idea what's going on like all the time. This very much seems like one of those games where you have to play it to know, because I genuinely cannot keep track of the combat.
Right?
There's just so much going on.
Went out of their way to make it not be like modern Final Fantasy, or excuse me, classic Final Fantasy in any way, shape, or form. Okay, how? Let's talk. Number one, a new adult tone to the game. This game
here we go, sags. Hell yeah.
Constantly, and thinks that somehow that's a creative decision that's going to change the game's audience or improve it. It does not.
So DSP is upset because the game constantly drops the F-bomb. I hate to break it to DSP, but if he's ever been working with like blue collar workers who do things and get stuff done, the F word is just about every other word. I myself use it very, very loosely at all times when I'm at work and in like my public social style experiences. I don't do it on stream because I don't think it's a very good look, in all honesty. But like I said, I've got brain rot and my vocabulary is absolutely trashed at this point. So yes, like every other word is the F word for a lot of people. It's just the way it is in reality. So if that's something that they were doing in the game, like it's just true to real life, I guess.
All right, previous Final Fantasy games almost never had that kind of language. This one does. This one has sexual content in it. There's actual sexual actions and things between characters. The game thinks it's funny. A lot of people said, oh, what they were trying to do were go for a more mature tone, like Game of Thrones. Like the game really, at the plot of the game.
LOL, Inked is behind on the stream. Laugh at him, point and laugh. Ha ha, ha ha, you're behind.
Feels like Game of Thrones, okay? So if you like Game of Thrones, you might like Final Fantasy. The only problem is, number one, Game of Thrones ended like 5 years ago.
Haha, point and laugh. He's talking about a previous segment. Stupid.
Since it's not popular anymore. Maybe if this game had come out 10 years ago when Game of Thrones was at the height of its popularity.
Yo, Baka, no sense. 405. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
It just feels like it's ancient. It feels like it's outdated. It feels like they're trying really too hard, and it comes out as cringy rather than innovative. I don't think the director understands that because there's such a fan base of people who kiss this guy's butt that he doesn't know that his game is cringy as shit. He actually thinks he made the right decision making it as edgy as he did, okay? The story, all right, is good on paper and actually in parts has really good character development and some really interesting scenes and plots, and sometimes you actually feel emotional. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is very forgettable, and that's sad. For example, I can't even tell you, what's this guy's name? Is his name Clive? I don't even know. I don't remember. And I played the whole game, and I couldn't tell you, is it Clyde, Clive, Clark? I really don't know.
Clive, Clark.
Thing, you know,
I don't even know, dude.
Now, I will admit, some of the plot was interesting. In fact, I would tell you the one reason I kept playing this game was the plot. Why? Because let me tell you something about the combat of Final Fantasy 16.
Hey, combat
Ladies
time.
and gentlemen, I am dead serious
Time to complain.
when I'm about to say this on camera to the internet world in public. In my opinion, Final Fantasy...
Yeah, Clive is so funny. That's a real name, unfortunately. Shout out all my Clive viewers. I hope you're all having a meaningful day and you don't aren't upset that I'm laughing at your name. Clive is so funny to me.
16 has the worst combat of any Final Fantasy game I've ever played in my entire life. There is not a single Final Fantasy game that plays worse than Final Fantasy 16. This game is a button mashing mess. Okay? This game, once you get farther into it and you unlock all the elemental spells, literally becomes like you're playing Kingdom Hearts 3. Mash the button, do another ability, mash the button, do
Yo,
another
Redbird,
ability,
you're on thin ice,
Oh, no,
brother.
another
Clive,
ability.
standing is, it's against the rules now. You'll get a pass this time.
That's the entire game. I wish I was joking, but if you actually check out my playthrough, I beat entire bosses not looking at the screen.
That's because you played on a shit difficulty, you shitter. People literally told you to, like, pick the difficulty up if you're having such an easy or, like, you're having too easy of a time. If you're just mashing your way through these bosses, that's not the intended experience, and you should turn the game up to actually challenge yourself. And you're like, no, I don't want to do that, dude. I just want to play the story and get the game done. I hate this game. That was actually, that's pretty much verbatim what he said. I'm kind of exaggerating, but not really. That was it. Yeah, he played on game journalist difficulty and it was like, I didn't have fun with the game. Well, that's because you didn't really engage with it.
To chat, and I say, guys, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to talk with you guys for this boss. And I beat the whole goddamn game like that. And I didn't play it on easy.
And that's your fault. No, that's literally your fault. Shut up.
Most dumbed down.
There's a hard
really
difficulty.
Simple mode. It's like Final Fantasy for play school. It's like, you know how you got Legos, but then you got, what are the double-O blocks? This is the
double blocks. Yo, shout out Jewel Rowe for the 2. I'm going with Euros again. Euros. Phil, the prophet of adult content. Yes. Pig, pear, dashing away. That's that emote. That's a peach. I called out the wrong fruit. Damn, I'm regarded. I don't know my fruits.
double-O blocks Final Fantasy. But the funny part about that is, it's the edgy adult Game of Thrones Final Fantasy. You combine the dumbest, easiest gameplay with the adult content. How does that make any sense? It makes no sense at all. It's dumbfoundingly stupid. There's also tons of problems with the pacing of the game. Okay? As you are playing this game, it becomes abundantly clear that it's not streamlined in any way because they want to extend the length of the game. The actual story of Final Fantasy 16 is not that bad. The problem is the story of Final Fantasy 16 is only about 20 hours long, but the game is around 40 to 50 hours long. So you might say, well, I don't understand. Why is the game so long? Because the game has insane amounts of padding. There's pointless upon pointless upon pointless side mission that opens up, and if you do it, you'll get a menial reward that you don't need and doesn't add anything to the gameplay experience. There's fetch quests, there's kill a bunch of generic enemies quests, everything that you've seen in traditional RPGs. The problem is this isn't a traditional RPG. It's a button masher. So because it's a button masher, none of it's fun to do. It's not relaxing, it's not chill, it's just boring.
Yeah, but you could say the exact same thing about turn-based old school grinding in RPG games. Like, he's like, oh, the button mashing isn't fun, but someone who enjoys button mashing in a video game would be like, yeah, I hate old Final Fantasy games because they expect you to do a bunch of tedious shit and grinding, and the combat isn't fun because I can't button mash. It's turn-based. Like, it's literally the same thing. It's all about preference. I don't know if that's a real negative to the game. Also, there was segments when I tuned into the stream where he couldn't progress in the story because they basically told him he had to go do side content. He didn't play enough side content, which is funny to me. And also only an experience that you have if you don't play side content, which if you're playing a game, I would imagine you would at least play some of it, if not most or all of it. So I'm not quite sure if this is a problem that most people are going to have, because usually when people play video games, they try and experience, I don't know, the game that they're playing at least a little bit. So like I said, I don't know if this is exactly an experience that a lot of people are having, but I guess if they are, shout out a lot of people.
addition, you'll
And
be
I'm
in the
sorry
midst
my
of some
phone went off.
crazy
That's
fun
supposed to be
story
muted.
missions, and then the game will say, oh, by the way, you can't continue with the story
Stop.
until you do these 2 manual missions that are required. They're mandatory. Go collect some items. Go do a bunch of generic talking with characters for 3 hours in a town. Go, kill some enemies in the environment. It completely destroys
Is muted
the
now.
momentum
I
the game has.
apologize.
So not only is the story too short and too short-lived, it's too cringy because they tried too hard to be adult for this game. Then if you even want to just keep going with the story, you're not allowed to. You hit roadblocks of boring padded content that make the game not fun to continuously play. It feels like a chore to get through Final Fantasy 16. And that's not a good thing.
Feels like a chore to get through this video. God damn.
And then you gotta fight, and every time you fight, like, here we go again.
This could have been half the length it was, and he'd have got his point across all the same.
It's so disappointing, because if you watch this, you might think this is, wow, look at that combat, right? That's complex. Look at those graphics. It's just not enjoyable.
Look at that. It's complex, dude.
I wish it were. I wish I could tell you this game was a huge improvement. What I can tell you is this. Final Fantasy 16 is a complete game. It is not unfinished like 15 was. Okay? That I can wholeheartedly tell you. If you were looking for a completed experience, this is it. Does it have content? It does. Problem is, to get through the good content, you have to play a bunch of boring, grindy crap content. That's not good. That's not a good look. That's not a good balance. The pacing is so atrociously bad. Multiple times during the playthrough, you're like, wow, I'm not even kidding you. My streams are around 3 to 4 hours long of gameplay. Multiple times during the playthrough, we would have a 3-hour boredom stream. Where, like, we would just, what do we guys want to do today? Because I have to get through 3 hours of crap before we get back to the story.
That's your fault, dude. If you're having a stream that is 3 hours of boring and people are not being entertained, you're failing as a content creator. It's on you to make what you're doing entertaining. If I got on stream and then was like, oh, we're going to watch DSP, it's going to be 4 hours of boring content nobody cares about. Like, yeah, that's kind of true. We are watching DSP, but it's up to me to do something with it. It's up to me to make it entertaining for somebody, right? That's what you're supposed to do. But instead, you're just throwing your hands up in the air going, oh, what are we going to do, guys? Because I can't make the game entertaining. We just got to do something else? That's, you've clearly misunderstood what your job was. What was in your job description. It was to be entertaining. And if you can't do that, maybe this isn't the career option that you thought it was for you, DSP. But, of course, he's got the dents to bail him out of every situation, so it doesn't matter.
And let's shoot the shit. Let's talk about this topic. Let's just make fun of the game today. We had entire streams. All we did was make fun of the game. Because there was nothing else to do. It was that boring. So, the funny part about all this is, there's people who out there absolutely swear this is like Game of the Year. To this day. Now, at the end of the year, did it win any major awards? No. Did it really get major praise from the media or the Game Awards? No. But it's Game of the Year, in my opinion. Like, what did you like about this game particularly? I can't hear a single person who actually has said to me exactly what it is that's so good about this game that it should be a Game of the Year contender. You know what they say? Oh, the Eidolon fights, right? Whatever they're called, where you're controlling the giant creatures in this game. They used to be the summon monsters in previous Final Fantasies. In this game, they're called something different. So it's like, it's Shiva versus Ifrit, and you're button mashing, and giant kaiju-style fights are going down. That's all well and good, and they're fun. Don't get me wrong. They're called icons in this one, I'm told. Not Eidolons, icons. See, I even forgot the name of that because, again, it's so not memorable. That I can tell you, those fights were fun, but they're too few and far between, and they're not even the whole idea of the focus of the game. You should be caring about the characters. You should be caring about what's going to happen in the story. Now, when can I get to that next giant button-mashing fest with a giant monster beating the shit out of a giant monster to keep me awake?
But you immediately wrote off every single character that was in a cutscene if it was even slightly mature is the word I'm going to use. Whether it had some sort of segs in it, or they said some swear words, or they made some sort of remark that he did not particularly agree with. Why? What is this? What is this? Nugs, you're lying, bro. You're lying. What is this? You're lying. This is hot. This is hot news. This is hot news right now. All right, guys, hang on. Wait a minute. Sorry. We're taking a detour. I gotta check this out live on stream right now. Well, I'll just pop on over to we'll just don't dox my restream dealer, please.
The whole nonsense with the fake memberships is easily controllable. You ignore it, you ban the person, you move on. But if you a person on the internet,
must have missed it.
Right? So, for example, entire days of filming that I'm for is going to come to light, and there's going to be a life of Dark Side Phil. My life is not sad, okay? Him now than before, which I'm sure was not the intention of information about my life. Show for everyone.
Jesus Christ, he was going forever.
This is supposed to be entertaining for my fans. This is supposed to be entertaining for my haters, but also for a whole new audience. For those
We'll start here. I'm sorry. We're on a huge field trip. We'll just get back to it in a second. Wait a minute. This is
to know everything about me in one go. The positive and the negative instead of just the negative, which is all you hear on the internet, right?
Right.
So anyway.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I've been, in talks and working with Mike Klum for months on this, all right? And we've had brainstorming sessions, and we've actually met and talked about this stuff. And basically now, we're in the stage where it's time to set stuff in stone, concrete, filming schedule.
Oh, super quiet.
As you know, a few weeks ago, the story broke on the internet.
That's as loud as he can get.
Okay? And of course, people started asking me, and a couple weeks ago, I told you guys publicly about it. And the feedback that I got was this way. Fearful. Okay? That's the feedback I got. Fear. Right? It wasn't, whoa, this is great news. It wasn't, oh, this is interesting. It was, well, I'm afraid now. Why was the feedback that I got fearful from my audience? Because keep in mind, I get feedback from my audience. I'm absolutely sure that in the hater detractor circles, they were dancing for joy because they're hoping to get
we were hyped. We were geeked. It was super cool.
Information about my life.
Very robust.
And used for something new for them. Keep in mind that the moment that anything happens involving me, they get content. And they make money on it.
We do. Kind of.
This is not the time. Negative exposure and making people feel bad or sorry or think I'm pathetic. It's the opposite. So I'm a positive guy and I persevere through all this stuff that people throw at me. It's a completely different story than Boogie's, right? But the truth here is that people are right. The one piece of stuff out there that Mike Klum has done that everyone knows was basically a negative piece about Boogie and made him look bad. So,
oh my God!
Like, well, how is that going to help you? If the one example you have of what this guy's done actually kind of hurt Boogie, right, made him look worse, then why on earth would you trust this guy to make a documentary with you? And again, I'm telling you, this is not that kind of a documentary. It's very different, all right?
Okay, all right, cool.
I'm into it and all of that. It's not. I would not be doing a documentary that's, it's the sad life of Dark Side Phil. My life is not sad, okay?
Okay, yeah, sorry, we ran it back quite a bit. I had to boost the audio.
That many of you, in fact, a lot of you, all right, are afraid of drama and problems. Because here's the deal, and this is what I know today, and this is what I've learned over time and experience. As a 41-year-old adult, I'm well aware that my actions directly affect not just me, but
he's pretending to give a shit about his fans, and it's so obnoxious, dude.
Are directly affected by the decisions that I make in my life. And I feel that, sadly, there's a lot of times in the last 10 to 15 years that I've been a YouTuber that I was not self-aware enough to know that, and therefore I would say and do things that then would end up negatively affecting everyone around me in a very negative way, right? And that's my fault. And I publicly apologize to any of you out there who may have been put through drama and nonsense because of me. Perfect example here, that Side Scrollers podcast. I had already made the decision to not do an interview. I had decided against it. Originally, the idea was I wanted an interview, but then things were going good. And I said, I don't want an interview. I don't need it. Things are going fine. And then all of a sudden, the Side Scrollers contact me to be on their show, and I said, yeah, I'll just be a guest on your show. And then they decided they want to turn it into an interview, which wasn't the idea and wasn't my intention. But here I am trusting a guy who I've worked with over the years multiple times and never screwed me over. And then he basically decides this is his big opportunity to get over on someone and make a lot of money and get a lot of attention for himself because he's a greedy asshole, right? So
yeah, right. This is why I don't do restreams, because I really just be sitting here in silence.
My wife was negatively affected. My family was negatively affected. It wasn't just me. And that's not good. This is not just about me. This is about everyone involved, okay? And
everyone involved.
And so, it's a big step to do a documentary, all right, where a lot of stuff that probably a lot of people don't know, or maybe just a lot of stuff people have forgotten because I don't talk about it anymore, is going to come to light. And there's going to be a lot of stuff in one focused area of concentration about me, right? Likely it's going to dredge up a lot of old shit that no one cares about anymore, but some people will be hearing about it for the first time. So now people will care again, even though it doesn't matter,
Yeah, that's like the whole point of the documentary, you jackass. That's like the whole thing. That's the point of a documentary, is to address all of the stuff from like way back in the day that nobody might know about to the current day stuff. That's like I said, the whole point.
Basically, I've done a lot of work to improve myself over the last 6-7 years that I became.
No, you haven't. You haven't done shit.
A lot of personas and monikers and things I used to do because I feel like in the modern day they're toxic and not positive enough of something that I want to portray to the internet, being that I am a content creator. And to some people, yes, I know how crazy this sounds, but to some people I actually am sort of a role model. And so I don't want to portray myself
Jade?
to those people who are
Derek?
looking up to me, right? So I've done my best to change for the better, but a documentary is going to dredge up those old things and have them be exposed again to an audience who might feel like they're fresh again, right?
Nice snort, sip, chew. 1, 2, a little one at the end.
So
2.5.
with all this going on, all right, there has been work going on behind the scenes on the documentary. All right, there has been. And like I said, now is the time that we're hashing out concretely things like filming schedule, how much work is going to go into it, what it's going to entail to do this, because there's going to be filming in the house, there's going to be filming outside of the house, other places.
Yeah, he's going to get into the snort for it. It's going to be super robust.
Stuff like that. It's a big endeavor to put out a professional looking documentary. This is not just a throw together piece. This is not, you know, someone talking over footage of Detractor shit that they've accumulated over the last 15 years and acting like that's a documentary. It's not.
Shout out Turkey Tom.
It's a no effort.
That was like a direct shot at Turkey Tom. Way to go. Just say his name. Say it with your chest, dog. That's all it takes.
All right? All things considered, everything going on, all right? As of today, the documentary is canceled.
Let's go.
I'm going to tell you why. Because there's a few
We're blowing bubbles, baby.
Right? And
Look at him go.
Because I've been working on this for months with Mike. And
extra bubbles for the news.
It was a tough one, all right? But allow me to explain what's actually
it's
going
Gundam's
on.
fault.
Right?
It probably is,
so,
low key.
Number one, to do a documentary like this is going to be incredibly time consuming. I'm talking weeks of work, likely away from being here and streaming with you guys, or really broken schedules and messed up stuff, right? So, for example, entire days of filming that I'm not streaming at all. A day.
Yeah, we need crying emojis in the chat, pimps.
I'm running around. We're talking days I probably wouldn't even see my wife because I'd be so busy, right?
And dude, this is actually regarded. There are days I won't be able to see my wife. Like, yeah, bro, that's what working is like. Do you know how many hours I saw my girlfriend this past week when I worked 70 hours? It wasn't a whole lot. I'll tell you that for free. It was like because she gets home late. She would literally get home. I would see her for all of 5 minutes. She'd tell me that her day was okay. And I'd go, all right, I'm going to bed. That was it. Because I have to work. It'd be like that sometimes when you have things to get done. You're not special. You're not unique. Shut up. God damn it, dude. You're such a whiny bitch.
Here, but also filming. I'm having to travel and go around to do this filming and stuff like that. So just that, number one, that's a big endeavor. And by the way, that's not the reason why I'm coming to this decision, but it's a factor in it, okay? But basically, there's so many other factors going on. Some of these you guys know and some of you don't. Like, for example, I've got personal stuff going on behind the scenes in my life that none of you have any idea about, all right? You just don't, because I don't share a lot of my personal stuff with you guys. As you know, over the last year, there's been a few days where I've told you guys things are going on. I'm not in the right mindset, or I'm not feeling well because of stuff, and that stuff's ongoing. So already, I'm kind of already at a limit of kind of stress in my life right now with that stuff going on. And that really sucks. All right. And let me also put it this way. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Put it any way you want. You're still going to be regarded.
Documentary to work. It would need to be even-sided, right? So you need to have an equal level of good and bad, balanced. What's happened is, since the word of the documentary hit the internet, there's 98% of the interest is the toxic.
Oh my God.
Everyone who hates me wants to be a part of this thing or have input in it.
Are you for real?
Slam me and make me look terrible, just like they do on a daily basis for personal gain on YouTube, right? So that's where the interest lies. My viewers and my fans and those who actually like me have reached out to me over the last several weeks. And some of you, I want to appreciate every one of you who reached out to me and gave me your true feedback.
I'm going to let him cook. Right? I'm going to let him cook because this is awful.
Years, reach out to me and say, don't do this documentary. That basically, this is not going to work. That it's just going to end up being a field day for people to bring up old shit that I've grown out of, but act like it just happened, right? And there's other people also who basically are like, you know, I'd like to be a part of this. Like, I'd like to support you as a fan, but how could we viably do that? And
hey, yo, shout out bro side Phil with the $5. I know, I'm teasing you guys. Phil thinks he's the main character. If it's going to inconvenience him, it's obviously because someone is out to get him. Of course.
I mean, you're talking about, like, for example, let's say we wanted to have a fan of mine be a part of this documentary. Well, you don't want to give up their identity because trolls actually harass my fans if they can. They've doxed them. They've messed with their personal lives. So what?
No, and that's facts. That's facts.
Identity protection situation where we have to black their face out and voice change them and film them in a dark room and just to have a fan of mine talk positively about me.
Dude, Mike Klum tried to reach out to Derek and others like him, and they outright blocked him and refused to talk to him. DSP is upset because it's gonna be all detractors, but that's because those are the only people that are actually willing to admit that they even know who DSP is. Everybody who actually likes DSP, all of these dents, literally live in the shadows because they're, I don't know, embarrassed that they like the guy because they can't own up to the fact that they like a piece of content. That's why this is all screwed one way, and he knew that it was gonna be like this. He specifically said, when he was talking about the documentary and how it was gonna happen, he specifically said, oh, everybody's gonna be in it, dude. It's gonna be my fans and detractors and my parents, and they're gonna be in the snort for. Like, this was in the pitch that he pitched to his audience, and his audience on several occasions. Sorry, I have to swallow all my spit. His audience on several occasions specifically said, DSP, I don't think that you should do this because it's not going to be a good look and there's going to be detractors in it and it's going to be a hit piece. And he told them, no, guys, it's going to be super meaningful and positive because I talked to Mike Klum and I believe Mike Klum's ability to do this. But of course, DSP couldn't follow through on anything because of the exact thing that he specifically reassured people about. Dude is literally doubling back on the shit that he's been talking about for like a month now. Come on, bro.
Right? Like, how crazy is that when you really think about it? And, you know, I want to say thank you because, again, there were a few people who I was working with to basically be...
Hey, good morning, Gaye. Mad stays noited with the super chat. €199. Not one person would speak in support of him. Because who would? Who would?
A couple people did step up and said they actually would do it. But do I really want to put people through that? Because again, what you guys got to understand here is...
No, Crust Punks, it didn't get on the monitor. It was just accumulating in my mouth.
This were me back in Connecticut, in my condo in Connecticut. And the documentary was being made about me.
I didn't want to spit it all over my desk,
right?
though.
But now, I'm older, I'm more mature, and I realize that this affects everyone. Not just me. So my concern here is listening to all of your feedback. Here's the feedback that generally I've gotten from you guys in the last 2 weeks since basically this was announced, right? Since the Side Scrollers interview, so much drama happened. You know, first there was the fallout from that interview, and literally 3 or 4 months.
It's the Side Scrollers' fault, of course.
Greg wanted to come on my content. You know, bullshit. All nonsense just to make money. And then finally they shut the fuck up. But then Keemstar interjected himself because he now wanted to get popularity with this Lolcow podcast bullshit. And then he persisted for months and months with that. And then finally now, we're at a time and a level where the air is clearing and things are calm. And there's nothing really going on in the drama sphere at all. And people are actually just enjoying coming by and being a part of my content and not having to hear about this nonsense and that nonsense and this nonsense and that nonsense. Now, here's the thing. There's always going to be some nonsense. Right now with these trolls and the stupid false gifted memberships and all that, there will always be a level of that. But the thing is, there's some things you can ignore and there's some things you can't.
Shout out all of my Argentinian style
memberships is easily controllable. You
robbers,
the person,
raiders.
But if you've got every person
heist goers
again about me in a negative drama way, it's going to affect everyone again, right? And right now we're in a situation where I'm really stressed out already. I'm also incredibly busy. You know, not only am I running DSP Gaming, but now I got this new project with DSP Throwback that was already in the works and going, right? And now that's hitting full swing with its first stream and everything, and I got to be focusing somewhat on that.
Oh my God, dude is actually... He's seriously trying to say that he's not doing the documentary in part because he's focusing on DSP throwbacks? Are we serious right now? This is the lie that we're gonna go with. We're gonna pretend like we actually give a shit about this channel that you do no work on. Literally no work. You have indentured servitude over on that channel to do the videos for you, and you're gonna sit here and pretend like you actually do a single goddamn thing. I hate this dude. He's so insufferable. He can't be honest for 2 seconds.
Maintaining the React show every week, once a week, and I'm trying to find new content for that. In fact, we need to start talking about the Super Bowl event tomorrow to start planning it. And then on top of all of that, my wife has finally made the decision to come back into my content. And Kat now has been here on 2 streams.
It's Kat's fault.
And now
oh, baby, it's Kat's fault. We're blaming Cat. Everybody who wanted to see the documentary can now blame Cat. Way to throw your old lady under the bus, you greasy I can't believe this dude literally throwing his wife under the bus like that. You scummy piece of shit. Oh my God. How could you do that how could you do that to your wife? Oh my God.
Out the content where she can do co-op gameplay and commentary with me. And that's a lot of work too to figure that all out, right? So it's kind of like,
yo, Nugs, thanks for the shout out on this one. We really needed this news.
Yeah,
this
plan to have all this time away from work.
This is something else, man.
Travel to do
this is something else.
And then on top of all of that, just so you guys know, there is one other factor that just happened this week, and I'm not going to tell you guys about it right now. Maybe eventually I would bring it up, but I'm not going to right now. But there was another huge determining factor that just happened, and that
huge determining. Here we go.
The camel's back, as they say. And I was like, I just can't do this. All right. So just to make this official,
yes,
right?
Please.
It is canceled.
Yeah.
It's not, it's delayed or whatever. The documentary's canceled. All right. Now I'm not saying that I wouldn't do something like this again or consider doing it again in the future. I'm saying right now, this is not the time, the climate, or the level of stress to really...
Yeah, dude, it's not the climate. It's too cold outside, obviously.
It's not. Definitely things could change, maybe, right? In the future, perhaps. If things get better, if the stress level lowers, if my time frees up a little bit more, right? But basically, I'm in a situation... Here's the truth of the matter here, is that this is a big gamble. Think of it this way.
Yeah, ableist. It probably is related to something with the night where he couldn't sleep 2 days ago or whatever, right? I really thought he was about to tell us what the hell was going on, considering he's in part canceling an entire documentary over it and he wasted a bunch of people's time. But of course, we're not going to get that because he's going to be super vague and I guess just blame Cat. So I guess it's all Cat's fault. Sure, whatever.
That I did this documentary, right? And it went really well.
Yeah, I bet RTU is gloating.
And all of a sudden, a bunch of new people are exposed to my content and they come over to the channel.
Yeah, it's the nutshell. The Mike Klum documentary is canceled, LOL.
Right? It could. But the thing is, it could. It's not a guarantee. It could very well go the other way. It could go the other way that I do this documentary, and again, some of these old things about my past that are not me anymore, but you're talking about, things from my Street Fighter days, things from my early days of YouTube, shit that doesn't apply to me in 2024, but things that people are only just hearing about for the very first time. And now they become an emphasis for certain people. And now people, oh, that's that guy who did that 20 years ago, right? Or this or that. And that could be really bad for us all, right? It could put us in a worse light as a community. Not just me, but it could put us in a worse light as a community together. And that is a risk that right now I'm not willing to take. That my sins of the past are somehow going to rub off on us in 2024.
Oh my God, sins of the past.
Right?
These are those delusions of grandeur that he's always going on about. My sins of the past. Like, actually, yeah, but no, you sound like a pretentious shitlord. Shut the hell up. Yeah, you acted like a scumbag in the past. You said a bunch of shit that you should have never have been saying on the internet. I was actually, like, under the age of 18 when DSP was doing this shit, and even I knew that I shouldn't be saying shit like that online. But he was actually, like, in his mid-20s going into early 30s and acting like a piece of shit online every single day and being recorded for it. Why did he ever think that that was a good idea?
And there is also one other thing.
Oh, there's one other thing.
Right?
I'm so excited.
I feel like this documentary, because I told you guys this when I started talking about it a couple weeks ago. I said this documentary would be the one. And what I meant about that is that this would be the one thing I do. That if I did this documentary, this would be it. I'm not going to do a second documentary in 5 more years. I'm not going to do a ton more interviews and all this shit. This is it. This is the one big project, right? That's going to encompass all of me, my history, who I am yesterday, today, how I've evolved and all of that, right? All together. And I'm not sure that we're at the point that we're ready for that yet. Like I've said, I'm 41 years old, but I'm not going anywhere. Unlike all these other YouTubers who all of a sudden have decided together that they want to not do YouTube anymore. Oh, I can't take it anymore. The stress and all these years of doing it, I gotta quit. No, you're quitting because you're rich. You're quitting because literally you're filthy rich. You hit the algorithm right, you got lucky, then you rode the wave with your thumbnails
oh my
and your
God.
titles, and you put out your content for 10 years or whatever. You got filthy rich doing it the way everyone does it, and now you're quitting because you don't need to work anymore. That's what's going on.
Bro is pissed because other people made money. He's actually salty that other content creators that have been on the site for the same amount, if not less time than him, have decided that they no longer want to do what there is their job, which when they do it, being actual entertainers and actually putting out quality content that they care about and on a regular basis, I would consider it work. Absolutely, right? Being an entertainer is work to some extent. Not when DSP does it because he sucks. But he's salty that these other content creators have decided that they no longer want to work because they have enough money. And that's, at the end of the day, is why people work, right? DSP is just salty because he's pocket watching everybody else and he didn't make the same gains that they did because he's just stupid. He squandered every single opportunity that he had. And he's salty at other people for that. Oh, I don't feel like I need to go anywhere. It's because you don't have any money, you stupid. Oh my God, I'm gonna say the F word. I can't, dude. I can't. I literally can't do it.
On.
But we're gonna do it
A
anyway.
very simple explanation.
I'm not a
why
quitter.
YouTubers are quitting, and it's not, oh, the YouTube exodus. People don't like working on YouTube. It's because these people are rich and don't have to work anymore, right? They already made it big. Now you can judge for yourself whether or not these people have a level of passion for their work or not. Personally, for me, I've told you guys, if I hit the lotto today and I became a multi-millionaire and I didn't have to work a day in my life, I would still stream. Now, I wouldn't stream the capacity that I do now. I'm not going to stream 6 days a week full time. But I love this so much because I have passion.
He loves
for
it so much.
I do, and I love having interactions with you guys. I would keep doing it in some capacity, right? And there you go with YouTubers who, oh, well, now we're in a situation we don't have to work anymore. I quit. Well, I'm not like them. Because first of all,
I'm built different. I'm not like that.
Millionaire doing this, okay? And I'm not going to. I'm too small time, and I'm too stuck in my own mindset of how to do stuff. I refuse to do all those things that all of them did to get rich. I don't do any of those things. I'm not going to do those fucking things ever, okay? That's why I'm different. But that's also why I'm kind of going to be at this level likely for the rest of my life, right? So if I'm going to do a documentary, I want to do it when I feel like it's time to tell my whole story. But I don't think my whole story's happened yet. I think my story is still happening right now and will continue to happen and evolve positively. Right now, like I said, not only am I maintaining a gaming channel, but I got a React channel, and now I've got a throwback channel, and this is going to be a fun year of kind of doing stuff on those and juggling them around and having a good time with all of you. This is a great year for games. Like right now, we've got a bunch of great games coming out that I'm very happy to be playing and everything. So I'm not ready.
Nice burp.
To say, this is my story, and here it is, and I'm done with it now. Like, I feel like maybe down the road, right? That's something to consider. But I don't think that now is the time at all. I feel
hit Mike Klum back up in like 5 years and see if he wants to wait. Hit anybody up in 5 years and see if they really want to deal with you after you wasted another documentarian's time. And I'm not even talking like an online documentarian like a la Turkey Tom. I'm talking about a real man who flew across the country to go see your goddamn snort fort and have dinner with you and has, high production cameras and, shoots B-roll and all of the things that come with doing an actual documentary. That's the word I'm looking for. Imagine wanting to work with DSP after he completely wasted that guy's time.
Like the right decision here is because there's nothing toxic and negative really going on right now, because we're all having a good time. We're about to start new releases. We're about to start this new year a very positive way, all this good stuff going on. And because of the feedback I've gotten direct feedback from family members, viewers, longtime fans, writing me out of the blue, and everyone just tossing their opinion into the ring. And the consensus I'm getting right now is that it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm getting. The consensus right now is, no, definitely don't think about this right now. Don't do it right now. Again, maybe in the future or whatever. But basically, don't do it now because this is going to be a second side-scrollers. Now, here's the thing. I don't believe that. I don't believe that this documentary is going to be a second side-scrollers because this is not a hit piece on me, right? But at the same time, I'm totally understanding where people are coming from, where they're saying it's going to primarily be a lot of drama for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like tons of drama. And no one wants that level of drama. People just want me to be happy and to put out good content that they enjoy. And that's what.
No, that's not what I want. I don't want that. But I'm not a true fan.
No matter what it is.
Oh, no, dude. No, wait. I'm DSP's biggest fan. I forgot. I said that earlier in the stream. It was a whole bit I did. I'm DSP's biggest fan, even though I criticize him all of the time and don't actually like anything that he does, because that's how he judges games. I forgot, dude. My bad. I am DSP's biggest fan. He's actively lying on my name right now.
What project I'm working on, what channel I'm on, those people aren't seeking more drama, right? And this, no matter what, this documentary was going to cause drama. And so I think this is the right decision for now. And again, maybe in the future, I would change my mind. But for right now, it is canceled. It's not postponed. It's not on the back burner. It's canceled. I'm not doing it. All right. But maybe that would change in a while, depending on the climate, depending on how things look. Right. Who knows how things change.
Yeah, dude, it's got to be warmer outside before I do the doc. Come on.
Like what, 5-6 years ago, I never would have thought that I'd be doing what I'm doing today. And then 5 years before that, I probably wouldn't have thought I would have been in that situation. And my life changes a lot. So that's my feeling on it, all right? And by the way, yeah, the schedule's not updated. I didn't update it. I'll have to update it. I keep forgetting to do that. I'll do it in a minute when I'm done saying what I have to say about this, because people keep typing the schedule and it's wrong. So yeah, that's...
These morons in chat keep talking about the schedule,
first of all,
dude.
Thank you to everyone who gave me feedback. I appreciate your honest feedback. Thank you very much to those who actually stepped up and were going to help with this project, because like I said, I was talking with a few people about being a part of the project on the positive side of things, and they were very willing to help, even at great personal risk of being harassed as you know, because they were going to participate in this. I also want to thank Mike Clone. I want you guys to understand something. Mike has been absolutely, positively nothing but professional at all in this whole situation.
And you wasted all of his time because you're a piggy boy.
Nothing to do with him whatsoever. Zero. This is my personal decision based on my life situation and my things going on. Nothing to do with him. He's been completely accommodating. 100%. He's listened to every concern I ever had. And this was going to be something that was going to be safe, right? This is not going to be a team storms into my house with cameras, starts filming, and just slaps it all over the internet. And now next thing you know, everyone's harassing me and my family because all my shit's on the internet. That's not what this is going to be. All right, I want everyone to understand that. And hopefully, he'll be able to make quality stuff. From what I understand, he is working on other stuff that's going to be good. I wish him the best in the future. But it's just not for me right now. I know for me and my family as well, because again, it's not just me. It's not for me. It's not for my family, and it's not for my community right now. All right, it's just not the right time. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, Kat agrees, because it's all her fault, dude.
That's the announcement. So I'm sure you guys are all going to have questions. Just to warn you all, if it's personal questions and shit, I'm not going to answer it. All right? But if you guys
do we stick around? Do we stick around for Q&A?
Talk about it. So let's get into that. First of all, let's get to shout outs here. All right? We've got, let's see here. Josh, who re-upped his membership and said, love you, Phil. Thank you, Josh, for that. And Spider Dijon also gifted a membership to the community, and it went to silent.
All right, starting poll. I'm muting this shit right now. Or do we stick around for QA or nah? QA is the best part. Shut the hell up. Yeah, B+. He pulled out of the dock, dude. If you rewind this stream, it'll be up. I might even clip it instead of doing a video on this, because this is insanity, dude. This is like, because I already reacted to it once. I kind of said all of the things already, and I don't think I could do it all again. Kind of like that. So, wow. Wow. Oh, we are sticking around for QA. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll stick around for QA.
No wonder I misclicked here.
And we're misclicking.
Okay, now it should work. Let me fix this. I screwed it up. My fault. There we go.
No, dude, Onion Hat for sale. Nobody has ever worked with DSP and came out better for it. Every single person gets screwed over every single time. There's not a single person who's ever worked with DSP who made money or didn't get screwed over.
But oops.
Even people who did free work get screwed over somehow. I mean, they were getting screwed over from the jump, but like it never ends on amicable terms.
Okay.
It's insane.
I got a $5 tip. Also from August, who says, well, now I'm disappointed. Well, I'm sorry, August. So he went from euphoria to disappointment in a matter of moments. Thank you, August, for the $5 tip, and I'm sorry about that. Okay. All right, continuing on. I got a $2.25 tip. Ass Man did a tip, and basically, I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to read what he said because there's no point in reading the whole thing. It doesn't matter what I do. My trolls say it's a negative. If I went forward with the documentary, well, that's a negative. Well, if I cancel the documentary, that's
No, it
negative.
would have been
If
super
I input the
positive, dude. I
documentary, that's negative.
promise.
If I have no input in a documentary, that's also a negative. It doesn't matter if I fart or breathe or whatever I do, it's a negative. I don't give two shits what trolls say. And the fact that you care about what the trolls say means that you need to also reassess who you are and what you think about. Because in life, if you give two shits about what a hater says, you're just wasting your time. Like, this is not legit criticism. It's just nonsensical shit that they say, you know? So I don't care if they're happy or upset that I am or not doing a documentary. They can get fucked. Okay.
Yeah, get fucked. Because haters, dude.
Slurpee tipped $2. I'm gonna read what Slurpee said, but this is, I don't know too much about this. Are you ready for this? Good idea to cancel. Seattle has one of the highest human trafficking rates in the nation. I always felt the documentary was a gateway to a dark underworld you don't want to be involved in. That's a new one.
Okay.
I never thought of this documentary about Darkside Phil as a gateway into human trafficking, but maybe I should have considered that in my decision too.
Yeah, dude.
I don't
Because
know.
you didn't think hard enough. Come on. I honestly missed the
Anyway,
question.
thanks for the $2 tip. Don't know what the hell you're talking about, but okay there. Wow. Alrighty then.
Sorry, I was thinking about having a sneeze. I couldn't hear the question.
Slurpee was following a different documentary is what it was. I'm pretty sure Slurpee was not actually paying attention to anything that I said. Anyway. Let's see here. Oh, my nose. Let's see here. I gotta refresh everything. I received a super chat from Fabricio. Okay, thank you, Fabricio, for a
Very Italian style.
Get that on the leaderboard. You're actually
Authentic.
the first chatter of the day. Okay.
Did it have a message? Or?
So far, it looks like that's.
Oh,
what we
apparently
got.
not.
I think I shot it
Okay.
now. I don't know. Something wasn't loading here. There we go. But I think I got everything as of now. I think I got everything. So. Also, shout out to Apollo. Apollo re-upped his membership.
Dude, he is wiping his nose a lot today.
Maybe in the future. Perhaps. Again, this is not... It is canceled. Definitively, the project is canceled. But this is not, oh, I'll never, ever do anything like this. It's just, I don't feel like this is my swan song. Like, right? Like, I think, like, this documentary is supposed to be like the swan song. Like, you know, giving someone their flowers or whatever for doing content, and here's your history. And
Why would you think that?
I'm in the midst of me doing it. I'm not quitting. I'm not retiring. This is not a, you know, nothing's go crazy is going on in that regard. So this is probably not the time to start causing drama around this documentary, right? And again, I've got a lot of shit going on in my life already where I'm already stressed out and I got anxiety about shit. And it's like, do I really need to be doing this at the same time? It's probably a very bad idea, right? And so I don't want to have anything to do with that. So there you go. Okay.
Okay.
What's this?
Yeah, Thin Ice Fabricio. We're gonna start looking at Dent chat. Because he's just sitting here squinting.
So here we go again. Pimple shits with a tip talking about detractors. I already said I don't give two fucks what any of them say. And I don't give a fuck about anyone's opinion.
Well, no, run it back. No, it's too late. Well, no, it's not. Run it back. Project 7 all over again. Cashed in on announcement.
So
Absolutely did.
Overwhelming amount of feedback I was getting from my community was
this absolute scammer, bro.
Now. No one cares about side scrollers anymore. Fucking stupid lolcow podcast. No one's paying attention to that anymore. This is
both of those things get more views than every single one of your videos. What are you talking about? You're actually living in denial. Like, actually living in denial if you think that neither of those things are more relevant or popular than you. I don't even like the dense scrollers, but I know that they get more views than DSP. I know that people talk about them more than DSP, that they have genuine fans that would probably be willing to defend the dense scrollers. Nobody's willing to do that for you, though, DSP. There's not a single person on the internet that is willing to tell a documentarian why they like you. That should say something. You should think about that. It should be a telling sign that when Mike Klum reached out to Derek, that Derek told you that he blocked him and refused to talk to him. That's your biggest fan, other than OIC. And like OIC is, OIC is OIC. Yeah, kind of a clout chasing, attention seeking miscreant, deviant who wants to sleep with Duty. Shout out Duty Streams.
Efforts going on with the throwback channel. Your wife is back in your content, which is super awesome and positive. Why now am I going to risk all of that? That's the feedback I got from many of you. You understand that? My longtime fans, my supporters reached out to me behind the scenes, and this is the feedback I got, and that's why I made this decision, okay? No, I understand, because there's a lot of people out there who casually watch me, and they wanted drama. Like, oh, crap, the drama around Darkside Phil has died down now. So now this is great that Phil's doing
No, it hasn't.
now the drama.
It absolutely hasn't. Every day is a new ride.
You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a public
He's gonna do the cringe. No, I hate when he does the stupid cringe camera. It's such a stupid bit.
You ready? Not even this question. That's the wrong one, okay?
Yo, we got totally derailed today.
You watch me for drama, I don't care about you.
Thank you.
In the least.
I love it.
You are not my concern on this planet.
Awesome.
At all.
Great.
In any way, shape, or form. There's not a single moment in my life, there's not a breath I take that I think about you or care
You're a fucking liar! You're a liar! Oh my god! You think about detractors all day, every day, bro. Literally all you think about. It's Hulk Hogan and it's detractors. That's it. You're actually lying. You couldn't have lied any harder. I'm about to rage quit this stream, bro.
Darkside Phil, DSP, or Phil Burnell. I don't give two shits about you.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
I hope you have a great life. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't care about your opinion.
Okay.
Had to make that as clear as possible because some people just don't get it.
I don't get it.
All right.
Never have, never will.
Shoutouts. Let's keep going.
Yeah, sorry, headphone users. I apologize. It was unnecessary.
Okay. Sir Ed Sheeran did a $5 tip, and this is what I'm not going to talk about because this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is what I'm not talking about.
So, what was actually the terms of the documentary? What exactly was going to happen in the documentary with each scene? But were you going to make money doing the documentary? And what about this? And what about that?
Yeah, sorry, naysayer. I didn't mean to blow your ears out.
The documentary's not even happening. It's definitely none of anyone's business because it's not even happening anyway. So none of it happened, so it doesn't matter. All right? So anything like that, you're never going to get an answer out of me because it's none of anyone's business and I'm not talking about it. So
I'm sorry, gang. I didn't mean to blow you up.
Dan the Man has tipped me $10. Thank you to Dan the Man.
Shout out Dan the Man, though.
So
big ups. Oh. Dead air. Thanks, DSP.
What I absolutely love, though, is that I already got all the legitimate feedback I needed from my viewer base. But now you've got people like Meatball Man in the chat saying, you had a chance to work with a professional documentarian who would have actually shown your side fairly and you squandered it. Damn, man. Meatball Man, we all know who you are. All right? We know who you are. And we know what part of a community you're part of. And we know why you were hoping the documentary would happen.
Do we know Meatball Man? Can we, I'm not asking to dox Meatball Man, but is he a detractor? Is that one of y'all?
Drama. You're not fooling anyone.
Yeah, we know who you are. Like, you got his driver's license in your wallet there, Boogie? What's going on here?
Laugh at it.
We know who you are. Shut up.
See? But I love it because people like him act like they're so, oh yeah, see, I'm a fan and I'm disappointed. You're not a fan. You never were. I just tolerate your existence because I get tired of banning your 14th fucking clone account here. You know? I'm not going to sit here and have a personal dedicated assistant to ban you from chat every time I see your 14th, 15th sock pop up. Holy shit.
Shut up.
Okay.
Hey, we're just hanging and banging, brother. Dead air.
Received.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly, Juan Lopez. So a mod.
Because people are tipping $1.
I'm not gonna have a mod.
I'm not talking about it, so I'm just ignoring all of this nonsense. You're not getting any attention from me if you just want to talk about trolls. Sorry. All right. You've wasted your time. Let's see here.
Yeah, Waifu King. I'm geeked, bro. Like, this shit's got me on one.
This is funny. Someone tipped $2 and said, when the Lolcow podcast inevitably fails because it's going to, and I guess already it's on that way. I wouldn't know. I haven't watched it.
Is it on that way? Because, I watched the Lolcow podcast because I keep up with a bunch of different Lolcows, and having Boogie and Wings on there at the same time kind of just saves me time. Also, Keemstar's kind of a Lolcow himself. I see how much money they have coming through and how many memberships they have. If you want to say that that's a failing podcast, DSP, I would hate to hear what your genuine thoughts are on what you do. Like, actually. There were people giving them $50, $100, $100, $50. There's member. And Keemstar did a test stream, and there was like 100 memberships that came through. And I don't think that they were Argentinian memberships either. I think they were the real ones. There was people, there was detractors I saw in the chat. DSP detractors in the chat, clowning on Keemstar. And there's just money rolling in. But they're irrelevant and failing. Of course.
I should consider doing a podcast with Wings of Redemption because we both have passion for games and it would be a good show. You do realize that could never happen. Wings is literally attached himself to Keemstar. He cannot now do anything without that man. So as long as he is completely beholden and a slave to Keemstar, I will have absolutely positively nothing whatsoever to do with him. Okay?
Okay. Sounds good. Yup. Dead air.
It looks
Thanks,
like chat
DSP.
froze for me. Hold on. Yeah, chat froze for me. There we go.
Oh, no, not the chat. Now what are we going to do? Chat can't tell us what to do.
I have received a $20 tip from 1 Minute Man. Thank you, 1 Minute Man, for the $20.
Yo, shout out 1 Minute Man.
Animation going. Here we go.
Yeah, who is Meatball Man? Who?
Whoops.
I'm trying to get Meatball Man on the show. Someone put me in contact with a Meatball Man.
So, gonna go
trying to pick his brain real quick.
For the day so far. Says, Phil, you already have peak exposure on YouTube. After 15 years, sadly, the YouTube audience formed an opinion on you. The documentary isn't going to change anything. You seem to be doing well now. Just don't screw it up. And I would prefer Baldur's Gate 3 over today's game. Of course you would. Listen, 1 Minute Man, we all know that you love Baldur's Gate 3. You know? And again, even though I'm going to be playing...
Yeah, 1 Minute Man, we all know that. It's super robust BG3 hand-holding things.
It definitely will not be a daytime stream. I'll probably squeeze it in maybe a couple night streams later on next week, okay?
Dude, I don't give a shit about 1 Minute Man. Shut up.
To be honest, I think that keeping a rotation is this thing I just mess around stalking me and doing stuff.
How?
Frankly.
How did we get
detractors on the planet? You Parasolo for re-upping your membership for 32 months, and he says your detractors are a wild bunch. I have the craziest detractors on the planet.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You actually don't. Wings detractors are so... Dude, you would not be on this planet anymore if you had to deal with Wings detractors. You're out of your mind if you think you have the craziest detractors. Like Wings detractors literally went to jail. They committed real crimes. Not like they got some information they weren't supposed to have. Literally had to go to jail because they were so out of pocket. You just don't know anything. You literally don't know how good you have it in any facet of your life. You're out of your mind. You live in a gated community and you describe the town that you live in like it's a GTA Online lobby. You think you have the worst detractors on the planet, and you're kind of a low tier lol cow. I think you're the king lol cow. That's why I do this channel, because you're absolutely astounding every single time. I can't believe you exist. It's honestly, it's amazing. It's amazing that you could be so regarded all the time. But you don't know anything about anything.
I have the absolute most insane people on this planet, you know, stalking me and doing this stuff, quite frankly.
No, you don't.
I don't believe that there's anyone else that has that level of craziness.
Then you don't know anything, because it's Wings.
Funny, people act like it. Oh, well, LTG has big haters, and Wings has big haters, and Boogie has big haters. No. The difference is that I don't entertain the loud cow bullshit. I don't buy into it. So because of that, they get incensed and they just create their own circle jerking communities of shit.
Dude,
based off of today's video,
I'm done. I'm done, bro.
There will be
I can't do it.
100 separate videos.
I'm just gonna let him go. I'm gonna let him cook.
100 separate videos made about this. Okay, so there you go. Okay.
Yes, Narkilla.
Again, idiots coming.
He has been swatted, but only the once. He's never had ATF raid his doors before, like Wings.
Well, here's a dollar tip from Sarah, and this is Sarah's opinion. All right. Sarah says, if Mike Klum really was going to be unbiased and fair with this documentary, why do you break the news on kiwi farms, then only do promo interviews with your haters and detractors that want to ruin your life? I'm really glad the documentary's canceled. I felt like it would have hurt the community. Now, just to be clear about this, okay, that is not true. Because as I told you, I was working behind the scenes with people from my side, positive people that Mike was going to be involved with, but that wasn't going to be done publicly.
Yeah, Jackie, that's why I don't cover Cyrax. His detractors I low-key find just as cringe.
That wasn't going to happen. It was going to be me working with people behind the scenes who were willing to do that, because that was going to be personal risk for them. You understand? You know, people who have had positive association, positive experiences with me over the years. That's who was going to be involved from my side. Yes, family members were going to be involved. Yes, longtime fans, friends, people like that were going to be in this, okay? So that was happening. But Mike went out there and did the public side of stuff for the negative side, and that's all that you heard about. Again, here's the thing. Why did you only hear the negative? Because those are the people who are the echo chamber on YouTube. Those are the people who literally are 90% of YouTube today, toxic idiots. That's what the sites become a cesspool.
Oh my god, yeah, DSP, you're such a unique snowflake. You never do drama content, even though this is literally a drama piece, and pretty much every single day you come on with a new drama piece to show everybody, because that's the only way you make money, really. But yeah, you're such a unique snowflake. You don't do those things. You're not like other girls. You're not a stupid moron like everybody else on the internet. You're totally different. We understand. You don't have to tell us every day. And it's a lie every day.
Fucking fake TMZ reporters, gossip girls. That's what they are. They're gossip girls. Fucking idiots. And people watch that shit because they're dumb. So
yo, Kira Kona, thanks for stopping by the live. You picked a strange one to get into.
USA. In the meantime, the positive stuff was happening, but you're not going to hear about that. All you're going to hear is the toxic negative shit. You get it? That's what they want, though, because that's how they make their content. When you have no talent, you benefit from every level of gossip and negativity.
What is DSP's talent? Please, someone quickly in the chat, let me know what what his talent is. I have yet to see a single one. He can't talk without fumbling all over himself. He's not funny. He can't play games. He definitely can't sing. He can't edit. He can't make thumbnails, so he can't even do Photoshop. It's begging. It's always begging. That's not a talent. It's not a talent. Becky, if I put on a talent show, you wouldn't get on stage and be like, guys, I really need to win. If you could just hit the buzzer, please. I'd really appreciate it. Can you guys please just hit the golden buzzer? I could really use it. That's not a talent. You're not going to win. I would not hit the buzzer.
Okay, let's continue here. But thank you for the $1, Sarah. And here's the thing, Sarah. I totally hear your concern, and I understand it. All right?
I hear your concerns. They're very robust and meaningful.
Why did I announce the documentary at all? Well, quite frankly, because it kind of already got out there. When Mike started talking to people on the internet about it, immediately it got out there, and it was like days of people already hounding me about it. Quite honestly, I don't think I was ready to really talk about it yet, because we hadn't done any work on it yet. We hadn't sat down, we hadn't written out any particular scenes, we hadn't filmed anything. I wasn't really ready to talk about it, but the moment that Mike went out there to try to get that side of it, boom, it just hit the internet, crazy viral nonsense. So it just kind of happened that way. I don't think it was intended to be that way. If you haven't noticed, I haven't even really talked that much about it, because I told you guys I wasn't really ready yet. We were
what is that little head shit that he just did?
About it, because I told you guys I wasn't really ready yet. I'm
gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. Look at his stupid head.
That much about it, because I told you guys I wasn't really ready yet. We're in development stages.
This man, this pig roach style man.
Hater side, but everyone, even newcomers who don't know who I am, would have liked it. But it just kind of blew up the way it did because of the way how toxic YouTube is. Oh, let's see here. Ass Man, to me, $3.33 says, why would you sign off on a documentary if you thought it might hurt you in the future? You should just do your own. Again, the documentary didn't happen. I didn't sign off. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? I didn't sign off. The documentary doesn't exist. I don't know what you mean. You guys are acting like there's a giant, legal contract agreement and we did all this work and everything and now it's done. That didn't even happen.
Yo, didn't he say that there was a giant legal contract agreement and there was paperwork and that's how he got to have the final creative say or whatever? Didn't he literally say that?
He said that. I remember him saying that because people were like, "Oh, it's going to be a big hit piece," and he was like, "No, because if he slanders me, dude, then the paperwork and he'll be liable because of the paperwork, dude." That's literally something he said, and I am not misusing the word literally. I know I'm using it a lot, but I'm not misusing it. He actually said that.
I don't even know what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like
Pig go right now. Okay. I'll see if I can. Pig go hates
stages
me as a tractor. It just doesn't like me.
Right? We didn't even schedule filming times yet. As I told you, you guys would know when we scheduled filming times because it was going to affect these streams. So I was going to tell you when that was going to happen. That didn't even happen yet, right? Okay. Play Cool tipped $1. He says, any true fan of yours and a logical human being will look to your announcement. Initially, they're going to be surprised, but I understand your points. We wish you the best, and we understand why it's canceled. It seems the best thing to do for the current status quo. I was interested in the documentary for what it would be and the positive effect that it would have in bringing new people in. Outside of that, I just don't care. Drama is pitiful content for pitiful minds.
Yeah, I literally can't find it. I've typed in a few things now. Pig Go doesn't like me. It's okay.
I think generally with any kind of a project, right, you hope that it's going to be one thing, but then you basically have to read the room, right? And when it's announced that there's going to be a Dark Side Phil documentary and you read the room and 90% of the people in the room are being insanely toxic, over-the-top losers about it, then maybe it doesn't make sense right now, right?
Yeah, sure.
If there was genuine, if I felt like, in general, there was this peaked genuine interest in learning about me and what my life is really like and who I really am and what everything is the truth of the matter when it comes to Dark Side Phil, right? Then probably it wouldn't be as stressful or whatever, but when I look at it and you see people who are literally foaming at the mouth for any little tidbit that they can get out of this thing because then they can use it to harass me and my family. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course.
That's the feeling I get out of it. And it's like, well, obviously that's not my intention. Why would I want to do a documentary that's just going to feed more into the toxicity and drama of people that don't like me, right?
But that's gonna happen with whenever you do a documentary. DSP, you are never gonna be so positive that people aren't going to address things in your past. That's not how these things work. You could find the cure for cancer and people would still be like, hey, remember when you made that slave joke in 2020 or whatever it was? Like, people are gonna remember. They're always going to bring this shit up. You are never going to run away from these things because they have actual recordings of you doing and saying heinous shit. It's never going to change. That's why it doesn't matter if you do the documentary now or you do it in 5 years. The only difference is in 5 years, there's going to be more shit to talk about. The documentary is going to have to literally be longer. I've got to stop saying literally. It's too much.
I'm not saying that it won't be addressed. I'm not saying that those people wouldn't be a part of it. They should be, because people need to see.
Yo, Jewel Row, yes, the internet doesn't forget. I agree. And I actually, I did a thing the other day. I made a thing for a video, a long video that I'm working on. I'm going to tease you like DSP. I can't talk about it, dude. But speaking of remembering, where is it? I'm going to find it. The second derail. It's right there. It's right there. Hell yeah, dude. Put that up on the screen. Yeah, it's right there. Yes, I will remember that. That's the whole thing. I'm gonna remember it. Even if the internet doesn't. It's me. My brain rot will allow me to remember. I promise. That was kind of a lame reveal. I apologize.
Right? At this very moment, there's people restreaming this. At this very moment, there's people making videos and posting them on the internet of what I'm saying right now, and that's insane.
Yes, it's me. I'm restreaming it.
Tiny, small-time streamer. That means nothing. Yet somehow I've become important to so many people on the internet for weird reasons. And it's really bizarre because all I want to do is sit here and play games and chill with you guys. But instead I have to have this insane toxic echo chamber for everything I do. I just don't get it. How did we get here and what is wrong with these fucking people that they can't move on, right? But that's the thing. Like, if I'm going to truly make an objective project, it has to be something that everyone wants. And personally, would I like to see an objective documentary eventually be made? Yes, I would. Today, no. I can't do it today. I know that now. But eventually, I would like to see something like that down the road. But when my entire major fan base is telling me, don't do this, this is not a good idea, everything in your life right now is going better, there's no drama around you, just forget this and move on and do what you do, I'm going to listen. So now I'm listening. Okay?
Oh, yeah. You're listening.
Let's see here. So Token, thank you for the membership notification there. Dan the Man gifted a membership, and it went to Chris.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, exactly, Mitchell Bay. He said that he doesn't think about detractors, but he's been talking about them for a half hour straight now. And they're the reason that he canceled the doc, because it's going to be all strewed. It's all going to be, angled one way. It's all going to be negative, dude. And he's sitting here talking about how there's people restreaming him and it's an echo chamber and these toxic assholes online, like literally just talking about trolls and detractors non-stop. But he never thinks about us. He doesn't waste his time. He can't be bothered, dude. Obviously. What a I'm trying not to swear too much because again, I don't think it's a very good look, but boy, do I want to.
Because I'm not even kidding you. Spawn Killer just tipped and asked this question.
Yeah, shout out Spawn Killer.
Are super chatting and asking the same question. So this is actually Shiv as well, okay? Shiv did a super chat, and at the same time, Spawn Killer tipped and asked the same question. Okay? So, what I want to do is I want to address it. Alright? I think I should address it. Basically, from what... Okay, here's what people are asking, in a nutshell. I'll paraphrase.
Basically, here's in a nutshell. Basically,
well,
kind of, this is what they
He's just
said.
going to do a documentary without you. That he's just going to take all the toxic and negative stuff about you, and he's going to compile it into a documentary of his own, so that he can still have a project out of this, okay?
That would be a good idea. Shout out Murano GC. He's only a small streamer when it suits him. Of course, dude. Just like everything with the guy, it's always his way all the time. Even if it's constantly flip-flop, as long as it suits him, he's good to wear it.
First of all, I really think you all grossly overestimate the amount of work that has gone into this yet. Nothing has been filmed. Nothing. Nothing at all has been filmed. There's no, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think people are under the impression that Mike Klum was flying around the world for 2 months, filming everywhere and doing it. This hasn't happened. There's been initial phone calls. There's been a few forum posts been made. Nothing has happened yet in regards to that kind of work. You're so.
Mike Klum confirmed that he just had dinner with DSP and Kat the other day. Don't sit here and lie to me saying that he never flew across the country to see you. Maybe he didn't start filming yet, but he definitely had conversations with you in real life at dinner. Gundam specifically asked him, because he said that, how big your wife was, bro. That's actually how that conversation came to be to begin with. So don't sit here and lie like nobody can fact check that. Anybody who wants to know, does know, or will find out. Because Mike Klum really only did the one interview with Gundam, as far as I know. He's not out here making a bunch of videos talking to a bunch of different people. It's, if you look up Mike Klum, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. We'll go on YouTube. I'll click here, and I will type in Mike Klum. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, look, it's, oh, that's Ludwig's video. And then it's the interview clip from It's a Gundam, right? Literally right there, right off of the bat. So don't sit here and act like nobody's gonna find out when it, all you have to type in is the words Mike Klum into YouTube, and you get the clips of Mike Klum saying specifically that he went to see you in Renton, Washington. You bozo.
You know, people are just wild again with their crazy speculations. That's number one. Okay. Number two, if Mike.
Yes, Mike Klum talked to RTU as well. That also came up.
And he wants to have actual subjects involved in his projects. In what line of reasoning would it make any sense for him to immediately make a hit piece documentary about me because I decided to not go through with our more objective documentary? If he made a hit piece documentary about me, right? What makes you think anyone would ever work with him again? Right? The first thing they would say is, okay, so your first documentary was about Boogie, and that was sad, and he looks worse after it. And your next documentary about Darkside Phil, but he wasn't involved, and it was a hit piece on him. Gee, I wonder if I should do a documentary with Mike Klum today. Right? Like, what are you talking about? Right? And then in addition...
I think if he explained the context to anybody that he was working with the guy named DSP, and then the guy decided that he no longer wanted to work with him, but he still spent a bunch of money to do this documentary, that he took all of the information that he had and put together something so that he had, you know, something to show for all of his effort. That makes sense to me. Also, I love DSP saying that somebody isn't going to go out of their way to make him look bad because it would hurt themselves. I don't know. There's just something about that. Like he's just taking
He's so confident in that. He acts as though people aren't spiteful, like he isn't spiteful himself. Like that's not in human nature. Yes, a documentary about the failed documentary. Honestly, that would probably be very interesting to a lot of people. Even people who aren't DSP fans, if you made an interesting documentary about how you failed to make a documentary about DSP, people would probably watch it just to see what a failed documentary behind the scenes looks like. That's a great idea, My Ruin. I love it. Pitch it to Mike.
All of that, for everything I know about the guy, he's a nice guy, he's an objective guy, and he doesn't want to do that. He only wants to do this project with my involvement so he can make a real two-sided project. He does not want to make a hit piece because so many people have already done that on YouTube. Literally, how many people in the last couple of years just take everything my detractors have already said, edit it into their own video, and commentate over it and act like they actually did work, and then profit from it and get millions of views? It's already been done to death. It's boring, it's unoriginal, it's uninspired, and it's talentless. But this...
Hey, Jewel Rowe, for the €2, imagine supporting disgusting detractors. Big ups for the 2, brother.
This is what people like on YouTube because there's a lot of dumb fucking people on the internet. Well, this was going to be a different kind of project, right? So, you know, there you go. Now, here's the thing. Can I stop Mike from doing anything like that? No, because I won't be involved. Anyone could do that right now. They could contact anyone from my past and do a negative documentary. People have already done it, right? But I don't think he's going to. He's told me he's not going to, and he has no desire to do that, right? So from a professional standpoint, it would make no sense because no one would ever want to work with him again. And it's already been done. It probably wouldn't even amount to anything that's going to be special because so many people have already done that on YouTube, right? So no, your concerns, I understand your concerns are warranted because, this has happened already a million times. This, again, when the only treatment I've gotten on the internet is unfair treatment, you just expect that I'm going to continue to get the unfair treatment. And I understand that. I completely 100% understand that. I think that was a lot of the problems that people had with this documentary. They just didn't trust it. They thought it was just going to go poorly again for me because everything else has, right?
But that's entirely your fault. You're the person who represents yourself so poorly on the internet and in real life that everyone has a negative opinion of you. That's your fault. If you had better business dealings with other people, if you had some sort of reputation that wasn't absolutely trashed in every way, this wouldn't be a problem. But you've conducted yourself so poorly since your full-time content creation career started that nobody has a good opinion of you, dude. And that's your fault. It's always been your fault. Everything that happens to you is your fault.
So there you go.
There you go.
Let's see here.
Dead air. Mr. Burnell. Hello. Mr. Burnell.
Hold on.
This is on 1.25 speed, too. This isn't even...
Well, in the meantime, Dr. Oink, thanks for the super chat. I don't even know what you're talking about. I guess Dr. Oink is saying, thanks, guys, for feel better wishes. I don't know what you're talking about. Right?
Ack.
If you're sick, I hope you feel better, Dr. Oink, but I have no idea what you're talking about in the super chat. But thanks for the super chat, I guess. You've confused me thoroughly. I hope you feel all right. Are you feeling sick or something? That was kind of a weird thing to say in the super chat, right? Okay.
Pediatrician
So I
Oink.
think I've gotten caught up with everything now. I think. Excuse me. Happy Saturday, Derek. Yeah, I know
Happy
he was talking about the
Saturday,
chat.
Derek.
He addressed the chat in a super chat, and I didn't know what he was talking about because he hadn't said it to me. So I'm like, huh? I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Didn't say it to me.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very cool. Very robust.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you got your wisdom teeth out. I hope you feel better, Butters, because I've heard that's incredibly painful. I've personally never had mine out. I've heard it's really, really painful. So.
All right. Can we next question? Next super chat. What do we got?
No Sleep Real Vibes, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know when there's going to be a dead month this year for games. Right now, these first few months are crazy. Like this
Dead month for games.
Flu.
Flu.
Okay.
Nose wipe. Okay.
Tekken 8's on PC. So
all right. Tekken 8.
But it is what it is. I needed to.
It is what it is.
Now here's the thing. Tomorrow we have something
Here's the
important
thing.
to talk about. You guys might not realize this. In 3 weeks, not even, actually. Now that I'm looking at the time, in just under 3 weeks, we have a marathon on Saturday. Yeah, so it's 3 weeks from today.
Okay, I don't care. We're done here. That's it. That's the documentary news. This has 13 minutes left. We're gonna skip through this. I'm
forever, right? And we have a
worn
fun
out.
night just discussing all the
Super fun night.
20, 30
Starfield.
times. And my ruin just said, "Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix."
It was Starfield.
Your take. So, ladies,
the answer was
it just
Starfield.
feels like a waste of your time just to go through.
Yeah, we did it, guys. The answer: worst disappointing game of the year, Starfield. Yay! I don't have any more in me. Sorry. It was a very meaningful, tangy, flavorful style stream. I appreciate all of you guys coming out. We had fun. We got animated. We yelled. We swore in the chat. I seen it. You guys were swearing. We looked at games. We looked at the Mike Clum thing live and in the flesh. I yelled a bunch. I got pretty tilted, and now my voice hurts, or my throat, I guess. No, Stephen Hawking, I don't think that you walked. I'm gonna have to press X on that one. So have yourselves a wonderful and safe day. I hope all of you had a good time. I appreciate all of you coming out, and I hope all of you show up for the 8 p.m. stream over on WPIG 1651. And I can get you a link for that right now, just in case you need it for later. It's already scheduled. You just have to save it, or keep the tab open, or whatever you do. So there's a link for that. It didn't go through. There's a link for that. Hopefully I'll catch you tonight. We'll have a very fun time. I promise. We always do. Yeah, that's kind of it. I will redirect you if you're interested. Stick around for the redirection. I don't know where you're gonna go, but oh, is nobody live right now? That's not possible. Everybody's got to be live. No, literally nobody is live. Oh no, Detractor Beam's live. Okay, cool. I will send you to Detractor Beam. I just have to click on the thing and get the link. Like I said, if you're interested. I know some people don't like being redirected, and if so, that's fine. There you go. I'm ending the stream. Goodbye.